Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
Oh, shit!
They're back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, nah, nah. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 Proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 Proof, no matter if the Bears win or lose. Yo, first, the smartest man, no tweets he's ever missing. Impossible, the mission, call out frauds with precision. A Bears 100 Proof, these pages #1 adorer. Slaying dumb tweets, cross-eyed like Contora. Never one to back down, should be calling a fraud. Our dumbest tweets of the week, the mailman goes all out. Cheers, Bears fans. The fire Puerto Rican barkeeper for Chicagoland. He's the godfather, the one, the real producer. Always keeping the show together with the voice that will seduce. Risking out the Firefox, the old timer never stops. IPAs, draft, malts, craft spark, he takes a shot. Barflies appreciated worldwide. Canada, Scotland, England, Brazil, Mexico, and Dubai. Dr. Phil is the guy, the one to realize that the barroom needed a show with an endless shoot supply. Go big coat, fought the narrative on color, brought the Jaces of get paper Mitchell. Now I'm the usher. Standing up for the truth, 100 Proof with the guys. Almost burned off the show, but I came back for the Barflies. Flies. Fuck a fraud in his keyboard, Twitter, tough guys surround us. Bringing truth on the Bears worldwide, Barflies astound us. This is the #1 pod, that's the reality of the truth. And if you don't know us by now, Bears 100 Proof. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 Proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth.
When you're passionate about coaching the guy, and like you're asking specifically about Mitch, he's got at least 2 guys that were going to be in the room with him, me sometimes, John D. Flip all the time, who are passionate about coaching the position. You know, I think you guys probably know even more than I do about Dave Ragone and Matt Nagy. So, I mean, we got a group of guys who are just passionate about it. So I think our job is to give him every opportunity to be the best he could possibly be. And if at the end of the day, at the end of the year, he looks at me and says, "Coach, you helped me be better than I ever thought I could be," then I'll be fulfilled.
Cheers, Bears fans! This is 100 Proof, and you just heard Bears offensive coordinator Bill Lazor talking about how he and the other coaches on the team are teaming up, so to speak, to help Mitchell Trubisky. My name is Aldo Gandia. I serve the drinks in this raucous, rowdy Roadhouse bar. But don't you worry, the stars of our show are here. They are, of course, Draft Dr. Philotoshan, Shane, the smartest man in the barroom, Marsall, and Greg Braggs, the chatterbaiter. We are going to start immediately because we've got a jam-packed show. Besides dissecting Bill Lazor, we also are inviting some of you Barflies to come and converse with us. Greg Braggs will be monitoring the chat room and asking some people to come on and talk with us live on video. So listen to Greg. Be nice to Greg, because if you're not nice to Greg, he won't pick you. Let me go to Shane first. How are you, brother?
Doing good. I'm fucking stoked. I'm trying to figure out what time Joe's podiatrist is coming on. So excited. It's going to be great. Kale Sayers had a bad hangnail back in 71, so I want to get all the fucking details.
We got the podiatrist at 7:45, and then his dermatologist coming on.
That was the world record for Greg interrupting somebody.
It was. He just shit right all over me, didn't he? That guy's eating his dinner, stepping on toes.
Shane stole my whole joke this week. I said to Steph, because we were driving home, we had a date night. We tried to get one date night every week in the fucking pandemic. So last night was ours, and she's like, "Oh, isn't it Greg's show and Joe on tonight?" I go, "Yeah." She's like, "Who's their guest?" It says a doctor. She's like joking. It's not draft Dr. Phil. I go, no, it's Joe's dentist. And then I start cracking up. She's like, what? I go, next week, this is how I'm going to lead the show off. Next week, we're having Steph's gynecologist on. He's a big Bears fan.
The tape never lies, Aldo. Phil's going to be breaking it down from every angle.
Steph's gynecologist is talking Bears. We're going to have a great show.
Dr. Matthew Burton was a really nice guy and a well representative of the Shy fans in the stands.
He was. Wow. He was a good guest, and it was bizarre when I first saw. Okay,
Joe had to know he painted a bullseye right on his fucking forehead. He invited the dentist on.
Yes,
Come on.
we're going. Dermatologist is next week, so stay tuned. We got the hard hitting. We got the big timers at Shy Fans. You guys, this is child's play here. You got Doug Plank and la-di-da, but we got the dentist.
I love it. I mean, that falls right into the theme of the show. There's Chicago fans. You got dentists. You got firefighters. You got homeless people. That's the way to go. The homeless guy is the.
We got fucking Packers fans with shows on this network.
You got them all. Shane, you want to blow your wad now and play that Joe drop that you got?
Yes,
I can.
While he sets it up, I think Fat Mike will have the colonoscopy doctor on his show next week. We're just gonna have a whole mess of doctors going on.
Here's my favorite ever Joe Mandel drop from I Have a Stream. So I'll play it for the masses. Here we go.
Awesome.
What's that? We got some people in the chat room listening in. Fat Mike, and Zach, and on the chat. Saw Alex Acevedo and someone named Trucker X. Welcome.
Yes, that's probably a trucker.
Joe.
Joey, man.
I even had to back it up to make sure I heard it right. Yes,
he's probably a trucker.
It's a good point. I mean, it does make sense. I know when I was first, like when the internet and chat rooms and message boards were first a thing, my last name is Marsaw, so I just flipped around my last name. That's Wazram is my last name backwards. And everybody for the longest time thought I was a former player and I was a Ram. So I can see why Joe went there. Trucker X must be a trucker.
Captain Obvious Award.
That is classic. Hey guys, before we get into Mr. Lazor and dissecting him, there's a couple of things I want to just mention briefly. Number one is a kudos to Draft Dr. Phil, who established their relationship with Greg Gabriel several years ago. Fast forward to today, where we announced that Greg Gabriel is joining the network as one of the analysts. He will be doing a show with David Schuster covering the NFL, and we're excited about that. And there's a lot of people to thank, but I'm going to start by thanking Draft Dr. Phil because it was his connection with Greg Gabriel that brought him to the network. So Greg was exposed to the fine work that we all do here, and that's how the ball got rolling officially. So, Phil, thank you very much.
Well, it's the least I could do. I mean, I've been here for how many years? So we're finally getting here where we want. But yeah, Greg is a straight shooter. So the one thing I love about the guy, not only is his experience, and people on Twitter take a lot of shots and stuff like that, and I'm not a big fan of Twitter, as you guys know.
Really?
The reality is, I just think with Greg Gabriel's history and experience in the NFL speaks for itself. You might not agree with everything Greg has to say, and that's the norm, right? Because that's what this is about. So to bring that kind of person, and then it gets personal because he is an easy target because of Jerry Angelo and that administration that he worked under. But in that position, a lot of these fucking guys on Twitter don't realize Greg didn't have final say. So what Greg might bring to the table will give you a lot, and he shared a lot with me, which I have always kept my word not to share on the show. But when Greg starts talking, obviously on this network, there's a lot more freedom than there is on the Score or whatever. So those 40 years, Harp, exactly, as well as his football IQ, as well as his experience and stories that he's going to be able to share with the barroom audience, alone speaks for itself. And I know the person too, and he is a funny motherfucker. That
That's right.
He just keeps it real up for his age. You know, I don't give a shit about this fucking the blog.
Perfect
that fucking
fit here.
Hughes.
Perfect fit.
He's the perfect fit.
He really is.
He champion DM me. Thank God you call out all these fucking guys. And he was really adamant, just to give a little behind the scenes of Greg Gabriel, when I had the whole Twitter burner. He's like, every motherfucker has burners. Don't leave Twitter. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. You have a supporter in me. I go, I just needed to leave because of, other things. And I explained it, and then he understood it. And we've gone into it. I face everything head on. And that's what we're getting on the network. And a teammate, somebody that's going to come on the show and not be afraid to broadcast and champion what we do here on 100 Proof. To me, this program is for. That's a huge get right there. It is.
Gabriel will also be taking over as host as 100 Proof.
You do a lot better job than I am tonight out there.
Greg Gabriel is a big reason, if not the reason, why Devin Hester became a Chicago Bear. So for me, Greg Gabriel is at the upper echelon for me as highest honors because he brought in my favorite Chicago Bear of all time.
Yeah.
When Greg talked about one thing, the Garrett Wolf selection, it was so interesting to me why they picked Garrett Wolf back then. And that goes to show you the hiccups in the organization that still exist, because the coach is Ron Turner specifically. We need Lovey. This guy. And Lovey. We need this is how we're going to use it, and laid down a map. So for them taking the blame for the pick when it busts based on the coach's, that's my guy, that's my thing, that kind of stuff a lot of people don't get. And
well, Greg pointed out on the show, specifically talking about Garrett Wolf, he busted out because they didn't play him.
Exactly.
He said, they gave him a private workout, and Lovey and Ron Turner we got to get this kid. We got to get him. Bears took him in round 3. I was stunned that I couldn't believe they took him there. I was shocked. They brought him in, never used him. He was decent on special teams, but I mean, you're not drafting a guy in round 3 at running back to play special teams for you.
Exactly.
Oh shit!
I like these new drops.
The first of a handful of video drops that I will present today, and we will add to the collection as we move from the audio podcasting to the video world. I want to visualize all our drops, and so that was the first one revealed here. And all right, so another thing that I wanted to talk about is last week in the chat room, there was at least one, how do I put this gently, motherfucker who was saying some borderline racist stuff. And it came to my attention after the show, and that isn't going to happen again. If anyone wants to come into the chat during one of our live shows, or really at any point, live, not live, whatever, if we learn that you can talk civilly to one another, even if you have different political views on something. If you can't do that, then we're gonna kick you out. We'll maybe give you a timeout, and maybe just kick your ass out of the bar room completely and not welcome you back. So just want to make sure that everyone is aware that I am the only one that is allowed to make stupid comments here. And everyone else is supposed to be very respectful towards one another. Is that fair, guys?
Sounds good.
I've already given Greg specific laser vision. I want to just pull that ignorance up and embarrass that person that has these ignorant comments. I just don't tolerate it either. I'm 100% on board. There's a time and there's a place for that kind of shit, and I think things are best off being transparent and confronting them for what it is, and we'll call it out. Exactly, Ed. Loya, we call it out. That's how we keep it 100 here, because I don't think people learn.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What is tolerated, what isn't tolerated. We all say stupid shit. We all do.
Right, Greg?
All the time. All the time.
But there is a line, and I think everybody that's an adult understands where that line is. Now, if you can't get there, I don't know what to tell you. I don't.
Yeah. Swanky, I don't want to get into what that guy said. Let's just leave it there. And as for the bouncer, I'm asking Greg Braggs to be our bouncer, and so he will identify to us anyone who says something, as his role here is, besides giving us great insight about Mitchell Trubisky, because it's not all on Mitch. We all know that, right, Greg?
Absolutely.
It's not all on Mitch.
You're supposed to use my crazy spiked hair.
You know what? It will be done for next week. I promise.
No, I appreciate everyone in the chat, and for the most part, everyone is respectful. Everybody comes from different walks of life, and we represent that better than anyone here at Bears Barroom, especially in the chat. And for the most part, everyone's cordial. Everyone can agree to disagree. These conversations, they're not called tough conversations for no reason. As I said last night on Shy Fans, when we got into a little discussion about the whole Bubba Wallace and NASCAR saga that's been going on the last few weeks. This is a conversation that's not going to go away. And I know a lot of people want to stick to sports, but at the same time, these are topics that are in the front of our face every day. We're living with them here in this country and across the world. So we're going to talk about them and give our opinion, but that's all they are. And the same in the chat. And as Aldo said, as long as everyone keeps it respectful, if I don't agree with you personally, if you're making a political point, I'm not going to say ban this guy. It's it when you see it kind of thing. And this is one comment in particular from last week. And, when it gets to that point, I'm going to call it out to Aldo. Other than that, I feel like everyone has been respectful and courteous. We're all in this together as a barroom family.
Exactly.
Hey, you fucking cunt.
That was our bouncer, Greg Braggs. And not only is he our bouncer, but Greg has a very honored duty today, because he is going to identify a handful. I don't know how many we're going to do, hopefully a dozen or so. Barflies in the chat room, and invite them to come on and chat with us via video. Is that right, Greg?
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll be happy to take on this job. And if anybody wants to come on, I would suggest, if you're already thinking about being one of the lucky 12 that we're able to fit in tonight, try to follow me on either Twitter or Facebook if you haven't already. And that way, if you are selected, then I can send you the information to come on the show easier. That way, if it's already done, then I don't have to tell you to do it going forward. And
here's a secret. You have a better chance to get invited on the show if you rush over to iTunes and leave a positive review for Bears Barroom Radio Network.
All things are
So I will be looking at the updated reviews on there.
You're going to keep checking it?
Yeah, I'll keep checking it. So if you haven't left a review, head on over there and leave a positive review.
So many people have said they want to come on 100 proof, chop it up. I'm going to give you each 5 minutes. So when you get on, Aldo's going to get the clock started, and then we're going to go. But the other thing is, please just have some headsets so you could talk into your phone, or what are the earbuds?
Yeah. Right. Greg wants to hear you before he talks over you.
Yes. Come on, so I can talk over you. That is the plan for me. Yeah. Especially if it's, people that are IU fans, not to name names.
Phil is absolutely right, though. Earbuds will help with echo problems that we've had in the past, as we've learned the new system here. So please wear earbuds, and also if you're in a fairly well-lit area, so that we can see who you are, and you're not one of those silhouetted guys who looks like he's been caught by Dateline for child molestation.
real quick, you don't need Skype, any special thing except your phone. So
and it better be an Android, not an iPhone, or else I'm not picking you.
iPhone or Android is fine. You don't need any download. You're going to send a link to you. You fill out your name, and you'll be right on the air. It's that simple. So those of you that want to jump on, come on. We're just giving you the setup here. See, there's no Skype download or anything. Zoom. We're going to send you a link. Greg will send it to you. Have some earbuds in, and boom, we'll bring you. You'll be backstage. Fill in your name or what you want people to know you as or whatever, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
All right.
Just giving you that.
I think we got all the ground rules out. And by the way, one thing you can do right now is hit like. If you're on YouTube and you're watching this on YouTube, hit like. Make sure you subscribe and leave us a comment there about how great I look. There you go. All right. Hey, guys, I am super, super psyched about this upcoming show, what we're going to do with Bill Lazor, because I listened to this interview this morning and early this afternoon, and I was super intrigued by this guy. He's been around the league for a long time. I think since around the year 2000, he's had all sorts of coaching jobs. And in the 30-minute Zoom press conference that he had last week, he was very thoughtful. He, in some cases, one response was like 5 minutes long. By the way, I think Jason Lazor, he's always, of the Chicago Sun-Times, he's always picked last by the Bears media group. I think they don't like him. But nonetheless, Lazor gave him a 5-minute response to a question, and we'll get a portion of that in. I've got about 7 or 8 sound bites from Bill Lazor. I want to start by getting your reaction, and also you guys listening in and watching live, please share your comments on Lazor and what he is talking about, and I'll try to flash them on the screen. This really is a very interesting interview, so I'm anxious to get everyone's opinion on it. Let's start with Bill Lazor talking about how he is going to assess the quarterbacks of the Chicago Bears.
I don't know if it sounds like a cliche, but you just have to let the thing play out. You got to let guys earn it. Sometimes your gut tells you. Sometimes it helps to look at the statistics every day. Though it's not a game situation, but of practice, and you just take in all the information. I worked for a coach one time, and actually the battle was. This was a very old, wise coach who won numerous Super Bowls, and the battle was for the backup quarterback job. And I just remember after one of the preseason games, he came to me. He said, when that guy went in the huddle, I just watched how the team changed, And so there are so many different factors that go into it. Some of it is real statistical, and some of it is watching a guy and how he presents himself. And hopefully we have plenty of preseason games, because I think that's the most fair way, I think, for the guys is to let them play on the game field. And that's the most fair. So hopefully they get an opportunity to do that.
As soon as he said, looking at the statistics, I thought of you, Phil, right away.
Oh, boy.
Your thoughts.
Yeah, this guy seems to be like, I don't know how to read this guy. He's very well thought, well spoken, but he kind of walks around and then comes back to the original point for me a lot. Mm-hmm. I watched this whole interview, and when he was throwing out statistics, it's funny. I was just shaking my head when I was watching. I'm like, where's the point in this? And then he gets, well, hopefully we have games because that's the most important element. So I'm not a big. It's so hard to like say this, but I'm not like a coach talker, like coach talk. I'm more straight in your face coach talk. Like when Shane keeps bringing up, for example, when Nagy's like, this is it, motherfucker. Get this fucking shit right. That's at every moment for me with players coming off. And I have former players, watching the show that aren't even fans of the Bears because they missed this shit. And that's, I'm not going to take anything away from what he's saying there because he finally gets to the point where, the preseason games are going to be the critical things.
Imagine
anything else
for the quarterback competition.
Exactly. and you hope there was a hope in there at one point. I don't think it was in that last, but maybe you'll have it in the future. And I'm like, hope. You're the offensive coordinator. Make it happen. Like, don't hope it to happen. Make it happen so you can assess it. So it's interesting. The guy's interesting to say the least. He looks, I don't know, nerdy.
Yeah, he really does. He really does. And I have to admit that when Mark Trestman was originally hired, I was kind of I wasn't pleased that he was hired over Bill Arians, but I was intrigued by the fact that he was a really smart guy who grew up in the Bill Walsh system, which is a system that I loved as a kid and as a young adult. I actually bought Bill Walsh's coaching book, and when I coached the flag football team.
Did Phil Rainey give you his?
No. Next break, I'm going to go run over and get the book because I noticed the other day that this book is selling for $200.
Really?
Yeah, as a resale because it's out of print now, and I've got a pristine copy. But nonetheless, I learned about the 3, 5, 7-step drop, and I learned about how to conduct the practice because I was coaching a flag football team of 20-year-old Puerto Ricans who would show up with their fucking switchblades.
Jose Cotto in the house.
Right.
Where is that guy?
Snorting the 20-yard line.
Oh, Jesus.
And so I tried to instill some discipline and organization. And so, I'm kind of a bookworm a little bit. And so I picked up Bill Walsh's
exactly.
book. So I was intrigued by Mark Trestman. And in listening to Bill Lazor today, I was also intrigued by some of the things that he said. And I'll play a couple of sound bites later on that, I want to get your comments on because I thought they were very interesting. But Shane, what were your thoughts about that opening comment from Lazor?
It's pretty much what Phil said. I mean, to me, you guys know how I am with press conferences. I don't really concern myself too much with what is said there, especially from a guy like Lazor. My biggest looking over this guy, there's something that really, really sticks out to me that bothers me with him. I'll just give you this quick rundown. Buffalo, 2001, 2003. Or 2002, Atlanta, 2003, Washington, 2004, 2005. Then they promoted him to quarterbacks coach for 06, 07. Seattle, 08, 09. Virginia, 2010 to 2012. Philly, 2013. Miami, 14, 15. Cincinnati, 16. They promoted him to offensive coordinator for 17, 18. Penn State, 2019. Who does that remind you of? It reminds you exactly who who Aldo brought up was Mark Trestman, a guy that's very, very smart, but never stays anywhere. He's always on the move. And I understand that coaches are like that.
Right.
But I saw a comment from somebody in the chat room that, Bill Lazor was with Nick Foles when he threw 27 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Well, yeah, they thought so much of him. He wasn't an Eagles coach the next season. And believe me, if you're good enough, like Sean Desai for the Bears, he came, the Bears safety coach, he came in with Mark Trestman. He's still here. If you're good at what you do, you're not going to get let go. they're going to keep you. So to me, there's a whole bunch of questions. I guess you can take the approach that he's seen it all. So maybe he's a little bit older and wiser, and maybe that'll, maybe he'll settle into his role. But to me, when I see a coach that's at a place 1 to 2 years, mostly throughout his career, that's setting up a lot of red flags for me.
I gotta ask you this, and Aldo, does it like Di Filippo obviously has a personality probably a lot like mine, right? It's straight, right in your face. With this guy, I think it was Bear Truth 9 who read my mind. Is this more of a higher? Because you're coming to a job where the head coach is calling the plays and building the offense. And I don't want to spoil the interview as it gets further. He kind of pushes back on this question, which is interesting. But the reality of the truth is Nagy's calling the fucking plays.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You came here as
he's got a nice title. It's like
exactly.
it's like putting out a video for a network that you're on and telling, that's got a couple hundred followers and telling everybody that you're the COO of that network. Fucking great. Awesome. Here's your lollipop. It doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. I'm the COO of a fucking network that's got 12 followers. Fucking, you're awesome. Great. I'll get you a fucking t-shirt. But I'm serious. Phil brings up a perfect point. He's the offensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears. Cars sent me a text either today or yesterday, and I know he wouldn't mind me sharing it with you, about Lazor. If I can bring it up here. He's just talking about Bill Lazor isn't obviously he's got that title offensive coordinator, but the Chicago Bears have told him the reason that he is here, or Matt Nagy's told him the reason that he is here, and I'll give Nagy credit, is he's a guy that's going to review everything that's done offensively, so they're not falling into anything that's redundant. Making sure that nothing's getting stale. Like maybe he'll crack him over the head. Hey, Matt, it's 3rd and 1. Line up in fucking I formation and pound the football with David Montgomery. You don't have to, you don't have to go deep.
Right.
Little stuff like that. So that could be when you're looking back at his history where he has been around so much, he's seen a lot. So that definitely could be a help there. But the offensive coordinator title doesn't mean anything here in Chicago.
Yep, I agree to a certain extent, but let's listen to more of Lazor and then really assess that point. This is Lazor talking about Nick Foles and what he has seen regarding Foles' development on and off the field over the years.
When he finally got a chance to play in regular season games, and I saw the jump that he had made, I thought, from preseason play to then, 4 or 5 weeks later when he got in. So I just saw constant development. I think when you're coaching the quarterback, you remember, you learn over time everyone is different, and so part of the growth is between the coach and the player, and the coach figuring out the player. And I mean, even as little a thing as, okay, if I'm on the sideline, or if you're in the box and you're dealing with him on game day and you see something that you need to correct, how do I say it to this player? I've had guys who want me to tell them if I think they're jumpy in the pocket. I've had other guys that would get defensive about it, so we had to have a code word. But until you're with a guy, it's hard to know how is it going to go on game day. So I just had a chance to watch him grow. I thought that year, obviously, he had a fantastic year statistically.
He touches a lot about communicating with the quarterback and finding the right way to connect with the quarterback. At one point, he talked about how he was playing catch with his son outside, and how he said a couple of things to him and he finally learned how to move his shoulders and set his feet to look at the target after he said it a certain way. Maybe I'll try that with Mitch, he said. So he really is a technician regarding coaching and communication, isn't he?
Hopefully he knows that the fucking mic shuts off with 15 seconds to go on the play clock. Because when I'm listening to him talk, I'm like, holy fuck, just speed it up a little bit. You remember that show that we did where you slowed all our voices down, Aldo? It sounded like we were all high and strung out. That was a great one. That's where I'm at with him. I find myself like staring at him like, holy shit, Bill. Just speed it up. Just pick up the tempo a little bit. But to me, maybe it's a healthy thing. You have these coaches that are diverse, like Flip. He's got a fucking bottle rocket up his ass 24/7.
That's right.
Bill's a little bit more laid back. You know what I mean? And maybe that's healthy to have these guys that are at different ends of the spectrum emotionally in the way that they're speaking. You have that could balance out the room. So, we don't know these guys on a personal level, and maybe he's not comfortable talking to the media. That who knows? That very well could be. But if it works out, it works out. I just look back at the history, and when I see a guy that's bounced around so much, that to me sends up a red flag.
Yep, I am with you.
I wanted to say, when you get to the point where you're the play caller and the head coach and you're learning on the job, you're hiring different personalities that fit you. We had Olin Kreutz expertly talk about Dave Ragone and Last Chance U. He called it up at Hallis Hall with Coach Nagy because all of these guys are his guys. Here's a guy, to Aldo's point, that is a cerebral thinker, a statistician, if you will, that understands the importance of connecting with a football player on a personal level. Like, if I'm going to fucking hammer a kid and I'm of the culture of you treat every person the same way, then you privately know how each individual likes to be coached through the cerebral coach who's paying attention. Hey, coach, Johnson, he just needs a little pat on the back here and there. It'll go a long way with him. If I'm in a good mood, I'll be like, all right, thanks, coach. Now I know Johnson is going to need a joke or a pat on the back. If that's the hire there, and he's going to be checks and balances guy, because he's clearly here to be the self-scouter, and that's something that they haven't done well. And hopefully his voice is heard by Coach Nagy to what Shane is saying. That, again, we don't know these guys. I'm just watching him, the person, and saying this is a great example by you, Aldo, and Mark Trestman as an offensive coordinator that's going to handle the experience level of understanding all of these offensive systems that he's been in, all of his football experience, college and pro. That shouldn't be overlooked. And I'm not going to knock the guy because he's moving around, because I know how coaching is crazy like that. Your fits are your fits. If you don't fit, they fire you. You saw it with Harry Easton.
Right.
So,
but Phil, what I'm saying, when you're at a place for 1 year and then another place for 1 year or 2 years, and then you're at another place for a year, and then another place for 2 years, then another place for a year, that's a worry. I mean, if you're if you're really good at what you do, especially as a coach at the highest level, the whole good old boy network, I get it. But if you're really, really good at what you do, like I said, Sean Desai is a glaring example of it.
Well,
safety
Jay
coach.
Rogers.
Exactly.
He's a better example. He didn't leave, and that's Sean
Desai interviewed for the Bears job at the Senior Bowl up in the bleachers.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, with Mark Trestman. He hired him, and he's still here. That says a lot. Lazor was out of football. He was at what did they call him? Like an analyst or something for Penn State last year, and then he did some traveling. I believe they said.
This
But
guy could be the best fucking tape breaker downer.
he could be, right.
And that could be his thing where he's charting in order. You already see a guy, I've said it 100 times, that's overwhelmed in situational football. So here's a guy that his job, I love that, Mike. That's exactly what Ragone's job is. But what Lazor's job is to be the checks and balances. Hey, coach, every time on 3rd and 7, you're running dash pass right. You need to, and then you're like, oh shit, you're right, I am. You always have to have those guys, especially if you're doing both.
Why are we throwing a fader out to Taylor Gabriel on 3rd and 12 in the corner of the end zone?
And I think it's key that he trusts the guys that are saying it to him because, like, at the Chargers game last year, I know it was caught on camera that Dave Ragone was pleading with him to continue to run the ball, and he didn't listen to him. You know, so maybe having some guys that he trusts a little more, you know, will help him, you know, open up that kind of decision making. I would just love to know who the quarterback was that needed the code word for when he was stepping up, because you know damn well if it came out that Mitch Trubisky needed a freaking code word for stepping up in the pocket, I know this chat room would be fired up about it.
For sure. No doubt. All right, let's move
3rd and 1. Fuck it, Coach Nagy. He's going deep.
Man.
All right, let's see Bill's take on evaluating Mitchell Trubisky. And this was another one of his super long sound bites. I mean, he went through the history of his relationship with Mitch Trubisky, and I cut all that stuff out. He met him when he was in high school. He talked to his high school football coach. He ran into Mitch in the hallway or at a gym on the field and talked to him there.
But that was really the extent of it. You know what I mean? They didn't really curate this relationship.
Correct.
If you listen to it, it was he had his name and number in his phone because they passed each other. So there was a lot of fluff there.
Yeah. He's a lot of fluff kind of guy.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat room said he's a fluffer.
Yeah.
This is Lazor on evaluating Mitch.
The evaluation I have of him at this point is probably the numerous times I've watched the game film over and over, whether we've watched it as a staff evaluating the scheme or evaluating the players. And obviously I had a chance to watch some of it even before I came to visit with Coach regarding the chance to speak about the job. And I don't think it would be fair for me to say anything to you that you haven't seen on video. I think everything is open as far as what is going to happen next. And I feel very good about the talks that Mitch and I have had about the fact that his future and his career is in his hands. You know, I think that's the way he and I've kind of agreed to look at it. You know, and that's a great thing about football. It's up to you. I mean, we all come into different circumstances of who else is on the team or who else is on the coaching staff, or, you know, there are circumstances that affect every person's job. But if you approach every day that, hey, today I get to, I get to have more control than anyone else of what my story is going to be and what my future is. I think that's where Mitch is. I think he's got a lot of great football ahead of him, and he gets to walk in the building the first day we're allowed. He'll probably have a mask on, right, and get his forehead tested for fever. But then once he gets in there and gets going, let's let him determine the story. And so I'm not going to sit back and talk about his past. I'm going to let Mitch determine the story, and he and I have kind of come to that agreement, and I think it's the right way to approach it.
I can't blame him there. You know, he's not gonna say, yeah, he looked fucking awful last year. His footwork was terrible. He did a terrible job processing, but he does have great athletic talent. He's not gonna say that to the media, right?
Aren't you glad that he said that he'll probably have a mask on and get his temperature taken on his forehead?
Yeah. He added every possible thing you can think of. You know, that should have been a 10-minute interview. Thanks for making me sit through a 30-minute interview, Bill.
He's very what's the
safe.
word that I'm
He's very safe.
Yeah, he's very guarded almost with every single. He's like
It's watching what he's saying as he's saying it.
he's a faster version of Dead Air Jer. A little more motivated. A little bit. But
The Rock, Corey, Dead Air Jer.
Great point, Greg.
What am I doing? Why am I on the screen? What did I do? Why am I up here?
We like your beard.
Oh, thank you. My mane.
He's still growing it.
Coming off, son.
It is.
I'm actually a master of watching what I say as I say it. So.
Oh yeah.
Laser. What do you mean? Oh yeah. You think I just shoot off at the mouth over here?
Phil and I were on the phone with Greg today. We were right in the middle of a super important conversation. I mean, pouring our heart out. And this guy's like, guys, yeah, I'm real sorry, but I got to go.
I did. It was either listen to the rest of your heart or get fired.
Just getting to the main course, the crescendo of the entire conversation. And this fucking guy fucking bounces.
All right, let's move on to our next soundbite. We've got Lazor talking about David Montgomery, and this perhaps was the most exciting bit of news that he had in the press conference, because it sounds like David Montgomery could be worthy of the 3rd overall pick in the fantasy football draft, where I picked him last year, as a risky move that never paid off.
I have gotten probably as good a recommendation for David as a person as you could possibly receive, and nothing that I've seen has shown to be counter to that. So far, whether it be phone conversations that he and I have had, or sitting on a Zoom meeting. It might be with 140 people, or it might be an offensive meeting with whatever that number of people, or listening and sitting in the back of the sitting in on the running back Zoom meeting and just listening to him talk, how he presents himself. I mean, he seems to be, to me, a guy who really has his mindset on what he expects this year to be for him.
Montgomery back in, and here's Montgomery breaking a couple of tackles and winds up with a first down and a touchdown.
I'm excited about it. I think for a young guy to come in and play as well as he did is not easy, and so that's an impressive feat. And then everything he's said now tells you that he's serious about what that jump is going to be from year 1 to year 2, which we've all seen young players make. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see how he works on the practice field and his level of detail. That's the thing that oftentimes for those second-year players, now that they've kind of got their feet on solid ground with some of just the small things of the atmosphere they're in, now they can really turn into those details. And so I'm excited on the practice field to see how he attacks that. And really, for me, I've got to evaluate, too, what does he need to improve and do better. So it'll kind of be a joint process where hopefully between Coach London and he and myself, we can all work that out. Hey, this is the path to the next step towards greatness. But everything's been super impressive with his attitude.
So excited there.
Yeah.
He's getting out of his seat. He's John Madden. He's drawing up play.
Phil, what I'd love for you to do, I'm going to put up some David Montgomery highlights, and you talk about this kid. And I should be playing the Tape Never Lies one that you did, but I'm doing this right off the top of my head, so excuse me. I found some highlights, and so I'll play those while you talk about David Montgomery. Okay?
Absolutely. I mean, do you want me to break him down, or do you want me to just talk about the football player?
You know how to do this, brother.
Well, this guy, I mean, every time you watch him, especially from his college tape and where they put him in the NFL, this is in the preseason last year, you just saw the kind of talent he could be when used appropriately. Here, they're running outside zone. You see him churning and fighting for every goddamn yard with an offensive line that's piss poor. You're trying to find creases. What did Gail Sayers give me 18 inches, and I'm going to give you.
Give me an inch.
Give me.
18.
I thought it was 16 inches or something like that.
No, all he needed was an inch.
Really? Someone pull up that stat. I think it's 18 inches. I really do. I think I'm going to beat the smartest man. But here he is. I mean, you see the explosiveness. When it's blocked right, that's where NFL athletes showcase themselves. People don't get to a higher level without the kind of help in a team sport. Look at him go downhill on a bob play, find the cutback and hit it up in there. The kid, I have studied this kid on college tape alone. What he could do. Look at him. The ball's thrown the backside where he's going. He adjusts easily and catches the football. Here you go, inside zone. He goes over the top. Gets it into the end zone. He has a nose for the goal line, but also a nose for the sticks. And those kind of athletes, when you look at them hesitate, find the back door, put your shoulder down, and run hard. We've seen plays where you're hesitating like that, crease, shoulder, turn your legs. Look at guys standing around watching them. That's coaching. How is that okay? This is a guy that's always running, always churning his legs. As an offensive coordinator, you got to get after your guys, get to the next level and stay with your guys, because 32 isn't going to give up until the final whistle's blown. So when you have this kind of athlete, inside zone, it's RPO, he gave it, made the right read, you see what he gets to, the second level. You got cats down here.
Shut up, Greg.
Holy cow, Greg.
That Charles Reynolds?
Calm down, Barb. Daddy will be home soon.
Unbelievable. So you got cats down here.
Think that's funny, right?
Fighting with the dogs.
Although I got some breaking Bears bar room.
I love that
news.
play. I love that play. The bob.
Do we have the breaking news drop?
No, we don't.
All right. Gail Sayers said, "Give me 18 inches of daylight."
I was correct.
So you were wrong.
Yep. See, I can admit it, Greg.
See how Shane steps up? Like, that makes me proud. Because he's admitting that I was right. And Greg has a tendency to not be able to.
No, the Robert Quinn thing, Shane didn't want to give you props for, and I did.
Because he selected 47 other players along with Robert.
Didn't.
No, I didn't.
He nailed Rob. See what he's doing,
Thank you,
Phil?
Greg. You're back in my good graces.
Greg's got too,
See how I just pulled that out?
Greg's got too much chlorine in his system from his neighbor's house.
I haven't been able to freaking swim at all this year. I got the
Thank
kid
God.
Pool, that's it.
Thank God.
Oh, God.
Oops.
Let me get this cat the frig out of here.
Get the cat out. Bye, Phil. There you go. All right.
Put the tape back on. I'll break it down.
Oh!
This shit ain't hard. Yeah, Phil's like, oh, look at it. Watch me do it. You guys want to see the chatterbaiter break some film down? It's not hard. The tape always lies.
He just wants
So
to
look
be
at
able to
this.
talk.
Second effort, third effort, fourth effort. Fuck Green Bay. Look at this. How are we cutting through the middle, slicing and dicing? See how easy I can do this? Look at handoff. That's an RPO. Look at, did he even get in? Who knows? But I love the effort.
He got in.
He got in. That's a touchdown. I always love his hesitation before the line. That reminds me of Thomas Jones. He was always so good at waiting for that right hole, And with this line, as we know, it's hard to find him. I know everyone's hard on him, right, Phil, about not finishing the run, but
this who? Thomas or
no Montgomery? On
Montgomery?
this run. I can remember everybody at the stadium.
That's not the strong point of his game.
That's not his game. His game isn't. I mean, how many? Somebody give me a quick check in the chat. How many over 55-yard touchdown runs were in the season last season? That's what I would like to know. Because that's not the NFL. How many over 55-yard touchdown runs did Walter Payton have? Not many. And people would criticize him, and he was the greatest ever. The game is if of inches. The patience, the ability to dip and find back doors and understand, instinctive runners understand where they're going to set up the next, but do it in an effortless way. When you have this kind of balance and this kind of tendency to break tackles, arm tackles, everybody goes back to that, missed field goal. And Shane will talk about Jordan Howard getting tripped up on an arm tackle in that game that could have been a house call.
Versus Philly. He's gone. Gone.
Does that change the whole dynamic of the game?
That was a 3rd and 1 play. It's a 60-yard touchdown run. There's nobody there. Nobody there. They clipped his heel.
Exactly.
And he stubbed his toe on the field and went down and went short. He gets through that. It's a house call. It's a completely, but that just goes to show you how when people say it's a game of inches, to bring up Gale Sayers again, 18 inches, whatever, 1 inch, every inch matters.
It does.
It really does.
And this
especially
guy,
in the playoffs.
The last point is the most important. On tape, you're seeing so many times where he's still making effort and offensive linemen are going like this, looking like they don't know that he's still going. That's how bad this running game was last season, and he almost had 1,000 yards. To me, watching him, Aldo, I would tell Shane, I'm like, am I the only fucking person watching tape here? Because what he's doing, he's getting no fucking credit for. He's saving you, and he's doing it in a manner with no help. A tight end that's a former Princeton wide receiver playing tight end. You heard Olin a few weeks ago. Like the success rate with him, what's his name again? Jasper Horsted, the kid, Cornelius Lucas, and the other, Ted Larson, firing out against the fucking Saints. What's the success going to be there against that front?
Well, and Phil, the stubbornness on the part of Matt Nagy is a huge part of the problem. And
yes,
on the Grobstein-Schuster show, they interviewed John Greenberg of The Athletic, longtime sports writer here in Chicago, great writer over at The Athletic. And I think it was Schuster asked Greenberg, how stubborn is David Schuster? I mean, how stubborn is Matt Nagy? So Schuster can be stubborn too.
I don't know, David.
But yeah, he wants to come on, and you guys will have a great time together. He's a great guy. But
bring Grobstein on too, because we want to tonk him over the head.
Oh my God!
With his comment, talking about the quarterback competition. Who cares? I don't know. Everybody at the fucking network. Jesus. Everybody listening.
Where's Grobstein?
He's
get him on the
years
phone.
Old. He's seen every
No, I know. I get it, but yeah, we care. Believe me.
The point that Greenberg made is that Nagy is stubborn, very stubborn, but so is every coach in the NFL. And there is a lot of truth to that. But I personally think that the best coaches are the ones that are flexible and adapt, because the game is the basics are never going to change. Running the ball, tackling, throwing the ball, speed, those are the basics. But strategically, the game is going to change. And so you've got to adapt. So when all of a sudden, and Lazor talked about this, you can't run on the base defense, so you got to get that nickel defense out there and run the ball then. You don't fucking give up on the run game. You fucking force them to react to what you are instilling in the offense. So
how much of football is trickery? People have asked me this so much, and you look at the counter play. And this is really going not too deep, but it's into the context of the virtual classroom, Aldo. Real quick. You're running power right? And you've gotten success there. So what do you do off of that? You don't go into 4 wides when you've had success off of power formation. So say I'm a coach, right? And I have an offensive coordinator in my ear, a wing right has been killing this team today. It might not have killed, the Eagles didn't kill the Vikings with Wingright, but today we are. It's working. So the job for the OC is to get in my ear, Wingright, or whatever their formation is, tight end, Wingright, trips left, that's killing them. We're running power right down the football field, right? Now, what do you do off that? You don't go in 4 wides and decide to throw. You get in Wingright and you boot action off that and get your quarterback outside the pocket, and you're tricking. You're always one step ahead. All right, we've had success 15 times with the Bob play. Now we're going to run action off that same form. We want to give them the same look so they're stepping one step in a game of inches, to Shane's point, even though I was right about Gale Sayers' 18 inches.
Yeah, I brought it up. Nobody else did.
You got to give the trigger. You got to be in control, I would call it, of what you want to do, because you can't concede yourself to Lazor's great point. I remember that point, and I'm like, exactly. So if he's coming here to remind him, hey, we're having trouble running with 2 tight ends. We should be better. We did great last week against the Raiders in 2 tights, but this week we suck. So now we're going to go in fucking quads, and we're going to run the ball still. We're going to trap. We're going to fucking stunt. We're going to fucking run a special trap play, a counter play. Everybody's blocking down, and we're pulling the guards and the tackles the backside, and we're going to go old school right up in there. They haven't seen that. That's where you got to be on top of it. You can't be limited in your playbook. As Nagy has said, hey, you heard Olin talk about, hey, that one play, the fullback out of the I formation, action, the fullback fakes like he's going to block the end, slips under, gets outside. He's
wide open.
Wide open every time. We used to John Kuhn would fucking kill us with that. Every fucking
Go back to the
fullback.
2001 playoffs. Remember Cecil Martin?
Oh, yeah.
Killing us in the playoffs.
Former
the Eagles
Wisconsin
game.
fucking Badger who went to the Eagles. Fucking dumbass.
Killed the Bears.
Every third down. I remember fucking Favre, speaking of fat fucking Mike, Brett Favre would run that fucking... I knew it was coming every time. Here it comes. Action to the fullback with the tight end running the drag. It's open. Take it. Don't be stubborn, you fucking moron with a visor. I love you, though. I'm giving you another chance.
Yeah, we all are. We all are, because we root for the jersey. We root for the visor until you fuck up, and then we're going to get on your ass big time. All right. Here's, I think, one of the more interesting sound bites from the 30-minute Zoom press conference is he's talking about his role in developing the run game and how his assistant coaches, what role his assistant coaches play. I thought this was fascinating.
Someone taught me, a head coach I worked for as the coordinator years ago taught me that what he had been taught, what he believed was when you're the coordinator, you're in charge of everything from soup to nuts. I mean, at the end of the day, you're judged on how it all goes. So I took that to heart. Certainly, when you hire someone like Juan Castillo, who's proven in this league, like most offensive line coaches in the NFL, you expect them, regardless of what their title is, to take the leadership role in the run game. So my job, as you approach that, obviously, is to evaluate the people on the staff, which has been hard because we're not on the practice field yet. But you just have to evaluate, okay, here is what everyone can bring to the table. For example, some places you may hire a tight end coach who came up as a receiver coach, right? And so he's really heavily embedded in the pass game. Here we have a tight end coach who's not only been, in Clancy Barone, a very accomplished tight end coach, but has also been an NFL offensive line coach. So as you look at the whole picture of the staff, you know, how again, if your line coach takes the lead in the run game, how can you support them? And the more you have guys like Clancy who've done the job and understand the job to be able to support them, well, then that affects the role I have to take in it. So I have to approach it that the responsibility runs through me, that you evaluate the coaches and what their role can be. And you, just like any leader, you find the right way to communicate with them and work with them. So that's a real theoretical answer, Kevin. I'm sorry about that. Juan and I have had conversations already about the formations we would like to use in the run game in our opening game of the season. So it's our job. When your title is coordinator, you have to make sure it all fits, and you have to make sure the run game and the pass game, the play action, the drop back, the screens, the specials, that they all fit. And that when your next opponent looks at you, that there aren't any gives, that they can't tell what you're going to do by formation. So you have to put it together. So I don't expect you'll see me helping Juan coach reach technique by the offensive guards. That is not the way the expertise I've been brought up in. But like I said, I've been told that when you're the coordinator, the buck has to stop with you. You got to be able to present it to the head coach. That, hey, coach, here's the plan. Here's what we have, and that all our T's are crossed, our I's are dotted, and we've dealt with all the details for you. And so that's kind of how I see the role. I think we have veteran coaches on our staff, but when we sit down in our run game meetings and our game plan meetings, it'll be a little easier for me to specifically tell you this is the percent of my time that was there. Even practice, Kevin, will help us determine that. When we watch practice film together, again, it's almost unfair to try to get clear answers for you before we spent time together as a staff. But to me, that's the key. I guess that would be the if I had given a clear answer. It all depends on the staff, how the staff works together. That will determine where I need to lean.
The joke would work better if Greg read the private chat.
Man.
Come on, I was just so mystified. No, I've never seen a guy do the Disney imitation of snoring. Like a normal fake snore would be like, but Shane went to the Disney.
Come on, who's that a shout out to on this network? Who does that all the time, Aldo? Mike North. Have you heard him?
Yep.
When he does that every time.
He does. It's a Stooges thing.
Yeah, Greg, Dick.
Black and white. Sorry. Never seen it.
Here's a thing, and you talked about it earlier, Phil, and a couple of people in the chat room have talked about it. And when we ran those highlights, I mean, I can run them again, and you will see how many times David Montgomery is flourishing with a fullback. And sometimes he's in the backfield with them. Sometimes he's lining out on a wing and so forth. But that fullback formation, when Bill Lazor said that he's already talked to Juan Castillo about what formations he wants to run, I fucking hope there's a lot of fullback formations. Wouldn't you say?
Oh, you gotta hope for that because you saw the personnel that they had. That was what was being successful. Again, I hate to keep going back. You look back on Olin Kreutz on the show with us. You watch the tape never lies. You see the successful plays are being done. I remember Adam Hogue asking him, Coach, you're averaging 8.7 yards per play out of the I formation. And he took offense to that. You should be able to say, wow, let's look into it. You got to be humble as a head coach. The stubbornness and all that shit, I got to do me shit, that shit doesn't work in football. You got to find the right, offensive sets that fit your personnel. I always talk about my father. I remember Thanksgiving Day, you had 2 weeks to lead up to it. You're in high school. We changed our whole fucking offense to fit our personnel better in 2 weeks to get and be successful against a team that was way better than we did. You know what? We kicked the living shit out of them. We did. And that's what you need to do when you look at yourself and your self-scouting and there isn't I formations and isn't that power game formation. It could be a wing, to your point, Aldo. It could be a wing there, and they're running front side, and this kid just reads it. You need to do what your personnel does really well, and it helped Mitch to be under center. I've said it 100 times on this fucking show, on Last Call, on The Tape Never Lies. There's something about, in the NFL, getting a player that's struggling with mechanics under center where he's taking a snap and stepping back and going through his steps naturally. I equate it to somebody who's in a performance, or you're a dancer or a Broadway play. You know when the rhythm has gotten you. The rhythm is gonna get you. What was her name? The rhythm is gonna get you.
Gloria
Estefan. She was right. In the pocket, that rhythm is gonna get you confident. And you got to do it. You go under center. You get in the eye. You're going to help your running back. You're going to help your offensive line. Because every offensive lineman I've ever met in my life, what do you love about the game? I love to fucking run block. I love to knock somebody on their ass. If that's what you do to get your team.
If you're a physical football player, that's what you live and die with.
Exactly. So, yes, Aldo, that has to happen. Our snooze session reminds me, there's a coach that you have that you say, okay, coach, get up there and talk to the team. And then you see that and you're like, okay, we're never putting him up there. Yeah. Again, because that's what players will do. That's probably why he's traveled so many teams. Because
that's why you bring in Flip.
Yeah.
Flip, you get up there.
You have to have more rigor or base or personality in your teaching, because let's face it, everybody in the chat, everybody, I don't give a fuck what country you're listening in on, you all know that a teacher that's up at the board, and right here is France, in the south of France, Benedict Arnold,
Bueller.
Like, you're falling asleep, but a personality, like, we're gonna line up in the I formation, you're gonna kick this guy out. Hey, Leno, are you paying attention or are you falling to fucking sleep? All right. Look at you here on this. Everybody's awake. Everybody's awake. Everybody's worried. Is coach going to fucking call me out? You got to be able to do it and do it the right way. Do what Montgomery does successful. Because guess what? What did we say? You guys asked me, who's the best offensive player we went through in the offseason? I said, David Montgomery was my best. Allen Robinson. Allen's great. I just see what this kid was doing behind this epic shit line. And
let's be honest, so did the Bears front office. They traded up for him.
You're right.
You know, they gave up a future 4 in that deal to move up for him in round 3.
Yes.
And imagine moving up.
He was my number 1 back in that draft. Yep. Number 1. I was so excited we got this.
I got the picker, Phil. If you remember to that draft, you were off of Twitter, but I got the pick early, and I texted you. I'm like, we got Montgomery, and he's like, "Fuck you, you're lying." I'm like, "No, we got David Montgomery." He's like, "Bullshit," and I'm like, "All right, it's gonna come up here in a couple more minutes."
I hate when Shane does that to me because part of me wants to know, but part of me doesn't and wants to be surprised. But he's right. I get so excited about number 32 because I think he's going to fucking put a stiff arm on a lot of these fucking nerd boys blogging that have he's a bust. I've seen, I appreciate, I'm not saying don't, I appreciate all you fans sending me these articles and sports mockeries and all that. Bears Wire just takes what we said and they wrote a story.
I'm not going to be as nice as Phil. Don't send them to me.
But Dave, I have confidence in David.
I see a lot of people talking about Ryan Nall and saying that he's a fullback and going to be the fullback. Don't forget about JP Holtz. That's the guy. That's the guy that they're gonna focus on at that position because he's gonna give you the ability to catch some passes, I think, a little bit more consistently. You know, he surprised me last year as a guy that they pulled off the scrap heap and brought in. That Dallas game, he showed some ability. But if they put him in that H-back role and let him block, move him around a little bit, I think he can be effective. It's going to be interesting to see how they go at RB3. If it's going to be no, don't count out Pierce. The UDFA that they brought in, that kid's got some ability
from Oregon State too.
Phil, do you think that Holtz could cut at H-back? Because I tend to recall a Tape Never Lies episode. I think it was against Dallas, maybe not, but where you had him highlighted on like 8 straight, where he had to come back across the line, and as you call it, crackback block, and he missed it. He missed it like 8 different ways.
That's what it is, though. He hasn't been an H-back.
Well, this is something. Does he have the disposition, the want to do this? Yes. That's why it's going to be interesting to see. Again,
don't forget
there's 3 chess moves here. Does Coach Nagy say, yes, Phil's right, we need to run the eye. We need to. If he says no, we got a clown show again, and we're going to be going crazy. If he says yes, and JP Holtz is that guy, I think JP has that demeanor to do that job. I don't think that you count Ryan Nall. I think Ryan Nall, because he's white, was typecast as he's a fullback when he comes. And I've seen tremendous athleticism from that kid who could give you some running back reps and given a shot. Let's see what he could do. He's never gotten that shot. You're giving it to fucking East-West Shrine Bowl over here, Tariq Cohen, who's running out of bounds all the time. Send the right message and put Ryan Nall in to back up David Montgomery and let him hit it up in there and see what he could do. That's what I would do as a coach. But to Shane's point, I really think JP has the advantage here. But to your point, Greg, it was one of those, and I think it was the Washington Redskins game. He was playing against his old team, and he kept missing. And he's going down and falling down. And again, this isn't want to. Like with Leno, there's laziness a lot of time, and do you want to fucking be a dominant player? JP, I think, wants to do it. So, again, you got to open that up.
Phil, speak to it, too, how this affects a player. JP is going to have a lot less on his plate. He's not going to – you got Jimmy Graham here. You have Cole Kmet here. He's going to have a specific and defined role. He's going to have a reduced role, really.
Right.
And he's gonna have the ability. He's not going to have that expanded role where he's going to have to do 3 or 4 different things. I know as an H-back, that's exactly what you're doing, but he's not going to be a huge part of this offense.
You had Adam Shaheen get bounced. You had Trey Burton get hurt. Now JP's coming in late. Let's not forget, thrust into the offense, learning as he's going, being a part of this, where others like Ben Broniker didn't step up. Jasper was on the practice squad, brought up. There was so much, rigmarole, if you will, with the tight end position, because Adam Shaheen is a giant fucking bust, that you got JP in there, and he's doing and overthinking. It might be over. Now here's your job. You already have Graham, got Cole Kmet. Those are your 1 and 2. Now you're playing a wing and a fullback. So his job and knowledge of that job should be equivalent to what your expectation is with Mitch Trubisky, to know the playbook inside and out. What can you do if you know exactly what everybody's job is on a certain play or an assignment? You go fast and you go hard. If you're always in knowledge of what is going on in your job and your responsibility, then you won't have a problem. And this isn't an excuse, Greg. This is a reality of that tape. It is JP Holtz doing his assignment and other people not knowing their assignment, and JP kind of like, I thought I was supposed to block the last man, and someone else blocked. Now he's gone. So it was a fucking Chinese fire drill out there in regards to what their assignments were. So a lot of confusion, a lot of stupid shit, a lot of players, but that's not injuries, and that's not an excuse. This coaching staff should have all of these players on the same page. JP Holtz. The JP Holtz segment. Oh, we got you on mute, Aldo. We can't hear you.
It's because I was blowing my nose.
Oh.
I thought you were going to say you were
Greg.
blowing coke or something. Like, I was blowing coke.
I wish. All right, I got two more laser sound.
6-hour show.
This one guaranteed to put you out of sleep. No, hopefully not. This is Laser talking about how he can help Matt Nagy.
One of the most impressive things about Coach Nagy is the very quick willingness to evaluate himself, to humble himself, and to ask the question, did I make the right call here? Am I doing it the right way? And opening himself up to criticism. You know, we've all worked different jobs. And obviously when we close the door in our staff room, I think we're in we're in an environment where and we've talked about this as a staff, where you need to be able to be open to each other. And guys, we wanted to have an environment where people can speak. But all of us, you all included, have been on teams or in businesses where that's not the case with the boss, right? Where the boss doesn't want criticism. But Matt is very open to what's the best way to get this done and to listening. And obviously, like on any team, he's the boss. So at the end of the day, the final decision comes to how he wants to do it. And that's our job. Whatever our role is to support him. And if he asks for alternative ways to do it, then provide them. And then, over time, what you learn is that you provide them with an expertise based on the wisdom you've gained through experience, right? When you screwed something up and you've come out of a game with you thought was a heck of a game plan, you come out and you've scored 7 points that day. Well, guess what? That didn't work. So bank that and understand why, and then you can carry that experience forward. Then hopefully over time you have more where you've scored 37 points, where you can learn positively, and then you can present it. So my job was at the end of the day, if I can help him be a better head coach and a better play caller, because I've provided leadership for the offensive staff and the offensive team, because I've provided him whatever level of expertise schematically that he asks for, then I think I can feel like I've accomplished my job. And so we started by evaluating the Bears, and we did it as a staff. When I was first hired, I did it myself, watching all the video, and then brought that in to the office, all the notes I'd take, and then we sat as a whole staff and evaluated everything we did. He explained the whys. Sometimes we would go back to his Philadelphia and Kansas City days if it was a play that had come through. Of course, being in the league, I had seen a lot of it. Sometimes we then opened up for alternatives. Is this the best thing for the players we have? What would be the alternative? Would we rather keep going further in this direction? Do we want to minimize this and start a new string of a little different offense that maybe fits our players better? And we just had to constantly have those conversations. And it was I've been in good staff rooms, and I've been in staff rooms that weren't a lot of fun. And to me, this was a really good staff room this spring, as long as we were able to stay in it before the offices got shut. Because we were able to have those conversations, because we have a leader who's open to evaluating and who wants to get better. And so my job is to facilitate that. And when there's someone on the staff, I think another important part, Jason, is when there's someone on the staff who can help push us or give ideas, it's not just me giving it to Matt. It's also, create an atmosphere where the other guys can bring their experience and add to it, so that it's our, it's the 2020 Bears offense.
Holy shit. Hold on a second. What do we got here?
Laser.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
Begin laser ignition!
A contribution from our man Greg Bragg.
He was supposed to say fire the laser.
Fire the laser.
You might be predicting the future with that.
He's a fucking idiot.
There you go. Thank you, Mama.
Did you talk about Greg or Laser? I'm sorry, Greg.
Swing
No,
and a
but
miss.
he's saying that Nagy is accepting of knowledge and course correcting.
Did you expect him to come out and say that he's not open to change and he doesn't want to self scout?
Yeah, I came to work here because this guy is the most fucking idiotic coach who doesn't want to change, doesn't want to hear anything the assistant coaches say. But yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest here. I thought when I was listening to these sound bites that I thought that he was kind of interesting, but you're right. I mean, re-listening to them, the guy is fucking boring. There's no doubt about it.
He's guarded with every word that comes out of his mouth.
Yes.
I mean, for real. That's he probably thinks, fuck, I've been here, 112 days or whatever the fuck it is. I'm surprised that they haven't fired me yet because he's bounced around that much. But it's hard to listen to, but don't overrate this either because he's not the guy calling plays.
Absolutely.
He's got that fucking title and it means just about nothing. It's like being a fucking chatterbaiter on a fucking podcast. Who cares? It's a replaceable part.
Oh, jeez. Leave him alone. He's doing his job. He's doing a great job.
Greg, you were going to say something?
I have a few things to say about that. But you know what? Don't you wish someone was in that, media sit down with Lazor that had the balls to cut him off every 5 minutes? 5 seconds.
That is true. That is a very good true point.
But what would you have asked? How many home runs do you think Chris Bryant's going to hit this year, Bill?
Excuse me, Mr. Lazor. Are you going to let my friend Mitch start at quarterback? You don't. I will be mad at you.
Excuse me, Mr. Lazor.
As long as Lazor is keeping him on course.
Exactly.
With the run game,
no more course correcting,
self-scouting, then we'll be good. But if he's talking to the team, this is going to be a very difficult challenge for the team.
Yeah, you need to fire up the guys, and this is not the guy to do it. Hopefully, somebody like DiFilippo will be doing that. All right, the last soundbite I have is of Coach Lazor talking about multiplicity, and this sounds kind of complicated, but it was actually part of the last soundbite, but it was so fucking long, the last one. I said, you know what, the last part of what he's saying, it could be of interest to our listeners who love talking about the X's and O's and so forth. So I'm teeing this up for Phil to discuss right after we hear what Lazor says.
You have to have a certain level of multiplicity in your offense because 1 week, if you have someone, your tight ends, right? Big story in the 2019 Chicago land. Your tight ends are injured. You're down to one, and you have to go out and get someone off the street. Well, you got to be able to adjust your game plan that week. Maybe it's more towards the receivers. If you have a fullback on your roster, some NFL teams do and some don't these days. If you have a fullback on your roster, you've got to decide, hey, if this guy's active on game day as a great special teams player, then are we going to use, are we not going to utilize him at all on offense, or are we going to? And then week to week as guys are injured or as the matchup, you might be playing a defense and you say, man, when they're in base defense, we will be lucky to run it a yard. So we got to get this team into nickel defense. So this week we want to use more receivers. Now, do you change your offense? No. You build an offensive system that allows you to have multiplicity but still run the same concepts and speak the same language. So now you take that whole philosophy of this is a system, right, having multiplicity. We haven't had the chance to practice on the field and really see the guys in person. I've seen years of Jimmy Graham, right, on video. But, to see him, the 2020 version of Jimmy Graham, we've got to see him on tape. We've got young guys who've come in, and we've got mean, like you mentioned, I saw Tariq and some of these other guys at practice last spring. I've watched all their film, but to see them live and in person is just different. So once we do that, now you maybe start leaning towards this is the way we'd like to take the system, all things, being perfect. Then you add in 2020, the year of the pandemic. I have no idea. I mean, who knows if you're going to have to sit three wide receivers one week because they're all sick. I couldn't predict how this is going to go. So you better have depth and you better have multiplicity in your plan, I think. And this year will just maybe highlight that. So
multiplicity. It's the word of the day. Remember synergy? Back, and that used to be the
regression was the word after the season this year.
So I found that text that Carr sent me, and like I said, I think this should calm everybody down. Chris Emma wrote an article and said, while Nagy plans to continue as the Bears play caller, Bill Lazor's primary task on this team will be evaluating the offense each week and ensuring the scheme doesn't become predictable.
Exactly. Well, that's what he's saying there.
Right.
And that was the best.
Exactly. The best soundbite of the entire thing.
Of his session there. He mentions and kind of shows you a little personality that clearly he's leading you in the comedy of the tight end position that was in Chicago last year. Did you notice that part where he's like, what was he's laughing, the 2019 Chicago tight end room. He's laughing because the head coach and the GM and the whole offensive staff are laughing. That's the most important thing in the Nagy scheme, and they didn't have it. So now, also the big issue for Aldo and me on last call, I think every week, was what he's talking about. Multiplicity. Understanding not running to the short side of the field in situational football. Stupidity. So if he's coming here to be that checks and balance guy, to be the cerebral guy that's going to be in my ear, and I'm calling the plays, and I'm doing it like this, and this guy's going to help me understand the next chess move that needs to be made, then that's great because he's a good scout and a good tape film guy. He knows what we want to do. He understands my feelings, but he also understands the situations. If Matt Nagy has struggled, I mean, he's my number one issue with this team. I've never hidden that. As bad as the O-line is, Nagy was 1A cars to the O-line being 1B and then Mitch 1C. But that being said, if he's there and that's what his role is, Emma's quoting and then he's saying multiplicity, because in football speak, that's what I was saying before. Trickery. Going out, multiple formations, being able to run the same fucking play from wings to trips to two tight ends and hitting it. And you could have 17 plays in your whole offense from different formations. As long as you know your assignment and can go full speed and you have somebody in your ear that you trust that's going to help you, hey, we're getting the cover 2 look we want every time we go into trips. They cover to us every time. They're wrong. We got to take advantage of it. Oh, this is how we're going to attack that then. And that's how, if this is going to work and he trusts this guy, and Olin Kreutz said it, what the fuck is Ragone doing here? And Harry Hiestand is not. This is his guy. If he's going to trust him, then that's fine. Because Nagy, as we all know, is not giving up the play calls. So I'm happy with that last soundbite because that's the only time the guy has really made a lot of sense. I was hoping he would say, we're going to have a fullback in this offense. That would be great to know right now, but I digress.
They're being sneaky, Phil.
Pretty sneaky, sis.
Not going to give over the plans.
You always have to run the ball, Swank. I mean, I can't say this enough. If you don't fucking run the ball, you might as well go coach in the Arena League. Oh, my bad. Because that's the only place where running the ball in football isn't a necessity. It's the only place. In the Canadian Football League. It's the truth. You have to run the ball in order to set up everything you do. You get people on heels thinking offenses work. Everything starts to open up in the passing game. So it's the reality of the truth. And that's where I lie.
Where have I heard that before?
I think Aldo made a graphic of me saying that. I need a T-shirt. Acevedo.
Acevedo. All right, we're going to move to the next portion of the show. I know Greg.
Greg.
Pressure's on, dickhead.
You are listening to Bears Barroom Radio.
We gotta get Elvis on.
Elvis is in the chat tonight.
I've known that.
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit going on.
I've known Elvis 7 years, and he still doesn't remember my name.
Who's that, Greg or Shane? That's what he says.
Greg, give us an update on who our next Barfly will be. Who have you invited?
The first one ever.
Yes, exactly, on our videogram.
Well, you'd be happy to know I just asked I thought we were going to ask now. I didn't know I was supposed to.
Oh,
but I do know. Listen,
he's not prepared.
I'm ready.
Right. Laser will be available.
From the start that they had, like, we're going to watch and we're going to look at some people. Nobody even asked. And except one person. One person asked. Dan Kelly was the first early
I like Dan Kelly. He's
a great guy.
He's ready to rock and roll.
Right,
fucking give Dan Kelly then.
Dan can be first.
Greg.
Avon. I saw Avon once in.
Avon Walker. He likes to talk shit about me, so I gotta think about
he's number one. Adam.
I can control him. Bring him on so I can cut off Avon. All right, so start off. Now that we get the ball rolling, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that want to come on here on Bears 100 Proof.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to
start with Dan Kelly and Avon Walker. Do you guys want to flip a coin for who goes first? I don't want to look like
You said Dan was first, so go ahead with Dan.
First. Dan's first. He did ask first early in the chat.
You have
he said he wanted
you have the
to
shot clock ready, Greg?
So now I got to, hopefully Dan is still listening and still active in the chat because I need him to contact me on either Facebook or Twitter.
Dan, you have, in honor of Allen Robinson, you have 12 seconds to respond in the chat room.
Yes, you do. I might be friends with him on Twitter.
There he is.
There, look at him.
There he is. All right, Dan. You need to
Phil was right.
You need to contact me on Facebook or on Twitter, and then I will give you the information so you can hop on. Avon, you can do this as well.
Do it now so you'll be set.
Yeah, you're on deck.
You're on deck.
I'll start working on the rest of them. Swanky, I know you want to come on, but you have made an appearance on this show before. So
he has?
He has?
I thought
on
he
the
did.
audio, not in me. I don't think Swanky.
All right. Well, I know you guys want to have a lot of people, so
just have your headset.
But right now we got Dan and Avon. I'm going to work through, and then we'll pick some more.
There you go.
Man, this is going to be so much fun if we ever get it fucking organized.
Well, I thought we were encouraging them to leave reviews and
guys,
do things like that.
You want to come on, and you're preparing them.
What about What about a guy like Harp? He's in every fucking chat room, every show. Has he ever been on a show?
It's Harp.
Harp, you want to
set them all? Get a roster together.
The hidden faces are the ones I feel like aren't going to want to come on. Like Harp, do we know what he really looks like?
Ask him. Harp's going to.
Harp is a very handsome.
Or Bear Truth 9, my representation. I mean, who is this guy?
Jarrell Ramey, Jeremy Foyer.
Harp doesn't have earphones. It's 2020, Harp. What the hell's wrong with you?
Vito Faiello. How about Toby Hill? Jeffrey McLaughlin. Zach Bradley.
Toby Flenderson's in there.
How about Lady Bear? Every show?
Really. Let me just say that if nobody wants to come on, we're going to listen to more fucking Bill Lazor. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
Can't you put a Phil song on or something?
No.
Yeah, I could.
Oh, that's hurtful, Shane.
Yeah, well, you'll get over it.
See, just when he was.
Did he mute himself in the middle of talking?
Right in the middle.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were about to say
an all-star.
Did you get your? Did Dan Walker reply yet?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Jenny, say hi, Jenny. Come over here. Say hi. What do you mean no?
I saw her lifting weights on.
Jenny,
I saw you lifting weights on Snapchat the other
Get over
day.
here and say hi. I almost spilled on myself. Jesus.
The next
Tell her I
time.
saw
we
you.
All
do
right,
this-
Dan Kelly has confirmed. We are now Facebook friends.
There you
All right?
go.
All right. So you guys chat along. Let me do.
Now, anybody else wanting to go in, reach out to Greg
Is Barb in the chat room?
and Rusty Hartman, all of you guys that really want to chop it up. We're going to talk football.
Can we trust anybody named Rusty though? Let's be honest.
Oil Pan, remember Oil Pan Willie came on audio.
Yeah.
Now you can come on video.
Absolutely.
Don't be shy. Don't be nervous. No one's going to bite.
You
Look
remember
at
that time?
Steven Zimmerman just shows. You're like, we're bringing people on. Zimmerman, I'm here. What did I miss?
Shut up. What's up? There's no crying in video, Zimmerman.
Lance
I have
Bailey,
sent Dan-
Grant Sims. Where are
I have
these
sent
guys that
Dan-
wanted
Dan
to come
Kelly
on?
has the link, so he should be entering, the backstage here very soon.
Okay. So that's what's going to happen. Greg's going to send you. So reach out to Greg. You want to come on like Toby Hill and Avon. You reach out to Greg via Twitter or Facebook. He's going to set you up, give you the link. You're going to come on 100 Proof and talk Bears football with us. So just reach out, say you want to do it.
You have
Is
a
he in?
5-minute shot clock. Got to shoot your shot.
I hear noises.
I hear noises too.
That's Aldo's bat phone for the Grobstein and Schuster
My
show.
wife is like, "Did you throw out the garbage yet?"
That's Fat Mike. Hitting his Rolodex up. I don't know
What are you doing? What are you doing, Aldo?
There he
There
is.
he is.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Dan Kelly.
You don't have a theme song for him, Phil?
I'm not prepared. We should
Where's
have.
Joe Mandel when you need him? I'm going to give him the proper Bears bar room. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Dan Walker in the green T-shirt.
Dan
Not
Kelly.
a truck driver. Or Dan Kelly, not a truck driver. Live. Does that say Dublin? Live from Dublin.
Dan, talk to us. I want to make sure we can hear your audio. Yeah,
Nope.
Oh, we can't hear him.
I had a feeling that we were going to hear him. Is your phone or device, whatever you're on mute? He is checking, ladies and gentlemen.
All those filling airtime.
This is called filling airtime.
Filling airtime.
And let me see if I can do anything to assist him from this. I can, according to the service that we use, I can kick him from the studio. I can ban him from the studio. I can edit his name, but I can't help him with his audio.
No.
Dan, do you know sign language?
We get him on, and
Here's
look
the
what
great
happens.
thing is that you can hear us, right?
Yes.
Right.
So we've got a series of questions for you. All you have to do is nod yes or nod no, okay? Are you a Mitch Trubisky fan?
That's a no.
Mez a mez. In
That's
Italian.
a fuck him.
Kind of.
He can
All
play.
right, I got one for him. Dan, what show do you like better? Shy Fans in the Stands or 100 Proof?
100 proof. I can read lips.
That was pretty.
I can read lips too, and he said, "Shy fans of the state."
No, he did not. Do not lie.
John Epic Lepic is saying, "Are your headphones muted? Perhaps."
Do you have a
Yeah,
mute?
do you have a mic on your headphones? That might be the key here.
Ooh,
The intensity. I saw this movie, Aldo, Knives Out.
Oh, I saw it too just the other
Good
day.
movie.
I'm telling you, it's a
Free
great
on Amazon
movie.
Prime.
Free on Prime. Great movie. Don't hear our boy Dan Kelly yet.
No, but he's working on it. But I got to tell you that knives.
Some people in the chat suggested that maybe his headphones don't have, like, if he unplugged his headphones.
Welcome to what we said 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Thanks for cutting off Aldo.
Dan, is there a mic on your headphones?
Yeah.
There you are.
Oh,
Look at you, Dan.
See, I fixed it. You're welcome.
Okay.
Just stay there, Dan.
So Dan, I got a real important question for you now that we can hear you. What were you saying about 100 proof versus Shy fans?
I like Greg's show. It's not bad.
Well, it's not good either.
It's not 100.
I'm kidding, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, we try our best. We are definitely no 100 proof, but we're working towards it. So I appreciate the kind words, Dan.
And I listen to Pac Mike every now and again too.
Yeah, what do you think of that fat guy?
One thing I'd like to ask you guys about is, I know Robert Quinney's going to really do, help out with the pass rush, but is anyone worried? Because, I mean, I understand where you guys are coming where you guys are coming from with Leonard Floyd, and that you're not going to pay a guy, to stop the run and cover tight ends the kind of money you pay a defensive end. But do you think Robert Quinn, we're going to see any difference in the run defense with him versus Leonard Floyd?
Even if you see the Bears giving up a few more running yards, I think what you have to focus on more than anything, Dan, is that you're getting Akeem Hicks back.
Yep.
That's going to help the run game. I mean, you're going to have Eddie Goldman in there. Danny Trevathan's going to be healthy. Roquan Smith. And if you have a Robin to your Batman as a pass rusher, I have no problem giving up a couple more rush yards per game if you're bringing down the quarterback. And I mean, that's what you pay a premium for. The NFL is built on quarterbacks, pass rushers, and offensive line play. First and foremost. Phil, would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I was waiting for you to finish your point before I jumped in and just...
That's how it's done, Greg.
just said... Listen, the overhyped story of Twitter year last year was Leonard Floyd's ability to play the run. That is the biggest crock of shit I've ever seen or heard. He's an outside linebacker, edge rusher in a 3-4 scheme. His job is to get to the quarterback. His job is not to set the edge and be a great edge setter. Robert Quinn, right now, I said it last week, it was Mike Tyson versus Fat Mike. Well, that was Khalil Mack and Leonard Floyd. Well, we're not too shabby here in that department in regards to Quinn and Floyd. Quinn is a much better football player. He could set the edge. You're not going to see a drop-off there, even in scheme. You're talking about a football player transitioning into a different scheme. They're still going to be doing the same to what Aldo led off. Football doesn't change. Fundamentals are still the same. You're going to have to deliver and set the edge. If that you understand that the front is giving you a run look, I don't think your inside backers are there to clean up. Your nose guard is there to clean up. The fucking loss of a yard or whatever Leonard Floyd, I mean, he was manhandled by tight ends.
Right.
So I don't think Robert Quinn will allow that.
When you're talking about a pass rusher that's drafted in the top 10 and you're saying that he can set the edge and that he's a good run defender, that's about the only that's you grasping at straws saying that he's not doing what we fucking drafted him for.
Exactly.
That's like drafting a quarterback and saying he puts in all the effort. He's a really good guy.
Exactly. He can't throw the ball past 11 yards.
Teammates love him. You're looking for something to say positive about him, but
everybody loves Rick Meyer, Shane. Come on.
Yeah. It's a good question, though. I mean, I understand. I understand it, and it's you. What it comes down to is when you can Robert. What I would ask myself more than anything, Dan, can Robert Quinn win one-on-one? That's what he's going to get here. Yes, he's proved it for 10 years that he can. That's what he's really, really good at. You leave him one-on-one, somebody's gonna have a fucking problem.
Now we get
Dallas.
Now we get to ask you a question. This is how we're going to do it, Aldo. We're going to play question tennis. So every time a fan comes on, one of us asks them a question, then they ask us a question, and vice versa till the final. How many minutes do we have left with our boy Dan Kelly? Because Avon's in the inbox.
I gotta admit, I forgot to start the clock. Are we doing 5 minutes with each person?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So if you want to be in,
Dan's
this doesn't count towards
figuring
Dan.
out his mic.
This doesn't count on Dan's time right now. As I explain this to new listeners, I see them coming in, like Sensei J, Grant Sims, Oil Pan Willie, Acevedo, whatever. I can't even pronounce Vercingorix King. If you want to come in, you got to have a headset. Hopefully it works. And you are going to DM our buddy Greg Braggs your inbox, and he's going to send you a link. You don't need to download Zoom or anything like that.
Ask Dan his question. He's got 30 seconds.
Here's your question. How did you come to find Bears Bar Room, Dan?
Oh, just like a lot of people, Tape Never Lies. I started watching it last year, and it was awesome. It was a very therapeutic when you had to watch that damn offensive line all week.
It was therapeutic, or was it a pain in your side?
Well, at least getting a chance to break it down and see it in more detail, I thought was a little therapeutic.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here because I've seen you the last few weeks, Aldo. We've seen Dan Kelly jumping in there, making great points. And this is what we want to do here on 100 Proof as we move forward into this offseason, is bring you, the fan, and be a part of our shows and everything we do, including the Tape Never Lies, baby.
I do have one more question for him.
Okay,
Phil,
go ahead.
We're gonna go
another
overtime with Dan.
40 seconds on the clock.
Do you have any chatterbaiter skills, Dan?
Answer the fucking question, man. I
your
am
mother
chatterbaiter. Would you like Shane to talk about sexual innuendos towards your mother for the next 6 months?
Exactly.
I don't think Dan would stand for that stuff. You look at that Dublin shirt.
I'm not standing for it either. The fucking guy lives in Buffalo. Let his ass fly here, and I'll run his ass over with my fucking.
Where are you from, Dan? Where are you from, Dan? Last question.
I live in Wisconsin. I live about half hour, 45 minutes south of Lambeau.
Oh,
you ever see Fat Mike up there buying jerseys?
Drinking beers with Brett Favre?
Yeah, right.
Exactly. Drinking beers and snapping pictures with Favre, I'm sure.
And consider yourself lucky that you were the first, that you're wearing green, and you live in Wisconsin. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Dan, we love you.
Thanks, Dan.
That was fun. That's great stuff, Dan.
All right.
Always brings it in the chat.
Now I'm organized.
Are you setting them? You're setting them all up?
The ball is rolling now, and this will be the last guest that you know who it is beforehand.
Okay, that's awesome. Now you're doing your job.
You gotta give me I'm doing a lot of work here, Phil. You know, you're hyping and talking.
It's the damn pandemic.
I'm writing comments.
Just so busy with
I'm the bouncer in the chat. It's the fucking damn pandemic going on. There's a lot going on in the chatterbaiter room, okay? In this box here, I'm working. This box over here,
there he is.
So I've got everybody lined up. After this, after Avon, you are no longer going to know who is coming on, so you can guess who they are when they come on.
Well, here's a curveball for you, Greg, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's Zach Bradley on.
Look at this, Zach Bradley. We can't even see you, Zach.
Why are you on black, Zach? Zach, can you hear us?
I heard him for a second. I see no picture.
Not following the rules, Zach.
Oh,
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Zach, talk to him.
We hear him.
He's got
but we don't
shittier
see him.
internet than Greg Braggs does. Sorry, Zach.
Got that Bragg's internet package.
We don't see you.
We don't
Do you
see
have
you.
your camera on? Did you select?
No, his
camera?
camera's on. It froze. There he is. Okay.
No. Christ, we can never get out of these fucking fat mic. There we go.
There he is.
There he is. He's got the fresh cut.
Turn your camera off. Turn it back off.
Oh, that's messed up. That's so boy.
So, Zach, first question. Do you not know how to follow instructions? Because what did I put?
I messaged you.
I sent you the link and I said, don't come in just yet. What are you doing in here?
Oh, my bad.
No, he did it right. He's ready.
No, Avon was next.
Well, we're trying to find Avon.
That's okay. Avon's charging his phone, Zach, so you get a pass.
There you go. The 5 minutes.
Do you see your shot clock up there? Zach?
Yes.
I see.
So you get the first question. We always give it to the guests. Go ahead.
Man.
Good point.
You're
See you
not
later,
prepared.
Zach.
You got to be prepared, Zach.
Man,
this is called dropping
He's nervous.
the ball.
He's nervous. The play clock's counting down.
See?
The offensive coordinator.
Okay, so Phil, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
How do you see the 3 new tight ends affecting this this Bears offense this upcoming year?
Well, you got to add Demetrius Harris in there. I know we talked earlier about J.P. Holtz, and that was more as a fullback. I saw a lot of chatter in the chatterbaiter room in regards to J.P. Holtz. Demetrius Harris is that third tight end. No one's skipping over him. You heard Bill Lazor, Zach. He's almost no personality, but the one time he shows personality is when he was talking about last year's tight ends. Matt Nagy was hired on the plane. They're talking about Trey Burton as a free agent to be his U tight end and how important that is. You look at the Kansas City Chiefs, what they do under his mentor, Andy Reid. The fact that they picked this kid, Cole Kmet, in the second round, you are upgrading that position. I'm still working on the Jimmy Graham tape never lies. I think a lot of people are going to see things a little bit differently about Jimmy Graham than they're expecting because the narrative has been he's slow as molasses. He can't run. Well, the tape is showing me something different. So that's a little tease, Zach. But the upgrade in the personnel already, based on what you had last year, is immense. Yes, Zach is not a neo-Nazi. I know that for a fact because Zach was out there standing for Black Lives Matter, right, Zach? I saw you out there.
Yes, I was.
Proudly represent.
I was protesting. Hell yeah.
Now, Shane, he got his question. The clock is running. You have a question for Zach?
Do I have a question for Zach? Yeah, I'll go back to what we asked Dan. How did you first find out about Bears Bar Room, and how much does Greg Braggs drive you crazy?
So first off, Greg Braggs drives me up a damn wall every damn day.
See?
No, I'm just playing. But
luckily
I found the bar room through the tape. The tape never lies. After the Green Bay game, I was just, how the hell did we score 3 fucking points the whole game?
Game 1 last year.
My God.
I mean, it's just, I was a big listener to 670 to score, and they just said the same thing over and over again, kind of just blaming the quarterback. No kind of, and it was just, I felt like there was more to the story than just the quarterback. And so I just searched up on YouTube, Chicago Bears tape, and the tape never lies popped up. And then I was just hooked from there.
Oh, you weren't one of Mike North's 100,000 followers? I was concerned. That's how you found out.
All right, Zach. I'm gonna put you on the line here. All right, are you ready?
What's up?
You're on the firing. You're on the firing line. Who's taking the first snap from under center?
There
Week
you go.
1, Chicago versus
Mitch.
Detroit.
Money Mitch, he
because
says.
Mitch tears up Detroit, and so
All right,
I feel
let me-
like this is the. What up?
Let me rephrase it then.
Let him finish.
Who's
he was
taking?
on a
Well, I
flow.
know. I knew he was going to be.
Don't
a
be
Mitch guy.
bragging him.
Who's taking snap under center in week 16?
Probably Nick.
Nick?
Oh,
Big Dick Nick.
Huge.
because we
Nick,
won
yes.
the division and he's just playing with the scrubs, or he took
All right.
over.
So are you a Mitch
Because
guy?
he took over.
Is
Oh,
all
okay.
right.
Took over.
So you're not a Mitch guy.
I am a Mitchie guy. I really just, I don't know. I really
Don't
think
sound
that
like it
he
at all.
can be. I don't know. I just think that he can really be a star in this league with his talent, and so I want him to succeed. But I'm also a bit of a realist in that I don't have a lot of faith that he will.
All right. So were you nervous coming on tonight? Is it a little bit
Yep,
more
a
nervous
little
when you're on live and the shit's going?
Yeah,
Like-
especially because I kind of fucked up the first time.
All right, yeah, because we promise we won't bring that up at all, Zach.
Ever.
We'll just let that go. We'll never talk about it.
Well,
I
I thought you stepped up in the pocket and you
Did.
delivered. You came in with the
He's
truth.
the next Steve Stenstrom. Fucking great job, Zach.
I have
I
no
love
idea
you,
who that
Zach.
is.
Zach is one of the. Zach is
Google
one.
him. Google him.
Google Steve Stenstrom and you will be very disappointed.
Zach is one of those guys that found us last September, opening day, obviously, to his truth, and has been one of the ambassadors, if you will, of Bears Barroom. He even sent my son, Zach, I got to thank you, live, some NFL football cards that they now are all into collecting. So now daddy's got to spend money on this new hobby they have. But it was a very nice gesture on your part. So great job, Zach. Your first appearance on the live video.
Thank you.
Zach, you really are
Thank
a
you,
great guy, and thanks very much, not only for being on the show, but for protesting for Black Lives
Yep.
Matter. That's a very
Absolutely.
important, not just for us here, but for millions of others. So thank you very much, brother.
Of course, of course. You know, I was exposed to it at a very young age, and I developed that empathy, you know, from and for my family members. And so it's just something I can't be, you know, quiet about.
There you go. Keep
If a lot
spreading
more,
the word.
if a lot more people had more empathy, that the world would be a lot better place. That's for sure.
It's the
Big
one
facts.
trait I
Big
learned
facts.
at Hofstra University, Aldo. It's
Oh,
the
really?
It's the one trait that makes a human being human, is having the empathy.
There you go, brother. That is
you go.
very well said. Zach, thanks very much, and hopefully
Thanks,
we'll
Zach.
have you on the show again real soon. Take care, brother.
Thank you, Zach.
Sounds good.
Take care.
Bye-bye, guys.
Later.
I know. The next surprise. Look at this. Greg is working the phones. He looks like a young Adam Schefter, working the phone lines, getting his sources, getting
He's on the Taco Bell app. Can I get a
Lusting.
cheesy gordita?
Lusting.
texting Larison. Are we gonna get a
I'm
Larison?
37 days away from being able to have another cheesy gordita crunch.
There you go. That's your go-to, I guess.
It is.
Do we have anybody?
We're working really hard. Avon Walker's ready to go. I've sent him the link, and he's
Yep.
working on getting in the chat. Or into the backstage of our show. He's claiming that the link wouldn't work, so I told him to wait, until Zach hopped off to see if that maybe was causing it. So he's gonna get one more shot here because we have other guys ready to go lined up, and not saying that if he doesn't get it figured out, we won't bring him on, but time is of the essence.
That's
Shane's
right.
got
That's
to
very
deliver the
true.
mail tomorrow.
It's up. We
Here
got
we
another
go.
curveball here. Got another curveball here. Aldo's throwing us. Look at
Avon's a little more pasty than I thought.
You don't match your AVI here.
What's up?
We'll get Avon on soon, I'm sure, but the show must go on, as they say in Hollywood, and Quentin joins us. How you doing, Quentin?
I'm good. You guys?
Is this Quentin Botha?
Yeah.
Look at this guy, all the way from South Africa, correct?
Yeah, but living in China, so it's different here.
Isn't that
Holy
crazy? Do you feel
shit.
like a fucking pimp because your internet is so much better than Greg's in your fucking China?
Well, he also doesn't know how to follow the fucking rules with that great internet either.
Look at
Another
the
fucking
difference
guy
look at the
that
difference in
comes
the picture
in
quality.
when he's not told to fucking come in.
HD.
Indiana versus China. Look at this.
China definitely has an upgraded speed. HD quality.
Greg, that's my fault, man. I was so excited, misinterpreted the message,
I can tell. Everyone's really excited, and no one
Sorry.
is fucking listening to me. And Avon's listening to me, and he
have
can't
to-
get on. So who knows?
Well,
Sorry,
get-
Avon, man. I'll send you emoji or something. Sorry, man.
What are you doing in China?
I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher here.
Man, what do you teach?
Well, English. Most of the kids here want to learn English.
Can you help Aldo?
Nah, Aldo's English is advanced.
Advanced into the
Got a little slimmer of a problem with his.
Hold
with his
on, I
English.
was just trying to find that drop.
My mom has a comment on that, and she will speak right now. Right, Phil?
Oh,
I thought you had that.
I had this one.
I think there is a slimmer of hope.
Wait a minute, I got one even better. Hold on. I'm emotional right now.
Exactly. I'm emotional too because this guy, South Africa.
He's one of those guys that smiles, his whole face lights up. Look
Yeah,
at that
my
guy.
eyes, everything closed. I think I'm half Chinese.
Yeah, you're home. You're home.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
do you want us to ask you first? Because usually we have the guests ask us, but everyone's been so scared. Are you nervous here?
Well, I was nervous, but it's
subsided
pretty
now?
exciting. Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to ask us the first question?
Well, yeah, it's non-football related. What do you
Okay.
guys do for a living?
Oh, jeez. Now you're...
Well, you
Shane's
should-
the mailman.
Me, man. I work for the United States Postal Service. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
19 years in August. Been
Shit.
there. Yeah, it's been a long time. Yep.
I'm not allowed to say what I do for a living on the air, but I could say I work for the government. How about that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
How are you not allowed to fucking say it?
They said that's... Hey, I follow the rules.
Can
Shane.
I say it?
Almost everyone. No! You want to get me in trouble?
He fucking works at Dunkin' Donuts ordering iced coffee all day.
I do. I go in for the
So-
large with cream every time. I go...
Who the fuck orders a large iced coffee
So I
at
go,
Dunkin' Donuts? It's
Quentin,
like a
I always
5-gallon bucket.
always like this. I say, can I get a large hazelnut iced coffee, cream with 2 sweet and low?
Phil is the worst.
Every
That's
time.
so rude to
So
the people at Dunkin' Donuts.
Shane was on the fucking phone with me as I'm ordering. I get around the corner in the US, they always have like a garbage at the corner as you turn from a Dunkin' Donuts. So you could throw whatever else shit you got in your car in the garbage. So I always get there and I take my taste of this coffee. I'm stupid because I should be doing this right to the person making it. Let me taste this first. They're always putting this swirl in my coffee, which is like a sugar influx. And I asked Shane, I was like, holy fuck, this is the sugariest shit ever. So anyway, that's what I don't do. I don't work for Dunkin', but I do often frequent
You
there.
gotta hear this guy though. He orders and they'll be like, "Just a minute, sir," and he'll turn to me. He's like, "These motherfuckers at Dunkin' Donuts." The lady's still listening to him, so they fucked up his order the one day, Quentin. And he's
So
like,
he goes,
"These motherfuckers, they put that sugary shit in there." So like 35 minutes later, Phil
these countdowns out though.
drives to a completely different Dunkin' Donuts, gets
Oh,
up
yeah.
to the intercom and goes, "You fucked up my order. You fucked it up. This isn't what I ordered." She's like, pull ahead, sir. We'll make it right. He's like, yeah, you're going to fucking make it right. Goddamn right, you're going to make it right.
Shit, man. And
I did not say
that
So
stuff
rude.
gets worse when you get older. So
I
be
don't
careful.
say it. I am
Phil.
becoming my father as I get older.
Did-
Everything
did
he
you
said
not-
that I used to be
did-
like, why is this motherfucker telling me to
Did you not
turn out the
order
light
at-
all the time?
Did you not order at one Dunkin' Donuts?
No,
with
I
the wrong
did.
Order and
I go,
return it to a
Shane, I
different
found
one?
the miracle because I didn't want to go way back in the fucking line.
He
I
was
said,
going to try to keep it until the next day, add new ice, and then take the other one back.
I go, I found the glitch in the system if you really want it. I called it the Braggs rule. Because do you remember the Braggs story? Opening night? How Greg just fucking snuck into the stadium at Soldier because they fucked up his... Remember, Aldo? The technology with the tickets on all Samsung Galaxy phones.
Mm-hmm.
All of those phones were in one line. iPhone users are going right in, but Greg's arguing with the lady. She's like, I'm going to go get my supervisor. And Greg just snuck in. And he's like, I got the trick now. I can't get my ticket up on the phone.
Stay
I
with
wonder if
those
he used
Samsungs.
it. Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, we
Holy,
got-
no
Oh,
way.
he used up all of his time.
That was a lot of time.
I'm giving him an extra 5
Yeah.
minutes because
Quinn, I got a question for you. Do you believe in hanging pictures on your wall?
Well, this is the fact, right now, there's a story to
That's
this.
fucked up.
Right now, we've got online teaching, so the kids get distracted, so you need a white wall or anything that just has your face. Otherwise, they're everywhere, and sometimes you get 3-year-olds, and you have to try and keep them entertained.
Are you brainwashing them into being Bears fans?
No, they have no clue what team sports are, really.
Really?
I feel like most Chinese people do individual sport. So, because they all get taught to beat their friends. So I think team sports here aren't a big thing.
Beat them how? Like Greg with his what? I mean, I'm just joking. Let me ask you this. How in South Africa do you become a Bears fan? How does that happen?
Big story. I straight after high school, I went to America to go farm. 2 years of farming to get money to go to study back in South Africa. So I finished degree and then came to China to teach. So while I was in South Africa farming, I had to start getting into the whole culture of things, driving truck in the combine, and then just figured I'm in the Midwest. Why not follow a team? And figured Chicago.
That's amazing, man. Then you brought that back to South Africa.
Yeah.
Then we got your boy from South Africa who happened to come on this network, and you're fired up about it, right?
Yeah, he's a bit quiet though, but I think his actions are gonna speak louder on the field.
Those of you that don't know, Dieter was on our network here prior to the video. It's unfortunate because he would have been awesome.
Yeah.
And that's messed
Wow,
up.
Quentin,
Jesus.
congratulations. Did you see the running scroll?
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, yeah.
I thought. So how did you find Bears Barroom?
It's good. I started watching your videos, The Tape Never Lies, because I wanted to educate
There's a
myself.
theme here, Gregory.
There's
a theme, Greg. Are you picking them out because of that?
No, I'm not. And we're gonna find somebody, God damn it, that found this fucking network outside of Phil. But if we have to sit here all fucking night and find one goddamn person
emailing people
that just
all over
happened to scroll past something.
Just let him finish his story.
No, I hate it.
You're making Jim Larison upset with you again. Let Quentin talk.
So yeah, just watched Tape Never Lies because I wanted to know more about football and everything about the defenses. And obviously I started following when Mitch just came in. And I'm like Greg, I love the guy. I want him to succeed. But yeah, if he has to go, he has to go. I'm not going to follow him.
Sorry.
I'll stay with the Bears.
There you
go. You asked us a personal question. I got a personal question for you, Quentin. Are you over there solo? You have family over there with you?
I have my wife and 2 little French bulldogs.
Is your wife right next to you listening?
She is.
Is she shy? Put her on cam.
She's shy.
Come on over there, Mrs.
She just ran away.
Holy, what's her 40 time?
Yeah,
running away.
Look at her.
Come on, Mrs. Bofa.
She's shy. No, she's.
So how long have you
closed
been
the door.
married? How long have you been married?
It's only been a year now.
So
in June.
newlyweds here.
Yeah.
Nice. Your anniversary just passed then.
Yeah, the 17th.
How did you handle that in China?
Did
you take her out to a Chinese restaurant? What do you do?
Well, that's the thing. People have the perception of it's old Chinese, but it's pretty Western here. A lot of things going on.
Quentin, are you on a laptop right now? Just turn the camera real quick.
Shut the door.
She won't even know. Oh, she left?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on a webcam. This is the one I use for the.
It's very clear. We gotta whatever you're doing, send it to us so we can get Greg.
I took your advice on the Mitch Trubisky conference call and all that, so I don't want to be up here. Or...
All right.
Nice.
What's your favorite thing about Bears Bar Room?
Phil going off on the smallest things. That's the best.
Like the 14-year-old that he beat up at Dunkin' Donuts, you mean, for putting sugar in his coffee?
14-year-olds don't work at Dunkin' Donuts.
No, honestly,
maybe she was
just
17.
No, Phil's passion just going into like a small topic and him just raging. I don't know what he's has there to calm him down, but I love the raging on simple things.
All right,
gets me hyped.
So Quentin, you're
This
on
guy's
100.
an interesting man.
Yeah, you're on 100 proof. So that means you got to keep it 100. So we got to put some pressure on you.
Cool.
Look at Larison. He wants him. He wants him on the show. He wants to replace.
No.
What is your
Larison don't decide none. Fuck you, Larison.
What is your least favorite thing about Bears Bar Room?
Least favorite?
Shane throwing
Wow.
curves here.
Keep it 100.
Keep it
Let's
100.
Let's go with. There's not much, but not starting on time.
So Aldo Gandia.
You came here because of Phil.
I'm emotional right now.
I have a reason though.
Go
Just
ahead.
because it's morning time here. So when you guys start at 8, sometimes I have classes at 9. And the other day you had an hour show, which was supposed to finish at 9 right before my class, and it took 2 hours.
Oh yeah,
So
he's
it's like-
preaching to the choir, Quentin.
I love this guy. Seriously.
Do you know Chinese? Can you give us a?
Yeah, give us.
I love
You're listening
Bears
to 100 Proof
in Chinese.
Can you do it?
What should I say?
You are listening to Bears 100 Proof in Chinese.
Oh wow, that's a lot. I can say I love Bears.
There,
100
go ahead.
Proof.
Say that then. That's better.
Nobody will know the difference.
Say at the end of it.
It's all Chinese to me.
And say at the end of it. Say at the end
He's
of it,
not
Greg.
teaching Chinese. He's teaching them English. He's not teaching
No,
them
but he has to know the language there, Greg. Catch
Say
up.
at the end of it, Greg Braggs is a bitch.
No.
That should be easy in any language.
So yeah, it's just literally what I need. Bears 100 Proof. What I need means I love you.
Wow.
But yeah.
Say
So
it
the
fast. Say it with passion, like me.
Yeah.
Say it like I would say it. We
Shit,
need
I'm
this
gonna
as
get a drop.
Yes.
Okay.
Give him the countdown, Aldo. Put
Aldo,
pressure
give him
on
the countdown. Look at him.
He just adjusted the
getting
eyebrows.
ready up.
Now he's serious.
Yeah, perfect. This is perfect. Look right at the camera. Now, seriously, pretend you're somebody important. 3, 2,
Don't make
1. 3,
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Action.
What I need. Bears 100 Proof.
Yes.
That was good.
That was good.
Nice.
Even you agree that it was good.
I have to admit, though, that I'm a little disappointed. All right. Wait a minute. He's still here. Okay. Quentin, seriously, thank you very much for being on the show. I hope that you
Cool.
are
Thank
safe.
you, guys.
Everybody knows about COVID-19 and that it originated in China. So if you and
Yeah.
I mean, our president likes to let everybody know.
Take down those wet markets
Every day.
tomorrow, Quentin.
Yeah.
But seriously, hope you and your family are safe, and we hope to talk to you again real soon. Okay, brother?
Cool. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey, Quentin.
Quentin, great job there.
Good
Look
stuff.
at this guy stepping up in the pocket. Quentin. We didn't get Quentin Nelson. But
Uh-oh.
we got We saw.
Bring him back.
We got another one up in the pocket, Aldo. Look at you.
We lost him. He was on.
Oh my God.
Oh, Maron.
Oh, Maron. Me.
And we had like 2 different people in our green room, and I lost them both. So
Because here's the thing, people. Wait your damn turn. I'm going to give you your cue to come on. I'm trying to line people up, but we have to understand. No, they are all told to wait until I give them the cue
When there's
to hit the
30
link.
seconds left on the shot clock, then you send it.
No, because here's the thing, and everyone needs to understand this. Only 6 people are allowed in a session at a time. So if we have 5 with the 4 of us and we're talking to one person and somebody's backstage, another person cannot hop into the backstage. So you're creating
Our
your
chatterbaiter's a dum-dum.
He's
not.
He's telling you the truth.
I'm teaching the chat because everyone's like,
Figure it out. I gotta
rushing
go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Booger. Jerome Booger.
all right.
So do we have someone in the green room?
Jeff is says his device is not connected, so he's trying to get in.
Okay.
And so in the meantime, I will ask you, Draft Dr. Phil, a specific question.
Thank you. Yes.
Under Bill Lazor's new approach to the offense, what are you hoping the most that he will do to help correct the offense's problems in that we saw in 2009?
Well, there's two parts to this. I really hope that he practices what he preaches in really being on top of Coach Nagy in the department where he terms it multiplicity. And I term that just being very, very diverse in what you show and do in those formations. Showing a lot of formations is one thing. Showing a lot of plays out of a lot of formations is another thing. Just hopefully they get that diversity in the offense with Bill Lazor being on top of that, Aldo, on top of the coach. And then obviously the number one issue, the number one thing is running the football. Make it a priority. You want to find your identity? Your identity always starts with running the football. It's the impetus of being successful in football. If you get to that point where you have no problem going to the ground game in any situation, then you offensively, no matter what quarterback is in there, are going to be successful and people are going to eat a lot of words. That's the reality here. This guy coming in, checks and balance boy. I'll certainly have a nickname for Bill Lazor this year, but he has to be that voice in Coach Nagy's headset to get this team to what he's saying in multiplicity as well as running the football.
What do you think that he could potentially help Mitchell Trubisky with, and in fact, the entire new coaching staff, and in particular, DiFilippo? What are you hoping that they're going to focus on with Mitchell Trubisky?
I think with Mitch, you really have to get to the point where, I said it earlier, where Shane was talking about Nagy saying, all right, tired of motherfucker, whatever he said, fucking man up.
Man the fuck up.
Man the fuck up. I think that DiFilippo coming in here, going over the whole playbook, knowing it backwards and forwards with him, but have him understand what tough love is. If he can't get to the point where this competition has set you up for what it is, then he's never going to. There was a point last year, I remember on last call, I was like, this kid is never going to recover from this because the coach is out there totally destroying the kid by calling the plays. I think it was the Saints game with the 7 runs. That, me and you, Aldo, are like, in the history of this fucking franchise, that's never happened. Yet, let alone you as the offensive guru, as the head coach, owe it to this young man to do better than what you did. And he, Mitch, became the fall guy. So, DiFilippo coming in here, Nagy talks about calloused up. This kid better be fired up. And having a coach come in here, I hope they continue. Have Lazor preach to him about his footwork and mechanics. Have DiFilippo get in his ass about his footwork and his mechanics. Because at the end of the day, I think Mitch is the more talented quarterback. I think Mitch, if he grows out of this bubble that he's, dealing with, because there's many issues that just not on Mitch, to Greg's point, that I think DiFilippo and this guy working in unity. They're two different personalities. It's too bad we didn't get to see DiFilippo talk, because I think you would have seen what I like he would be my offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
like that. But
it was
that's why I think
that he had that role in Minnesota. He got that opportunity at Minnesota, and he was fired in the middle of the season because he was so pass oriented. And Mike Zimmer, the old-fashioned defensive coach who wants to control the ball on the offense, give his defense plenty of rest and so forth. So my hope is that DiFilippo, who I am genuinely impressed incredibly when he talks, that he's learned from that lesson and that he gets to that balance that we'd all like to see. Hey, by the way, I think we got somebody.
All right, the chatterbaiter's doing his job, Shane.
Finally.
Is he really?
My good buddy Jeff, GSH Jeff.
Oh,
he was going to be he was going to be a surprise guy, but his device can't connect. Unfortunately, he's a huge Purdue fan, so I decided to bring on another big Purdue fan.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
Can you hear me?
No, you guys got to guess. This is the new game. You got to guess.
How are we guessing people? I don't know.
Phil, you know these people like the back of your hand. You shout them all out at the end of every show.
I don't know who this.
I don't.
He looks like a
anybody
magician.
else,
he looks like a magician.
He looks
floating in the sky.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. At first, I thought it was Barlissimo when he was back up a little bit.
We can hear you, Jeff.
No, I'm sitting all back because I got a little girl in bed and I got a pregnant wife inside. So
look at you. And who is this?
You've been a busy man. Pregnant
yes, I am.
Girl inside.
I'm out back trying to be quiet. You know what I mean?
Well, thanks for being on. Let's start with you asking a question of our football experts, and then we will fire some questions at you, brother.
Right on, brother. I would say, Phil always rants about the offensive line. I think that is like the truth. The offensive line is what we need to fix to make this team win. What's your thought? I mean, that's the only thing.
I'll let Shane.
That's the whole thing.
I don't want to hog. I'll start going off on a rant here.
Oh, rant it.
Go ahead. That's what they want. Ran away, man.
I mean, it's evident. Your rhetorical question. Is this oil pan? Is this oil pan?
Don't let me. Real quick.
There you go. There you go. Real quick. Who is it? What's your first name? I don't even know who I'm talking to.
Jeff.
GHF's Jeff?
Yeah, Jeffrey. Jeff.
There you go, Jeff. All right, what's your stage handle in there in the chat? Because Greg did a shitty job.
I thought his phone couldn't work. I told him sorry, bud, and I thought we were moving, but here he is.
Well,
Greg, get fired. Look at him.
This is fucking hard. Okay? I'm like juggling. It's like a fucking juggling act.
Look at him rocking the swag, Greg. He's rocking the swag. GHF Jeff, right?
That was my handle on Twitter.
That's it.
Okay.
Now we know. Now we got two guys in here. Holy shit,
crazy.
two at once.
Hey, look at this guy.
See, we got.
Look at Greg.
So this is why I set this up. This is the producer in me.
The Purdue guy.
GSH Jeff is a longtime Purdue hater, and then my guy to the left here, over here, is a Purdue fan. So we got Purdue versus IU. I always joke that Jeff's a Purdue fan, but he actually hates Purdue.
One of you has your phone on the YouTube channel or Facebook, so you got to mute that.
Total shout out to Greg to
leave
bring
it to the Purdue
two
fan.
guys rooting for college teams that nobody gives a shit
I'm
about.
silent here.
Go ahead, guys.
Hey, Rusty, hold on. We'll get Jeff's question, and then we'll bring you right back on. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, he asked about the offensive line. So, Jeff, I mean, it's the biggest issue next to, I know Cars hates my 1Bs, but it is next to Nagy. You got to hope that their belief in Juan Castillo is the remedy to it. They brought in Fetty to be that right guard. Hopefully, you've seen the tape never lies on Fetty. And there's a lot of positives to like about it. But here's a guy with immense athleticism and a tenacity about him that I like. But he's moving inside at a position that he hasn't played since college, a few reps in college at A&M. So how is that going to transition? And the big thing is Castillo, these names, they took 2 rookies that they have now admitted that they were going to try to sign as undrafteds but didn't want to risk. So they picked both Arlington and the kid from Jackson State. I don't know why his name is off my head right here. But so those guys go into the pot in the mix of the competition. Obviously, Quentin was just done with Dieter Iceland. So the offensive line has been an issue. Hopefully this move is. But to Olin Kreutz's point, Harry Heastan, one of the most respected offensive line coach. I said it right to Olin. I saw an offensive line lost out there.
I think the problem is the talent, not the coaches.
There you go. Obviously, you know my feelings on Charles Leno and company. So I think there is light at the end of the tunnel with Whitehair and Daniels. I love Daniels coming out. To Olin's point, there's things he does that maybe this scheme doesn't appreciate as much as it should. Hopefully they get it to the point where they're coaching him technique-wise, where his athleticism is used more appropriately. Even so, I would move that kid to right guard right now.
Time clock's ticking down.
Yeah, it's ticking. So how did you find Barroom?
I found you. It was on YouTube about a couple years ago, like before you guys were obviously posted a lot of videos. You had like 1 or 2 like whole shows, and you just said go to Podbean. So I downloaded Podbean, started listening to you guys. And then I found out I could listen to it live on Mixler. And then after that, it was, hey, what's this Twitter thing? I got on there. Now it's all been downhill.
Let me ask you a question, Jeff, and I'm going to bring Greg in here. I want you to be totally honest. Don't worry about hurting any of our feelings, but do a countdown. Who of the 4 people you're watching on, the 4 co-hosts of 100 Proof, who is your least favorite? They will go off the screen, and then we'll work our way down to your most favorite.
Keep it 100.
Keep it 100.
That's what we do here.
So first of all,
don't let Greg threaten you.
Favorite person on 100 Proof?
That's tough, man. That's tough.
I know, but hey, you're not one other who would immediately say, "Fuck Aldo, Phil is my favorite."
Well, I kind of like you, Aldo.
Well, thank you.
One of my best friends is a Puerto Rican, so gotta keep it 100.
See, it's good for something, Aldo. You finally found out.
It sounded like there was a butt coming.
There's a butt. There is a butt. Unless he's talking about J-Lo.
All right. So who's next after me?
Aldo's my second. Aldo be my second.
Okay.
I gotta get
You're still in. Who's the first one out that you want out?
Man, it'd probably be you, Phil.
I'm going.
See you, Phil. It's kind of nice, right?
Look how happy Greg is.
Hey, I love you, Phil. But come on now. Then the second one, man, I'd probably go Shane.
Oh, that leaves it up to the 3 of us.
Braggs is my guy.
Hey,
what's up, Braggs? It's the Braggs and Jeff show now, right?
Get him out. Y'all out.
Hey,
Number 1. Fuck you, Larson.
You picked the guy that left IU?
And Jeff didn't find you guys from the tape never lies. I fucking love this guy, man.
Hey.
We're going to a Purdue IU
Hey,
game.
Braggs only lives like an hour away from me, so hey.
Has he invited you over to the house yet?
Motherfucker, it's a pandemic.
He did.
Oh, okay.
Hey, we were talking on Instagram the other day. He said he's got a little cookout going on here in about a month.
We're going to do something up for the season when they don't let us. When they don't let us in the games,
all of a sudden?
we're going to do something up.
We're going to do something up.
Hey, Jeff, do you know "vete pa'l carajo" means in Puerto Rican? It means get the fuck out of here.
Fuck you guys too. Hey, I'll see you later.
Take care, brother.
Jeff, thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Right on, bro. Thank you for having me on.
You got it.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, for sure.
You made a lot of enemies, though. I'm just letting you know.
Hey. There's only be one. There's only one Greg.
There's only one Greg.
Thank God.
All right. Let's bring in our next guy. And
there he is.
There he is.
We've seen him tonight. We still haven't heard him talk.
We haven't heard him talk yet.
He's got the great lighting.
There he is.
Nice. Very, very nice.
I was kind of worried. I was looking at that sign behind him. I thought it said Packers Avenue, but now it's I see the rest.
Boy, I thought you were a Fat Mike fan for a second.
How you doing, gentlemen?
What's up?
How you doing, Rusty?
Drinking some whiskey.
There you go.
Look at
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah.
Cheers, buddy. Cheers. I'm drinking some Zero Powerade.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. Can you hear us?
You might have to have him. Can you hear us?
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah,
I guess,
hear us.
am I answering the question first, or is
Yes, please.
All right.
He's got it written down.
I'm kind of no. I'm
all right.
thinking about it, but I'm kind of interested about the Tampa Bay Bears game on October 8th and the breakdown of what you guys think the Bears need to do to win this game.
If you're going to beat Tom Brady, you got to pressure Tom Brady. You got to knock him on his ass. That's first and foremost. I mean, I go back to when they were playing the Giants in the Super Bowl. You listen to any sideline interview or listen to any coach, you got to hit this guy. You don't have to sack him every time, but you have to keep him under pressure. You have to get in his head. The Bears have the pass rushers and they have the defense to do that. You can't sit back in zone coverage and just let him fucking pick you apart all day long. It's going to be a long, long day for Chicago if that's what they do. You have to go after this guy every single down and knock him down. And if you're not going to be able to knock him down, you have to hit him and let him know that you're there. Down every single down. Phil, I don't know if you agree or disagree.
I'm absolutely
that's what you do.
100% with Shane here. You're looking at a guy that's the greatest all time. You got to attack the best. You can't sit back. You got to get in them and do something that they don't like, and that's what Shane is talking about. And that's really the way you beat, the best. You get them out of their game and you get them frustrated. So that's really, I can't even add any more because that's exactly. Obviously, I will say, just to be a little bit different, you got to go down there and run the fucking football on these guys and really get that defense some confidence because let's just be honest, this Bears defense on paper is Super Bowl caliber. So you're going up against the best. You paid all this money for Quinn and Mack. You're going to have to hit them, and you got one of the best inside football players, most dominant, coming back in our boy Akeem Hicks, friend of the show. So that's how you do it. That's really going to be the way.
Rusty, let me add that when Matt Nagy met the media 3 weeks ago, I think it was, he talked about the team needs to be more physical in 2020 and that was going to be a high priority. So this is what the guys are talking about. They have got to meet the Green Bay Packers and punch them in the fucking face until they see blood. And then when they see blood, they lick it and suck it and spit it back out on their face. I mean, I am serious. This team needs to have that killer mentality. It is incredibly important. This cannot be a finesse team. That is not Chicago Bears football. And that is not conducive with the roster that they have. These guys have a killer instinct, and they need a coach to bring that killer instinct out and go after these fuckers on the other side of the line of scrimmage, whether it's the Packers, Lions, Vikings, or whoever the hell they're facing. They got to fucking go out there and punch them in the face. That is my mentality on this upcoming season. It is about being fucking physical.
He's saying he can't hear me. You can't hear me?
No.
Can you hear me, Shane?
I hear you.
Oh,
you can't hear Phil?
I'll jump out of
You're going to have to send me that software you're using. That sounds fucking blissful. Can't hear Phil Toshin. So
that happens with StreamYard. Occasionally, it has some hiccups on it. So Phil is gone back off. He'll come back on, and I'm hopeful that it'll be fixed. Go ahead, Shane.
How did you? Well, we'll stay on topic here. How did you find out about Bears Barroom?
100 proof.
Nice.
Again, so I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Jeff. Which one of us is your least favorite? And
I like this game.
Remember that I am in the controls here.
Don't forget that Greg used to be an Indiana fan. So
yeah, he traded.
Yeah.
Listen
That's
here.
a hard question.
Don't be trying to fucking convince the fucking guy. All right, let him make his decision. I'm not pushing him anyway. I just have these fingers.
Greg has a hard job, so I'm gonna say he has to stay. So Shane, you have to be the first one to go.
Oh, that's
I love
messed
this game.
up.
I love this.
Of course
game.
you did, because you have.
I'm
You're
winning.
holding
I'm winning
up
right now.
a bias. How does he going to turn down?
Cali Bears in the chat thinks I just keep putting on my friends. I promise, I don't know these people.
Yeah, I don't know you. I just friended you about 10 minutes ago on Facebook.
That's right.
Well, that was the biggest
so
mistake
the
we
next
made
one,
in
I'm
our life,
sorry, Greg. So you have to go next.
Forget you, Rusty.
Oops.
Can you?
I almost made it.
Could Rusty hear me now?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Oh, perfect.
Eldo, without your technical expertise, the show probably couldn't happen. So you have to stay. And sorry, Phil.
It's all right.
Do some great content. I love you. Have a good one.
All right. So here's what we're going to do, Rusty. I am going to take the clock back to 9 minutes, and then you and I are going to just talk for the next 9 minutes because you told me first. Rusty, tell me a little bit about what you do for a living.
I'm an engineer.
Engineer. So that could be many things. You could build bridges, or you can clean washrooms, or what do you do?
Aerospace.
Whoa. Guys, I got to bring these guys back in. We got an aerospace engineer listening to our show.
And Purdue is known for it.
And he picked me as his favorite. So that's that is awesome.
Have the ball at the 4-yard line.
Hey,
and you've
Rusty,
got an opportunity there to punch that fucking ball in.
right. Rusty, what's your biggest concern about the Chicago Bears in 2020? And then I will let Phil and Shane address that.
My biggest concern is if Trubisky could really learn that playbook. I mean, really understand it, and knows where people's at. I mean, getting under pressure and still be able to execute. The second side of that is also Matt Nagy listens to his coordinators, but when he gets under pressure, will he still listen to them? That's my biggest concerns.
He kicked me off first, Phil. You might as well go. He doesn't like me.
It's a good concern to have. I mean, obviously the head coach agrees with you because he made it a point to say he better know this playbook better than I do, right, at the combine. So I'm with you there. If he doesn't know it, if he's not coaching everybody up, and then he's not doing the work. I mean, I can't say it enough. Playbooks are hard. If you have a lot of freaking plays and a lot of formation, a lot of vocabulary in these play calls, it becomes very difficult, especially for the quarterback. And that's unfortunately some of the dilemma that you've seen here with Mitch Trubisky. How does he shoot it out? We've talked about it a bunch of times with Aldo talking about John Gruden and Trubisky and that meeting where he didn't know what a hard count was. So this kid is learning on the job with the coach, learning on the job, and now the pressure is on for the coach and the kid. Obviously the kid more because he's been crucified everywhere, from veteran players and alumni all the way on national stage. So it's up to Mitch Trubisky to get this point. There's 100% agree with you. Yeah, that's the big concern. But again, this goes back to coaching. Is he instructing? What's the job of a coach? You're an aerospace engineer. You know your job. But if you were to teach us how to be aerospace engineers, I'm sure it would take a while for us to understand. You got to be a great teacher. So that's what we got to see with Mitch Trubisky here coming up. Shane.
I can't put it any better. No, I mean, at this point, I feel like we've repeated the same thing over and over and over again. I mean, it's a good question, Phil, but you answered it perfectly.
That's it. I mean, and how did you find Bears Barroom? Did we ask him that?
He said 100 proof. Yeah.
Oh, 100 proof. Sorry.
Yep, 100 proof.
All right.
But right after that, I started tuning into your podcast. By the way, Phil, you can't break down film any better than that.
Nice.
Oh,
We'll hold his feet to the fire again, like we are. Aldo did it, and now I'll do it. What's your least favorite thing about Bears Barroom?
My tape breakdown.
Yeah, dead silence. My bad. I really don't have any negative feedback. I mean, to be honest, it's a really good show. I enjoy listening to you guys. I know we're dealing through some crazy times in this 2020 year, and we just got to stay focused and really don't have many negative feedbacks.
Rusty, I've always wanted to know this about engineers. Do they get the girls? Do they get the chicks, the hot ones?
According to Costanza,
you should watch a YouTube video. It's that Purdue song. You can watch. It's Macklemore, Purdue. Just Google that.
Okay, I will do that.
Let me ask him this real quick. Are there aliens out there? What's going on? Give us a little bit.
I think you know.
I don't have any. I
don't think you know what Rusty does.
I don't have
aerospace. He's working on technology to get spaceships. Correct?
I mean, we have such a vast universe. I mean, we'd be kind of weird to think there's no other life form out there.
Thank you.
Whether it be the microbes or it might be something more
We
advanced.
found Fat Mike. There's got to be something fucking. Gotta be something out there. Are you a big Roosevelt Colvin fan?
Not really.
No, really.
Remember
Former
Rosie
Purdue
Colvin?
guy? I used to love Rosie.
Drew Brees.
Mike Allstott.
Mike Allstott, former Purdue.
I mean, and we got some other bad ones too, but let's not mention those names either.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, man, for your time here.
Yeah,
appreciate you having me on the show. Thank you.
Yeah, Rusty, you got 13 seconds left. Do you want to do a shout out to anybody real quick?
Shout out to you guys. I mean, definitely I love the show and listen all the time. I mean, I really appreciate you having me on.
All right.
Thanks, Rusty.
Thank you so much, Rusty. Appreciate you.
Guy dunked on me immediately. Fuck out of here, Marcel.
Now, Aldo, you have to tell me, is everyone behaving that I have lined up? No one should be in backstage right now. I've given no one permission to be backstage.
I agree.
I know Ed Loy is right. I'm sending out. He's like, oh, maybe you shouldn't have sent the link to everybody. Ed Loy is always so smart. So,
You're
I get it.
shots at Ed.
Ed Loy is always up my ass on in the chat. So I don't care. I don't feel. Ed wants to come on. I'll talk over him the whole time. Give me 5 minutes to talk over Ed Loy.
All right.
So this will be our final attempt to bring on one Avon Walker. We have tried several times, and he says he is ready. And I told him to wait because I didn't want anybody getting bumped or anything happening. So I'm really rooting for Avon.
I am too, man. I really want to talk to this guy, but if he doesn't get on, then that will be another opportunity for us to find a new chatterbaiter.
That's right.
Can you just ask him, is he in the chat?
I think
I was telling people to wait to hit the link because I didn't want people getting bumped out of the show when they were on. I don't even know, this thing's finicky.
Can we have Rusty build a rocket so we can shoot Brags to the fucking moon?
I don't think Phil knows what Rusty does.
What do you think? He's riding the damn spaceship out in space? He's an engineer.
Technology.
It's not an astronaut.
Aerospace. I didn't say astronaut. I'm saying he's aerospace technology. How the fuck? I was talking to Shane about. I don't know if I can even share Shane's story about space.
I don't even remember what it was.
Area 51. That should give you. I don't even know.
I
don't
have
wanna
relatives.
Step on toes. I don't want to step on toes, but it would be nice if you shared that story.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know where
Phil.
Who's here? Who's here?
Here we go.
There he is.
Avon, I want to make sure your audio's working. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, Avon. Avon has that freaking Cabbage Patch smile that brightens the whole room. It's like the perfect smile, bro. Look at you.
Yo, I made it.
You made it.
Is it the smile or the big ass floodlight behind his head? It's brightening the whole room.
That's the angel. This guy's at work jumping on. That's what it is. I know what's going on here.
Nice.
Look at him. He's like a supermodel for the bar. All we need is some swag on you. We could get some sales. Where did Aldo go?
He had to go.
He's using the bathroom.
Bathroom break.
Okay, bathroom break. So Avon,
Yes,
you're
sir.
going to start us off with your question for us. Always guess first, so go ahead.
I'm worried about the depth of the Chicago Bears. If everybody get hurt, can we still be able to, plug them in and get them done?
That's what it's all about with the NFL, man. You gotta have backups and backups to backups. I mean, you're a Chicago Bears fan. That's exactly what we are. There's injuries every single year, and it's I can't complain too much. I'm not a big Nick Foles fan. But if Mitch comes out and is the starter, I don't feel so bad. It's not, the days of it being Shane Matthews, or we brought up Steve Stenstrom, or, guys like that backing up. And, you have David Montgomery. You can bring Tariq Cohen in if he gets it figured out. They're building some depth on the, with the wide receiver core with some young, interesting prospects there. Defense, the one thing, where we did have all the depth last year at middle linebacker, with Danny Trevathan and Roquan, but you see Nick is gone. Kevin Pierre-Louis is gone. I think that's a very underrated loss there. Yep. You got our friend of the bar room, Josh Woods. It's time for these guys to step up. And when I say it's time to stop talking, I'm not taking a shot at them, but it's time to see it on the field. Iggy is a guy that they invested in a 4th-round draft pick in. I was on my way home from Outer Banks that day of the draft, and I pride myself on knowing everything. They drafted him, and I said to Phil, I'm like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I don't know who he is. I was just being honest. And it's time for Iggy to step up and make an impact on this team as a number 3 inside linebacker and a guy that can dominate on special teams. But depth is key. That's how you win championships. Very, very rarely do teams get to the Super Bowl and they're not nicked up or they have key figures out. It's next guy up mentality. It's exactly what it's about. You have to have that next guy up. And it's going to be interesting. I think that this Bears team does have some quality, untapped depth that hasn't had their chance yet. But if they do get their shot, a guy like Iggy, a guy like Josh Woods, a guy like Deion Bush, a guy like Ryan Null, who knows? You got to see what happens. And it's going to be interesting. It's a great question.
Yeah, you always have to have depth. Obviously, Shane broke it all down, but there's areas with which, even with the COVID, we haven't even gotten to be able to talk about it, is the expansion of the practice squad as well as roster limits. There's talk because of COVID virus our team's going to be able to carry more football players active on game day, as well as now they're going to extend the practice squad. So these players are prepared and know the Matt Nagy menu, so to speak, of plays and what have you. So you never know who you're going to find, what gem in there. We've seen it 100 times with this football team when it comes to allowing some of these younger players to show themselves. It hasn't really worked itself out. It's always usually been business first in regards to where they were picked, how much they're getting paid, those guys play. So where depth is a concern, it also is something you need to be excited about. So that said, how did you find Bears Barroom, Avon? I see you every week in the chat, bringing the heat and shouting us out and being an ambassador of us. How did you find us?
The funny thing is, I caught you guys on YouTube, and I clicked one of you guys, shows, and you were singing and rapping, and that's what got me, because you guys had the comedy, had the fun, and that was got me into it. Because I get it, you guys give us the information that we needed, and you also do it in a fun way. You know what I mean? So that's how I got you guys. Phil, it was your music that got me.
Look at that, Shane. Look at
Come
that,
on.
Shane.
Come on, Avon.
Guy came into the Bears Barroom for the music.
Not all the songs are his though, but some of them are good.
Thank you.
Look at how his face lights up.
Look at him light
Phil
up.
gives me all this shit when I win the rankings game, but then
What ranking?
When we're asking them
I'm
to
just
rank and
happy
then I
that
win.
his face lights up. My wife wants to know, where are you right now? Are you at work?
New Jersey. Yes,
You're up in Jersey. Look at you. Jersey boy. What high school? Did you play football in high school?
Nah, I ain't playing no football in high school now.
So what high school did you go to?
High school South. That's kind of like Central Jersey.
Oh, okay. Because Jersey's a big football state.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Alonzo Spellman.
Avon, you're one of the top shit talkers in the chat. I wasn't expecting you. You do. You're always busting
Greg's
my ass in the
calling you
chat.
He's calling you out.
Unless I'm mistaken here, I'm pretty sure one Avon Walker's always busting my ass in the chat. You're coming on here so nice. I wasn't expecting this.
This guy.
It's always nice to put a face to the names. I got a lot of people that, get on my list.
Some of our best fans are from Jersey. I think of our boy Miguel Rodriguez, Will Hill. Will Hill jumped in. I got to meet up with all. I've invited Will and Miguel to the house to hang out with the Atoshans and watch if there's games. I was like, you guys could sleep in the basement. I haven't talked to my wife about it yet. But come up and watch the game, and then we'll go live on Last Call, even in the preseason. We got to have a preseason warm-up. But I love Jersey. I love your smile, man, your enthusiasm for what we do, and you just made my night. I thought Quentin Botho was going to be tough to beat tonight, but there you are coming in with the music response, and that just livens my day there.
All right. Avon, are you ready for the tough questions? Now we're going to hold your feet to the fire. Aldo, fire away with your question that you've been asking everybody.
Oh, he's bringing this. Oh, he's on mute.
I am not on mute. I have the volume all the way down.
Same thing, just the
Yes,
brags.
it is. Avon, this is a very serious question. We take this very seriously here because we love to measure the sizes of our cocks.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But let's keep this out of the sexual realm. And just let us know which is the least favorite person that you see on the screen other than yourself, because we know that when you look in the mirror every day, you say, that is one handsome looking motherfucker right there. Avon is. Now, is it Shane? Is it Phil? Is it Greg? Or is it me that you think of the least important person here at the bar room?
Oh man, that's tough.
Welcome to 100 Proof. Welcome to 100 Proof.
Aldo's not playing around.
I like you guys all different ways because Greg, I like them because he gave us the opportunity to go to training camp with all his videos. I remember that. I love that.
How'd that work out for him?
Hey, at least I got you one good year in before they fucking put it away.
That's true.
I'm writing a song about that right now, Greg.
You never fucking saw it before, so cut me some fucking slack here.
Hey, Von, before you finish your response, let me remind you that I also posted a lot of really good video at Bears Barroom Twitter.
Yeah, this motherfucker was copying me, eh?
Yes, I was. So honestly, I was.
I think they made that rule because of you, Greg. So you got to go.
They definitely did. It's one of my biggest regrets was not taking that sign last day of camp.
Yeah, really. I got a picture of it, by the way, so in case you need it.
You're still not off the hook.
Yeah, you're still not off the
Avon.
hook. So say goodbye to Shane. Go ahead, Avon.
the aerospace guy, I was trying to get him to crack his mind. I was like, fuck it, Shane gone. Bye.
It's because you're so mean to me. You're so mean to me. People don't like it. The chat room is my people. So these guys stick up for me. This is what I like. You know, I'm seeing it.
He's trying to build. He's trying to build a rebellion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jeff McLaughlin in the chat room wants you out right away. So Avon, go ahead. Give us your call. Who was the first person on your elimination here?
I gotta go with the newbie, Greg. You know what I mean? Take this one out. Man, you're my guy.
Fuck out of here.
Yes. Keeping it 100.
You got an open spot for Barb here now. See you, Greg.
Let me tell you something, Avon.
Oh my God.
That was not only an intelligent choice, it was a very smart choice.
This guy's playing chess. He's playing chess.
All right, Avon. This is when it really, really gets difficult because Shane, as a way of getting back at people
right.
against them.
Just think of how much he hates my music and just kick his ass out right now.
Oh my God. You know, I got Quentin, do you want a Bears Barroom CD?
Oh, he's trying to get he's trying to bribe it. Briber.
Look at this. Look at this.
Christmas CD.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
Phil sent me one every year for Christmas.
Secretly love my music.
Oh no, that's the CD of my gallbladder.
Oh. Everybody wants to see that.
Yeah, see, there you go. See?
Oh my God.
Wait, let me strategically place my
thought
finger.
Sandlin.
Let me strategically place my finger
there
here.
You go. That's
this.
how you do it.
The wrong finger. Anyway,
Avon, do you want? I'll send you. You want a Christmas CD from Bears Barroom of Phil's music? I can send it out.
Music. How many is on that CD? How many? How many is on that?
22 tracks.
22.
22 for my football jersey. Let me.
You'll be the whitest black guy in New Jersey if you listen to this, so everybody else can hear it at work. I tell you.
There was no rap on the album.
That's right. It's all Christmas songs.
It's all Christmas songs. Don't let Shane twerk your brain.
All right, Avon. The pressure is on.
Oh man. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, this is tough. Although I can see Shane, you tweet. Tough decision. Although you next.
Oh,
see, I knew
knocking
I
out
liked
the Puerto Ricans.
Let me just put it this way: Puerto Rican lives matter, brother.
He's bounced. He bounced. Bounce house. So it's a layup at this point.
Is it weird that Aldo and Braggs are jerking each other off in the green room right now?
We do have a green room, as you can attest.
That's right.
No sex in the champagne room.
Look at these, Phil.
What?
We gotta do giveaways.
Did you like the new swag song? Did you hear the new swag song? Did you like the bars on there?
Yeah, I like your bars. You know what I mean?
There you go.
85% of your songs are good. There's a couple that I'm like,
Listen, I'm batting 85.
Yeah.
Out of 100. That's not bad. He raised your time. The crowd is loving you.
Time, you know.
Look at you.
I think I'm out of time.
I always see Avon. Do you have a bald head, Avon? Because your AVI has a bald head.
Yeah, I got a bald
So
head.
your
Now-
whole, that's crazy because like when I see people's, in the chat, their AVIs, is that what you call it, Shane? AVIs pop up.
AV, yeah,
AV,
right?
whatever the frig it's called.
Avatar.
There you go. They pop up. So when I meet a person, they're like, I know you. You're Draft Dr. Phil. I'm this person. And I only see them from this. So now with you, now I got your whole vibe is different than your avatar. Who calls it AVI? Look at Greg talking shit from the fucking green room. Keep him in the green room. Thank you.
Grant Sims in the chat room. Grant,
It's the Navy.
Grant, DM me your address. I'll get you a CD.
All right. Give a couple of those CDs away.
I want to give them all away.
So
now.
who's it going to be? Me or Shane? Is it? Are you staying with your boy?
Oh, I know. I'm taking the L. I don't rap.
All right.
I
There
can
you go.
rap though. You don't know what you're missing.
If I
Hey, man.
beatbox, could you spit some bars?
No, we know the rules. When am I gonna unveil my fucking rap game? What is the
Dan
rule?
Aguirre.
I'm gonna rap with Dan
With
Aguirre.
Dan Aguirre,
Oh, okay.
the voice
Dan-
of barroom.
Dan don't want none of that.
Dan
I'm
has been
fucking-
backpedaling like Donnell Wolford
Yeah.
at the 40-yard line, trying to get out of this. But I'm gonna write Dan. You're at work now, right?
Yeah. Yep.
You are a dedicated barfly.
That's why I like you guys' show, because the 5 hours that you guys go over, I can listen to the whole entire.
Not
thing.
tonight,
Just get
Avon.
you-
Not
it
tonight.
gets you through. It gets you through. Well, how about this? Since you're gonna pick me, is there a song you want me to do or parody specifically? And I will do that song for you. Is there any song?
Let's see.
And if you don't have it now, you could DM me.
I got two, but the one that I'm
Okay.
thinking of is Tariq always running out of bounds. Because when I see the video that you do, he does. I'm like,
oh my god,
he goes right out there. So I need
He
to
owned up to it the other day
So
on Twitter.
this
He
is how we're
vowed
gonna
to
do
not
it.
do it anymore. He
This
vowed
is-
not to do it anymore.
And Draft Dr. Phil, myself, have called him out for years on it, and I will, Avon. Whatever you say, I'm gonna do that song and talk about Tariq.
Right.
He was, he was Dan, and that's your assignment now, to give me the track, and I will write the song, and it'll be this summer. It'll be released, and we'll have you back on, and you could judge if I was good enough.
Be as mean of a diss track as the
You
Leno
don't
song.
have any say in it.
Yeah.
No, this needs to be
You
a
don't have any
motivating
say.
song. Yeah, I'm saying it.
No,
This needs to be-
Avon is the
I
sayer.
think Phil should do a diss track on Joe's dentist. We'll put that out.
Well,
All right,
Avon.
so just to be sure, Shane is out, right? Bye.
There
I'm
you go.
out.
And
Greg was out first,
See,
which was the smart move.
You're a friend in my head. You're a friend in my head. That's why I picked you. Because I can relate.
I appreciate that, man. And I appreciate you being a loyal truther to what we do here at Bears Barroom. I can't thank you enough for what you do in the chat room. And tonight you were just tremendous, joining us for the first time. Bringing it at work.
Yeah.
Yeah, Avon, I got your CD here. It says "Go fuck yourself" on the back.
That's the new Shane March song. Avon, thanks very much, and tell your boss to go fuck himself too.
Thanks, man. That was fun.
Good night, guys.
Thank
Later
you,
on.
Avon. That was great.
All right, man.
We're bringing on all of these barroom personalities, these fans of the bar room all over the world. I can't wait to what Avon tells me the track. East West Shrine, I call them all the time. So we'll see what we do. But I will do it, Aldo.
I know you will.
I'm a man of my word. There it is. That's the swag.
Oh, I'm a huge Barfly.
There's Dan.
Alex Acevedo.
There he is.
I'm not like anyone else, and in my shoes you couldn't be in. Get yourself a hat, a hoodie, or a smartest man tee in. 100 proof for last, for the tape never lies. You're proud to rep your shit, honor to be a ball fly. You listen to the shows, you laugh, you get your knowledge. Football breakdowns like a master class in college. You support the Godfather, Mr. Aldo Gandia, produced in so many shows from New York to Italy or Britannia. In a pool, Costanza, the smartest man, though that belongs to my manner. Shame, jump like House of Pain. Don't miss a minute, 100 proof, or else you'll go insane. Your brain never lies to explain. Defend your football takes so the haters ascertain. You know what you know, so you just want to show your love. It took the swag and that's the way to get the shit.
The swag, man.
Sticker, what you gonna pick? Is it typins in the shirt or 100 proof deliver? Shirts, hats, hoodies, hearing on the demand. Swag man working overtime for the fans. All of the lands, everyone's covered. The COVID virus, just wear the ballroom colors. Fat Mike, Bellissimo, the tailgate Bobby Bombs. Hoodies, hats, draft out caps. Get your swag on. Get your swag on. Get your
Swag, man.
Get that swag. Get your swag on. Get your swag on. Swag. Get the swag.
Oh, I'm a huge Barfly.
Look at that.
Oh, I'm a huge Barfly.
Barflies worldwide. Get that swag on. And support your boys in the bar. Cause I know you got that passion.
I need swag. You need swag. Hell, we all need Bears barroom swag.
Look at that, Aldo.
And look at who has just joined us.
Wow. Look at this.
Yeah, look at him.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing great, man.
We're doing great.
Who the fuck are you?
It's Mitch Trubisky with a real beard. He's all
Yeah,
seriously.
Mitch grew up.
Mitch.
Of course I know who you
throw
are.
off all the haters, right?
There you go. You are John Epic Lepic, right?
Woo! Yeah, just call me John or Lep.
Look at that. John jumping in on with us. Man. He was not in the pool. You didn't get any swag yet, John.
I didn't get any swag yet. I'm relatively new to your guys' whole brand and everything you got going on, but I'm loving it. I just discovered you guys recently, so give me some time. I'm sinking in.
You're ruining one of my questions for you, but might as well kick it off. So how did you find us then?
Do you want me to give you the answer that's going to piss off Greg? Or
Yes, absolutely. That's the only one we will accept.
So let me say, John, I found it one day when I was watching The Tape Never Lies on YouTube. It was so fascinating, Phil. You're so smart about everything in football and all things related to running the rock.
No wonder why Larison hates you.
Yeah.
I swear to, he's a guest in the house, and you're making fun of him without him even speaking yet. It could have been like Avon. He liked the fucking song. How great was Avon?
No, it's so funny he actually said that because that's exactly how I found you guys.
See? Or him? Are you talking Greg or Avon? I'm confused. I'm keeping it 100. Are you talking Greg or Avon?
Greg.
Okay.
Greg.
So you found The Tape Never Lies, and that brought you to what is this crazy show called Bears 100 Proof?
Absolutely. I gotta have more Bears stuff out in the media. There's not enough. For as big as a market we are, they're not covered enough.
So you like what you're getting here in the bar room. You're new. So how new are you to this network?
I've been subscribing, trying to keep up to you guys' weekly live casts like this for the past few weeks, but pretty much just been a YouTube file, checked out everything you guys have on, Tape Never Lies and 100 Proof if it wasn't too long. Like this one, I might not watch the full 3 hours or so that you guys put on there, but skip through and watch the clips. Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's how you do it here on 100 Proof. Do you have a question for Shane or Aldo?
I got a question. I didn't know if you guys were doing questions about your guys' cast and media streams that you guys do, or the Bears. So I kind of got two, if that's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Fire away.
So, one, I would like to hear from each of you guys or whoever started this, how you guys met and how you started this whole brand and the channels that you guys got going. But for the Bears also, what do you see next season having to be revamped on the team, depending on how we do? I know that's kind of a loaded question, depending on how the season ends, but what areas are we definitely going to need to attack in the draft?
All right, let me begin here. Let me begin because I am so fired up for this question because a lot of people ask me this, how did we all begin and so forth, and because of the fact that I like to have a few drinks from time to time, I don't fucking remember how it is. It's all turn it over to Phil.
Well, the way it started, honestly, was Lauren Cox. Now he does his own show. I forget. What is it called, Shane?
Locked on Bears.
Locked on Bears. So me and him were doing, we started with another group of guys. It was me, Aaron Lemming, Lauren Cox, and a few other guys I can't even remember. And from there, me, Jonathan Wood, and Lauren Cox separated.
Who was the teller of dad jokes? Fuck was that guy?
That's Lance. That's
Lance.
Lance. So anyway, we broke from there, and I said to Lauren, there's no fucking success in writing, like blogs and all that shit. No one wants to read shit. They want to hear shit. So I had this idea that we should do a podcast, and he was down with it, and a bunch of people were, and then me and Lauren did Bears Hour Live, and we started doing that. And then we did this X's and O's. I don't know if anybody remembers that. I think Sandy Tom, where we did it, and Lauren would cut up this tape and let me go, and that kind of originated what I was doing on Twitter, and that's where the Tape Never Lies was born. At this point, though, I see this guy always tweeting, retweeting me, and then I'm like, who is this guy? And
he hasn't even peeled the gold paper off that yet. Eat the chocolate.
So Jose Cotto says he talked to this guy, Aldo Gandia, and I said, oh, I fucking see that. He's always retweeting because I used to just film the TV and talk about it over it as it happened, like instantly, boom. And then Aldo said, yeah. I go, listen, I would love to work with you. We got something here. Listen to it. Aldo, Lauren, and then I talked Shane into joining because I was pestering. And Shane was like, I'm not fucking working with Jonathan Wood and Aaron Lemming. No fucking way. So then when I went to Gandia, that's transparency. And I said, just listen to this guy. We're going to have a meeting. And that we started Sunday mornings, as Shane reminded. And we would record it. And
hello, Bears fans.
Yeah. It sounds so different. We have to really play at least a little bit of that. So that's really, there was this, gathering. Hey, this is cool. Let's do this. And then tape. And then this. And then Aldo came on and he said because he had this idea of doing Detroit Lions bar room and Packers bar room.
It wasn't an idea. It was an actual thing.
No, yeah.
NFC bar room, yeah.
And then that's where this all was born. And then I was like, listen, if we're going to fucking do a show, because Lauren and I left for a moment for Bears Wire, and then he stayed, and I was like, I can't fucking write. I need to talk. Went back. There it is, NFC North Barroom. And the rest is history. I was like, listen, we got to do a show called Keeping It 100. And we were brainstorming. I was like, it's definitely 100 proof. And there's where we're going to attack all the fucking narratives, all the media, all the schmucks that are trying to write these narratives about the players. I think it was Tressman era, right? That we were doing shows prior to Tressman as they hired Tressman, everything. So we were always doing it to get to this point where we are now. And to Shane and Aldo's credit, they were the reason music came in, because Shane was like, you need to write a rap about John Fox.
Biggest mistake of my life.
And I was like, you know what? Yeah. And Aldo was like, you need to do that. Yeah. I was like, all right. And then Fire John Fox was born. Not a plan, but an anthem. Bears Bar Room.
It truly is the pivotal moment of barroom history is when Shane asked Phil to write a song, and then I followed up and encouraged him to do so, because as a producer, you're always searching for something to make you unique from the competition, from other podcasts, from other video casts, and so forth. And so we all have unique voices, and opinions and so forth. So that's one thing. So, you're going to get honesty here that you're not going to get anybody else. But added to that is Phil's creativity with music, and that's what launched us to get more acclaim. And then, of course, his Tape Never Lies series, which, there have been individual episodes that have gotten 50, 60,000 views and so forth. So that's been a game changer for us. It's attracted people like Greg Gabriel, who is now part of the bar room and so forth, and a number of other people. So that's been huge. And, Shane's wit and his no holds barred commentary, that's all part of the chemistry that has gone on here. And to answer your original question, John, when I looked at those tweets from Phil and Shane, my first exposure to them, I said, these guys know their stuff. These guys are talented. These guys have a unique voice. I would like to work with them. And I'll never forget that first call that I had with them. And I was trying to convince them to come on to the bar room and so forth. I was like a used car salesman. I didn't know what the fuck I was getting into, but I was trying to sell them into coming on board and promising, great things and so forth. And here we are 5 years later, finally
getting to the point,
getting into that initial step of greatness. But thanks to fans like you, John, and thanks to the other fans that we have had on here, we're getting there, and it's huge. So thanks for that question, because it really is important for people to know where we started from, because this brand, this barroom brand, is
come a long way.
Yeah, it really has come a long way, and it's emerging, and people are starting to take notice. And thank you for taking notice.
Definitely, and like I said before, it's just it's such a reprieve to find stuff on the Bears coverage. And I forgot who was talking at the time. Phil, I think it was you. What a time to be starting making videos and music, by the way, in the Tressman John Fox era of recent Bears history. But just negative press, nothing positive. The media just quickly pounces on any little nugget that they can get from the Bears, Trubisky being the recent victim. And, I'm sorry, Greg, but going back to the Tape Never Lies, that video series I think is so popular, at least with me, is you cut through the bull crap and you get down to the fundamental issues that people aren't going to see, whether or not it's a nationally televised game or whatever. They just don't want to see all these other glaring issues that are there. And you guys are doing good stuff. You got great segments, great music, a lot of CDs apparently. Shane's trying to offload.
Got him right here.
I completely agree with you, John. I like to bust Phil's ass, and I always am hesitant to throw him too many, flowers or rose petals at his feet. But he does do an amazing job, and the tape never lies is where I go to learn a lot of things. So you're absolutely right, when it comes to learning about the game and spotlighting things that the regular media or when you're watching a game, they're not going to spotlight that stuff. So the drop for me, it's not all on Mitch. I mean, that's where it derives from, is Phil pointing that out on The Tape Never Lies, and that's not me trying to ball wash. It's to what we see here at the ballroom, and as Phil's pointed out, it's fact. It's not excuse making when everyone around is making mistakes, and you got to credit Phil for trying to point that out and not just taking the easy road of shitting all over the quarterback like we do every year in Chicago since before I was born.
Yeah.
I like how he mutes now. He says his final word, and then he comes up here and mutes. It's becoming a staple to the show.
It only took 4 months.
It's a great trip. It's a great trip down memory lane, and I appreciate it because I told Greg this afternoon I don't give two shits about what anybody thinks of me. I'm tired of it in this world. I wear my heart on my sleeve. If I am going to wish someone a happy birthday harder than maybe someone that doesn't like that person, and too bad for them. I love people. I love good people. And like I said, in the empathy department, that separates
Just
us.
not Janice from Dunkin' Donuts.
No,
She gotta
Janice,
step up
I
her
don't
game.
like. She can't fuck up my not light and sweet, but my hazelnut cream, too sweet and low. That's how I will order it. But Harrison loves
No.
Greg Mutes.
This is what he's famous. No, Janice, not the fucking swirl. I want the shot.
Don't give me the swirl. But anyway, The Tape Never Lies. I'm very, very freaking proud of the network that we've built here. But, The Tape Never Lies is me. I'll never change. I would always laugh. It's like, hey, can you turn down that music that you play? No, that's me. I get into my zone, and I just go and I break it down and I cut it and I just tell you like it is. So I just want people like you, John. Love tape, love the truth. I'm going to keep it 100. It's one take. It's like I've let Chris Sandlin see me do it. Super Barfly Sandlin say, listen, I cut it all up. I can't even see it. I've seen it so many times. Now I'm going to say it and get it over with and upload it and try to get it out every Wednesday morning. That's my goal.
Hey, John, ask your final question, and
Yep.
then we've got a question or two of you. Please go ahead.
There you go.
Okay, another one. So you didn't quite touch upon the other one. I don't blame you because that was a good backstory that y'all went into. But after the season, what do you see being a necessity to revamp, whether or not we have a good season or bad season? Just
Look
positions
down at
that are
your
aging,
jersey.
or we just
Look down at your jersey. That's going to answer the question
Come on.
for you. Quarterback. It is. It's quarterback.
They got True and
100%.
Foles though. For at least if True can't make it, then you just switch him for the backup and the starter. You got Foles for a while.
Yeah, but Foles can opt out of he can opt out the next 2 years, so it's still a huge issue. I mean, the Bears have the potential to go into 2021 with nobody under contract at quarterback.
Well, if
That's why I
Foles
said-
wins the job, do you really think he's going to opt out of his deal? I know you
Yes,
say
for
that
more
a lot.
money.
I don't think
Yeah.
he would ever do it. I honestly.
You don't think so?
No, never. I think
I
if
do.
he wins that fucking job, then he's got his first time really
You're telling
being
me
the
if-
guy. Yeah.
You're telling me if he
What's
wins
his deal
the job
for,
and-
Shane?
and takes the Bears to the playoffs, you don't think he's going to opt out? I think
No.
you're a crazy person.
I
if you
think he won't.
He's not going to opt out.
I honestly
Oh.
think he won't. We'll revisit it.
Nick Foles his father's got fuck you money. I mean, he's a
That's
businessman.
why I don't
first and
think he
foremost.
would. He would win
First
the
and
job
foremost.
and be the first time he's been the guy. Think about it. Like, won the job. He went to the
you gotta-
he carried the Philadelphia Eagles to the Super Bowl. They traded him. I'm just saying. It's very interesting.
No, they didn't trade him after that. He was he left as a free agent. They traded
they
traded
sign.
they traded him for Sam Bradford. But I mean, that's not even good business sense from Nick's standpoint. I mean, you strike while you can strike, while you have the
If you
juice.
win the job and you have a 3-year deal, he's still you're acting like he's not getting paid.
But you get 24. He's got what 20 some odd million guaranteed. Phil, he's going to get that. He's going to get that in one season on a
would the Bears turn around and say, "Hey, you've won this, you've done this. We're going to pay you."
Of course they would.
Okay, then. So don't. I just think it's a good discussion. I just don't see him wanting to.
But do you? All right. Well, John, let me ask you this: do you have confidence that Nick Foles or Mitch Trubisky will be the starting quarterback in 2021 for the Bears? Where's your confidence level that it'll be one of those guys?
Without you calling attention that I am wearing a Trubisky jersey again, unbiased. I know that's I can say that right now. Right, I'm wearing a Trubisky jersey, but unbiasedness. If True really clicks and turns it on, I'm counting this as his 3rd year, right?
Yeah.
You normally want to give a quarterback 3 years, technically 4th year, but that first one was whatever. If he clicks, and I really think that they need to fix the problems of execution overall through the entire offense. Mitch too, quarterback, running back, tight end especially. I do see that Mitch can have a chance to earn it, just like Fuller did. I mean, they referenced that multiple times that they declined his 5th-year option, and look at him now. I mean, he even got in that fight with Bennett too. If you guys remember that back in the day, he was causing turmoil inside, and look at him now. Yeah.
I
would have went offensive line for the record.
There is nothing more important to this franchise than Mitchell Trubisky proving that he is the franchise quarterback. Because if you don't have him step up and win the starting job and prove that he can be the quarterback in 2021, 2022, and beyond, this team is in huge trouble. Just like I posted
Ford King
24.
Yeah, I like this guy.
We are squandering another Super Bowl winning defense. True. You are absolutely right.
There is an if there.
Absolutely if. So this team needs this quarterback to step up and prove, and he's gotten everything that he needs. Hopefully, the offensive line is going to improve under the coaching of Juan Castillo. So that is huge. But he's got the offensive weapons to get the job done. He's got the quarterback guru coach and DiFilippo, and so that's huge. I will add to your question that when the next draft comes along, you have to finally, Ryan Pace, you have to add
saying it for 3 years.
Yes. You have to add a quarterback to this team. I don't care if Mitchell Trubisky comes out and passes for 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. You still have to draft a day 2 quarterback so that you have a developmental quarterback in the pipeline in case Mitchell gets hurt, in case Mitchell is a one-year wonder, and in case of whatever. You have to add. And if both quarterbacks fail this year, then you have to draft a first-round quarterback. You'll have probably a top 5 pick. In addition to that, I am old school. I grew up in the time when Jim Finks was the general manager of the team and took a 1-13 team and transformed them into a Super Bowl ready team. He wasn't the GM when the 85 Bears won the Super Bowl, but it was his drafts that set the foundation, and he did it by drafting offensive and defensive linemen because, as we all know, you win at the line of scrimmage. And so you have to draft smartly. And whether you're investing a first-round capital on offensive or defensive line, or if the draft is really, really rich in offensive and defensive linemen in the middle rounds, then you can wait. But you have to strengthen that position. And this offensive line, I don't care if Juan Castillo is the second coming of Jesus Christ, you still have to have the players to to get the performance out of what the coach is asking. And then another thing that I think is important is the wide receiver position, because, hey, Allen Robinson is still not signed. What's going on there? Are they afraid, or have they talked to the agent and said, this motherfucker is pricing himself out of what we can possibly pay him?
I think it's been their history, though, that they sign a guy in training camp. They did it with Kyle Long. They did it with Eddie Goldman. I think they did it with Cody Whitehair.
They did.
I think that's been there. I really don't.
The blog had him signing.
Yeah. Well, that's why he writes a blog.
Sorry, Greg.
Well, before we get him off here, we gotta hold his feet to the fire. We gotta keep the trend up. You're on 100 proof.
But before we do that, Greg had a quick thought, because I saw him unmute, and he's got that
a bunch
evil,
of guys.
He's got that evil eye. So
he's nervous because he has a bunch of guys waiting.
When Phil brought up the Bears blog swinging and missing on the Allen Robinson signed contract, I just thought that was funny because he was getting in a little argument with Brad OTC.
And he blocked him
on Twitter about it, and the Bears blog eventually blocked Brad over it. So the Bears blog's having a tough time. Jeff's having a tough time living that
Brad
one.
OTC.
He claimed that the reason that Allen didn't sign, as per reported by Jeff, was that it's because of the COVID-19 is why no contracts are.
That's why Allen totally spit on his tweet.
And then someone pulled up the tweet where he said it was done 2 days ago. And that's what he literally
Jeff Hughes is I can't wait for Greg to be able to freely speak on that.
Brad
Greg
OTC,
Gabriel, that is.
Brad OTC of PFF now, by the way.
Oh, Brad OTC, these. That's what I have to say to him.
I smoked Brad OTC in that. Whoever made that March Madness bracket, I faced him in a round and I showed him.
Brad OTC likes to run his mouth a lot. I would love to get him on the air to confront me straight man to man and talk.
He's a cap guy, so
That's what I'm saying. Let's talk.
I don't know shit about numbers, so I don't.
He hates music. Invite him on.
Exactly. He hates.
Sounds like a great.
He hates puppies.
All right, John. We now move to that part of the show where we have our Barflies.
How fast his cheeks are getting red already.
He's handled himself well so far.
He has handled himself very well. But I gotta ask the tough question, Phil.
Yes.
Shane, Greg. Not me. Who is the first person you are eliminating? Who's the first person you are eliminating from our least favorite Barroom 100 proof co-host?
It's such a political start off here, but all of you guys make the show, so I would have to just do it all in one fell swoop if you're going to do anything. But also, I'm a very pragmatic guy, and so I thought about this as you were going through everyone else. And Greg, I'm sorry, Greg, but you're
wearing a Mitch jersey. You're wearing a Mitch jersey.
You guys could get something on Amazon Web Services to spin up and choose people and dial them in and everything, or some road. So sorry, Greg.
It's not all on Mitch.
It's really tough, but
I love it.
The next one would probably have to be Shane. Shane.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You are listening to Bears.
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit going on.
And Phil, as much as I love hearing you talk and your ideas and you spitting the sick raps and rhymes that you got, you're the air jockey here. You got to go. And Aldo, you're the back end. You put the show together. You can get the pieces together and start it up again.
John,
sorry.
John, are you a married man?
About to be. About to
Oh, really? Because I was going to introduce you to my daughter because I really like you.
I don't think my fiance would like that, but
Well,
I appreciate it.
tell her and tell everyone in your family that you are one hell of a guy, and we are really, really happy that you found the bar room. And please let your fellow Bears fans know what we're doing here. And it's not just Bears talk. We have I Have a Stream, which is a great show that John Santucci hosts and produces, and we talk about movies on HBO and all the streaming services. And we're going to have a lot of new programming coming up on the Bears Bar Room. And we are a growing network, and we really, really appreciate you being on and entertaining us, and hopefully we entertained you.
Absolutely, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Okay,
Thanks, John. Thanks for coming.
I'm doing good. I'm happy.
There he is. I have a stream.
Oh,
That was Greg talking to Tooch in the green room after they kicked off.
I don't know if we're keeping score here, but I have one first place finish and one second place finish, so I'm doing pretty good.
Greg and everybody hates me and Greg.
I was the first to get a first place. Shane, sorry, everyone just hates
and
you.
I'm perfectly
fine.
Not to single you out.
But I also want to say,
look at my cousin Kevin in the house.
I know I have him in the shout outs list.
Look at
Phil.
the drop.
I'll let you guys know that we have 4 people remaining in my list. I know this is late night. You know, Phil and Shane are on the East Coast, so maybe these next few guys, and I'm having fun too. So we can go as long as you guys want, but you might want to start adhering to the 5-minute rule we originally.
Phil is right.
You know, I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm just letting you know. I've got 4 left in the tumbler, and I don't want to. There's other people asking now because everybody wants to get on, and I told them we might have to extend the fan show
next
week too, you know, or whatever.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, Greg. We will extend this to next week because it is my fault. I am in charge.
But let's go through the ones that I have saved up.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Jesus Christ, Aldo.
I'm sorry, Dan. I'm trying to do the best that I can. I really am. But here we go. Our next person, and I'm really, really excited to talk to this person because his comments in the chat room have me intrigued that I think this guy really knows his football. His name is Andrew Tarbill.
There he is.
There he is.
What's up?
What's up? Look at him. He's wearing the swag.
I like that.
Did you have it on during the show, or were you waiting in the green room and you went and changed your shirt?
No, I've had it on all day, brother.
Nice.
Look at that.
That's what we like.
That's how he warms my heart.
Yes, absolutely. Sweat it up really good so that you have to buy another one in a couple of months.
He's bought a few. This guy's bought a few.
I think. Look at
I've got a couple. I actually bought one for my daughter, so shout out to Alex for making that happen.
Yeah, I saw the photograph. Excellent. Very nice. And thank you for all of you people who have bought swag. Thank you for posting those pictures. It really helps us to just feel good about ourselves, which we love to do besides masturbating. We also love to see the photographs just to see the people representing what we do here. Andrew, I know you've got questions to Phil and Shane about the Chicago Bears, so I'll turn it over to you.
All right, my first question is going to have to be regarding our wide receiver positions this season. Who do you guys think is going to be that breakthrough receiver that is underrated moving into the 2020 season?
Well, I think it's going to be Riley Ridley, and the reality is this football player comes from a football family but loves the game. The GM went out on a limb, Andrew, and was calling him what was it? I forget the term he used, but the beacon in regards to the route runner. I just think, whatever the case may be with the Chicago Bears and rookie wide receivers, we've seen it in the past. I don't know exactly what's going on. I only know through what Shane was able to find out and why Ridley was kind of riddled, if you will, to the bench was because he spoke out against some of Coach Nagy's play designs and what they actually were trying to do. It didn't make sense. And the fact that he was keeping it 100 kind of put him 100% on the bench until we ended up seeing him. So this season, all reports that I've gotten, not talking through the media, but from people that I trust, is that this kid is somebody that you're going to have to watch. And Shane and I love this kid coming out at the draft. In fact, to Shane's credit, he said to me the night before, in the third round, we need to get this kid Ridley. He's still there. And
you go back to draft. We did a draft on tap show the night before. Aldo and Danny and myself did it, and I said to these guys, I'm like, you get to day 3, the beginning of day 3, and Ridley's still on board. How do you pass him up? I'm sure Aldo can speak on that, and I mean he could bring the show up even, but yeah, if I was answering the question first, I agree with Phil. This kid is a definite talent. He came from Georgia, and they had their issues, with quarterbacks going in and out and stuff. But he's got a year in the system, and you can't discount having a brother in the league that's been through it, and that is really, really involved in the day to day. He's not getting everything that he needs at Hallis Hall, but he's got that sounding board every single day, 24/7. And let's not forget the Bears were connected to trading up for his brother until Atlanta took him. That was the move that the Bears were trying to make.
That was the draft. They got James Daniels there in the second. And they traded up for Anthony Miller, but they really wanted Calvin.
Let me add to that the wide receiver position is, obviously just like the tight end and the running back position, they're critical to this offense in terms of the skill positions. And what Bill Lazor said in that really incredibly boring interview that we dissected is that it is clear that they need depth. And one of the things, in my humble opinion, is I think this team has depth at the position. When you look at a guy like Thomas Ives, who in training camp, and Greg can talk about this.
Coldgate.
Where's Greg? There's Greg. Greg can talk about this because he went to 10 of the training camps. I went to 9 of them. This kid was making catch after catch after catch. In addition to that, there are other young wide receivers. A lot of people on Twitter I see posting, Javon Wims is not going to make this team. No, Javon Wims is going to make this team. He may not be on the game day roster. He may not. He may be a sit. But trust me, this guy offers the type of depth that this team desperately needs. And I can go on about this wide receiver class. We've got some players here who are going to step up because they will be needed in this age of COVID. I'm excited about the wide receiver group. I really am.
See, for me, looking at these guys, I don't know if it's, to say that Anthony Miller is the name is because he's already had a solid rookie year, and then last year obviously he had his struggles, but I think the name is Anthony Miller. You saw him starting to break out in the second half of last year. If it is indeed Mitch that wins the job, and we don't know yet, but if it is, it seemed like they were starting to get on the same page. I know Mike Fury, the wide receivers coach, was speaking highly of Riley's, ascension here, but when you look at Allen Robinson, he's going to get the boatload of the catches no matter who it is. And you got Ted Ginn on this team, who I believe will have a role. Cordero Patterson also has a role. It's always going to be hard for Riley and Javon to crack the getting the most snaps. They're really going to have to break out. And I think Anthony Miller is first in line at that opportunity. And in his third year, he should be ready to truly break out into the receiver. I thought he was going to be coming out of that first training camp. And, for the most part, he lived up to it that rookie year. But definitely by Anthony Miller standards, he didn't here in the second year. And I guarantee you're going to see a more motivated Anthony Miller here in his third year. Expecting a newborn baby here soon, too.
I could go on and debate Greg here, but I know our time is limited. And so, see that? So let me ask you in regards, how did you find Bears Barroom?
I was actually attending a game in 2018, and I stumbled across the last call that you guys were doing. I want to say it was the Bears-Seahawks game, the home opener in 2018, possibly.
Wow.
And a buddy of mine had sent me some tape on you guys, couple tape never lies that Phil did, and I just was really interested with what you guys were doing because it was so unique, and you were offering really an unbiased perspective that not a lot of other people have.
Oh, that is a compliment that I love because it is really what we strive to do, and it's not only about us striving to do that. It's just it comes naturally to us. We aren't the type of people here that, because we love our Bears and we love our Bears, but that we're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not fanboys for lack of a better way of putting it. Go ahead. Greg is a fanboy. We allow one or two of fanboys into the organization, and Greg is our token fanboy.
I'm proud of it. So.
Wow, it's great that you bring up the last call because it is unique in the fact that it's something, again, that is, different. Like Aldo said, with the music and the rant and the open up and just be, actually I think that's my favorite barroom song that I done in regards to original songs. I'm saying.
Because I inspired you, man.
And word is there's a new cast member to Last Call this year.
Yeah, Shane's gonna be jumping in. It's not gonna be sometime Shane.
Yeah,
maybe sometime. Okay. So, Andrew, are you planning if crowds are allowed at Bears games? Are you planning to attend any of the games?
Oh yeah, absolutely. My wife's uncle is a season ticket holder, Marine veteran. He's had tickets for about 6 years, so
sweet.
We try to make it out to at least one game, if not 2 or 3 a season.
What part of the stadium do you guys sit at?
South end zone.
Greg will take you on his Greg Bragg's Soldier Field tour. Get you right in the tunnel.
He's a season ticket holder. He knows all about it. He probably gets on the field sometimes. Phil was sitting in the south end zone when the Bears beat the Packers to win the division 2 years ago.
Yes, I was. I was there, and I was yelling at the fans to get up on every fucking third down. I didn't give a fuck. This old lady had a fucking cane. I was yelling at her.
Yeah,
my wife's like, be easy. I'm like, it's his third down. That's Aaron Rodgers out there.
That's right. Andrew, thanks very much for being on, and hopefully you will get to attend Bears games this season. And if you do, join us for last call and give us a first-hand report on what you see with your very own eyes and hear with your very own ears.
I'll get a Shy Fan in the Stands report from Andrew Tarbill.
All right,
yes.
Shut up. Let the guys say goodbye.
It's going to be
You'll pick up 3 followers on Twitter.
Last call goes right after the game.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Andrew, thank you, man.
Thanks, man.
All right, next, and I apologize for telling you to shut up, Greg. I'm really not that type of person.
Sometimes I need to.
My wife.
But the breaking news to your fans in the stands before you bring on our next guy, a little breaking news from today about fans going into the stands in Chicago. There is some room for optimism if you're thinking you're going to go to a game this year, because the White Sox announced that they're going to try to allow fans to come in at a 20 to 25% capacity. And then the other part of the news that I found interesting with that, because to me, if Chicago baseball is going to allow fans in the stands, outdoor stadiums, then I think that the Bears will also try this. And we saw a report that the NFL is going to tarp off the first 8 rows all the way around the stadium. So that to me tells me
what is that doing though?
To keep people like me from the freaking tunnel yelling at them as they're coming out. There's all these people.
Breaking news with Greg Bragg.
all these people very close to the players, they're going to avoid that, take that out by putting advertisement tarp in the first 8 rows. So that tells me they're planning on having fans as well, maybe at a 25% capacity to start. But, you know, a small little bit of optimism and a chance to go to a game this year.
All right, joining us now is there he is. There he is.
This guy.
Evan, how are you, brother?
Doing good.
Look at this guy. What jersey is he wearing? I'm trying to guess. All I see. Oh, he's a Hester.
The 3.
Look at that. You're
goat.
making Greg very happy.
Hey, Evan, where are you from?
Yeah. I'm over in
What
Iowa.
part of the country are you from?
Oh, the great state of Iowa.
You know
as Tino
Tooch?
Martinez would say.
Do you know Tooch?
No,
No?
I don't.
All right.
Well, haven't been watching you guys for all that long.
Fuck's
you
wrong
know,
with
yeah.
Sociopathic, psychopathic.
Yeah. You know, just getting to know everybody in the chats and kind of finding out, you know, everybody's stories and all you guys' stories. It's, you know, it's awesome. It's really since you guys went to the video format, which is great, by the way. I love it.
Thank you, man.
You know, it's really fun. Not only getting to interact with everybody in the chat, but seeing you guys, your faces, your reactions to everything is like sitting here right now, just talking with you live. You know, it's no different. It feels like I'm sitting there with you guys at the bar or wherever it may be, having that conversation. So
see, Aldo, 2 years ago I said this shit should have happened. You fucking didn't believe me.
I was very, very busy on.
That'll be good for you to remember, Ed, when you pick your least favorite.
We're not doing that anymore because we're getting short on time.
Oh, that's right. We didn't do that with our last listener.
Andrew got off scot-free and is probably happy. I love Andrew.
Only because I'm trying to squeeze in as many.
Yeah, we're trying to get everybody in.
Evan, I know you've got a question or two for Phil and Shane, our football experts. Please go away.
So since we're talking about coaches and staff changes and everything anyway, what do you guys think will be the most important change that's been made, the most impactful change that's been made?
Well, I think you want me to go? I think it's going to be the offensive line coach.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, you get that simpatico going with your head coach. We've heard the talk about, you know, the blocking assignments. Maybe they didn't see eye to eye in terms of scheme and how to do it. Mm-hmm. Listen, there was an obvious disconnect there. Olin Kreutz said it all. You can't be a 500 football team and say, all right, we're going to get rid of Harry Heastand and make our team better. Everybody resoundingly says that he's one of the top 3 offensive lineman coaches in the world. But if you're not going to do it the way that the offense needs it to be coached up or to be blocked up, then it doesn't make sense for him to be here. Castillo has a little bit of a, you know, affiliation. He came from Philly, worked with Andy Reid forever, was actually a defensive coordinator for the Eagles for a year, if you can believe that. No. It's going to be very interesting because you hear Castillo talk about, you know, repetition.
Can you bring up Charlie 35? Are you this naive to the question? Not Charlie. I see your negative energy.
He's a fake account. I guarantee
Just saying, Charlie, man. The guy's asking which fucking coach did you think the change? So Shane's answering the question as a position coach, the offensive line coach, and the disconnect that Harry had with Nagy and that coach speak, that connection to run the ball. We talked about it all night. We've talked about it all year, how bad the offensive line was. So, great question by you, Evan. I'm sorry. I saw this guy, and it just bothers me because you don't give up on the Bears, and you're a fan. You love this, but at the same time, you answer the fucking question truthfully that Shane did. I'm sorry. I just saw the troll. Charlie's a troll. Charlie's a troll.
He's got
Charlie's
his
a troll.
He's got his fake picture going on.
Come
He's
back,
got his
Charlie.
fake picture going on.
Oh, I saw a picture. Usually the trolls are, blank eyes, as Greg would say. But Evan, how did you find Bears Bar Room?
I'm going to fall into the same group as most people. Tape Never Lies was what got me started.
Gregory. Sorry, Greg.
He's fucking lying. I told him to say that.
Yeah, he paid me off. It's a lot like everybody else, just watching the team over the last few years and really wanting to understand more about what the deficiencies were and where we were missing these plays, and watching it live, it's like, oh, that play got blown up. No big deal. We'll move on to the next one. Then it's the next one gets blown up. And it's like, what is going on here? And, going back, watching highlights doesn't necessarily give you everything you're looking for. And I happened upon your channel on YouTube and boom, there's my answers, So that's really what got me started.
You went on YouTube and searched Chicago Bears game film, Chicago Bears tape. What like?
Yeah, looking at tape, looking at old games, looking at what changed year to year. Obviously we're in the same scheme the last couple of years. So what's changed? And so that's really what led me to it. Just trying to figure out, these guys, you got Charles Leno going to the Pro Bowl one year and then looking like a rookie the next year. I mean, how does that happen?
You get
just answers.
You get your contract extended. You get paid.
Yeah, well,
that's how that happens.
Yeah. That's exactly how it happened. But thank you, Evan. It means a lot that this is where, it's almost like a rainbow at the end of the tape never lies is the rainbow. At the end of the rainbow, Aldo, there's a pot of gold, and that is 100 proof. And I'm glad you're a part of it now. In Iowa, where are you? Are you a mechanic? I see something in the background.
Good eye. Yep, I'm a mechanic at just a local dealership here, and
Can you fix Brags?
Having a few garage beers and listening to you guys. That's my Wednesday night.
Funny.
That's what I like.
Bill laughed.
I did laugh because
he's your ball washer. That's why.
Oh, here we go. I do need a good mechanic. Actually, I have a good mechanic now. We finally.
Hey Evan, real quick. Real quick. Elimination tournament. Who's the first one I should just?
He's back.
I should just say goodbye to. First one.
That's a great question. Let me.
Is that the Mitch Trubisky water?
Yeah, let's see. He knows how to play the game.
So we had a really great week.
That was a shot at Greg, wasn't it, Evan? That was a shot at Greg.
So watching all night, and I really feel bad for Shane.
I'm leaving.
So I'm just gonna skip the whole process. You guys are all great. The show isn't the same. No. Put Shane back on.
Oh yes.
I'm saying
he bleeped out. Why did he feel sorry for me? Because am I losing here? I didn't hear what he said.
No.
You're back.
He
loves
you're back. I said bring you back. I said everybody's kicking you off first thing. Right here. You're my guy.
He's getting rid of Greg Braggs.
Shane's a fucking asshole.
Nope. Get him off. Get him off. Bye, Greg.
The show is not the same without all of you. I can't whittle it down one by one.
Okay, Greg's back.
It's just too hard. The show's not the same.
You're putting Shane at one. Is that what you're trying to say?
Evan.
Maybe that's my. Do I need another
Water, another bitch. Sip.
That's an homage to Shane, because I know Shane.
Yeah, there we go.
just want to let you know.
Did I dance around the question enough?
Yes,
Pretty
you
much,
did.
yeah.
You got it.
Yes, you did.
All right.
We love you.
Great.
Evan, I want to let
Great.
you
It was a
know-
great week of practice, though.
I want to well done. Well done. Evan, I want to let you know that we have done this show for 4 years, 3 of them without Greg Baggs.
There you go.
See you, Greg.
All right, Evan. Thank you very, very much for your appearance here, and we hope that we'll talk to you again after a Bears victory on a Sunday or a Monday night. Okay, brother?
You bet. I'll be here.
Thanks,
care.
Evan.
Thanks, Evan. Great job. Really nice guy.
Greg, you're doing really, really well.
I'm doing just fine. You guys are trying to sabotage this, okay? We got two
we're
more. We got
Two
two
more.
more. We got
Two
two
more.
more, and hopefully my second to last has been paying attention and is ready to come on, because I didn't message him and tell him, but he's been chomping at the bit, so I know he's ready. So I'm really excited. This has been a really fun show, learning about all these different fans and learning how they found the tape never lies and having that beat into my brain tonight.
Why would you hate on that? Just
I'm not.
enjoy the ride.
No, I gotta bring. I don't like when you get too much, adulation.
There's
because then
the truth.
I want to jump in and get some of that. I'm very selfish.
Look at this guy. He's got a British flag behind him. I think I'm correct.
I hope
I'm
that's
terrible on geography, but I think I know. Look at how excited this chap is.
Oh, he's from upstate. You see his flag?
Upstate? Is that why the yellow?
The overstate.
Everybody's got a fucking Mitch jersey. This is crazy. I did not.
Yeah,
I
no,
swear to
dude.
God,
They're on
I did
clearance. They're on
not. I
clearance.
did not
dumbass.
pick every fucking Mitch fan in the chat. I
Stop.
swear to God, I did.
Yeah, they're on sale now.
There's the water too. He's got the water bottle.
I was going to do it, but the last guy.
He's stealing your rock.
All right, well, it's not going to be as cool. So
Go put on a Dipka jersey and some sunglasses or something like that. And nonetheless, a Swanky, I got to. Well done, done. I got to tell you that you are among my favorites in the chat room with your comments and your interactions. So, thanks very much for being. I hope you don't mind being called a barfly, but I consider you a barfly, and I really, really appreciate your comments on that. So, I'm going to turn it over to you. Ask the guys what you think about what is going on with the Chicago Bears.
yeah, well, I'm excited. I really. This is probably one of the most exciting seasons upcoming for me. I think the last time I was this excited was
the Black Plague year. Pandemic going around.
2015. Yeah, it may be, but overall, I so much talk this offseason has been on the offense, and we have the 29th ranked offense. We have an offensive-minded head coach, so those two don't really mesh. But for me, I'm really excited to see if the addition of Robert Quinn, if we can tune into having an all-time great defense this year. I'm not talking just like a good like last year, the year before. I'm talking like 2000 Baltimore Ravens, 2015 Denver Broncos, or even 06 Bears, where that was just a defensive dominant team. To the point where if you can just get kind of like an average offense out there, if we can just rank 16th or 17th as an offense, that this defense is just going to bolt up to new heights. Because a lot of people, if you guys look, a lot of people are counting us out. I don't know if you guys know Nick Wright on Fox Sports. He said we were going to be the best in the – and I see Aldo shaking his head there. So I don't know why people are counting us out. I guess we're not popular on Twitter. And there's nothing that makes me more angry when I see a bandwagon Chiefs fan talk crap about Mitch. That's the worst. Oh my gosh, that is the worst when I see that. But so I'm just kind of like, man, people are, the last 2 years, people high on us now, not so much. But I'm like, man, let's sneak in this thing, and I think we have a chance to be an all-time great defense this year. And I want to see Tolliver and Jalen Johnson go after it for that starting job. I like that. And I'm really excited about Gibson at safety. So I'm just super pumped about this defense. It hasn't, we've been talking so much about the offense, and I totally get that. But I'm really pumped about the Bears this year, especially the defense. I think we have a chance to be an all-time great defense.
Does Swanky know what a question is?
I don't
or
know.
Or is this a 12-minute statement?
I could ask a question.
No. I just before you ask that question, it is clear that you are a big Shy fans and fan stands because your approach to asking a question is the same as Greg.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
Just kind of talk your way into a question or a thought or whatever. If you start a sentence and you say it with conviction, you can take it wherever you want and talk as long as you want. People love it.
Yeah. So my question is, if Nick Foles, I think it might be better for Mitch to start the season because he does well against Detroit. He saw New York last year, so I think that's beneficial for Mitch. But I think like Nick eventually is going to be the guy. Is the offensive line automatically going? The issues on the offensive line automatically going to be cleaned up once Nick goes in there? Once they see that what Nick is capable of doing, especially with the RPO. So do you guys think Nick Foles is going to he's going to automatically clean up the offensive line? I'm really interested to what you guys are going to say.
Well, I think Olin talked about that where he had to call out how to block certain fronts, and I think that was why you had James Daniels move from center to guard because the communication with Mitch wasn't there. Is Mitch calling out the front? It doesn't seem so to block it up. So where you're going with this obviously is, something that's got to be answered. But you would think based on Nick's history in this offensive philosophy that he will be able to call out the fronts, and that to Coach Nagy's better know it better than I is why he's here. And really a lot of the game is prior to snap, pre-snap, and how you set up how the play is called. And that's really where people have bagged on Mitch, but we don't know.
It's limited.
And so again, I would guess that Foles would give you and your offensive line the right call, and thus that's where their bet and gamble is in signing this guy. And if that's Mitch's real big, flat tire is his pre-snap read, then it's going to be obviously done better with Nick Foles.
The thing that I always laugh about the most is, like I said, I want nothing more than for Mitch to go out there and prove that he's able to hold the job and can be the quarterback. But I always have to laugh when, and this isn't just at what you brought up, but there's a lot of people saying it, you got to start Mitch because he plays well against Detroit. Well, there's a much bigger picture here. You got to play who's going to win you ball games, who's going to be the best for the offense. And if you're saying, well, let's start Mitch off for 4 games. I mean, we all know that Nick's going to come in and clean up. Nobody knows that. Neither one of these guys have a history where they're staying healthy. Mitch is nicked up. Nick has been nicked up. Nick Foles has proved that he's a 4 to 5 game guy.
No, Shane, you come on. What are you talking about? 4 to 5 game, man.
Who?
Nick Foles. I totally disagree with you on that.
Show me where he's more than that. He's got 1 seat since 2012. Tell me where he's been more than that.
Though? Why is that though?
Because he's been ineffective.
No, it's because Chip Kelly. I'll take you stop for stop with Nick.
I will, and I'll kick your ass all over the show.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I'm just saying, dude. I know this is what you want, but dude, you're telling me that Nick Foles has proven in his career that he's more than a 4 to 5 game guy. He's proven that, right?
Shane,
Tell me. Tell me where he's proven.
Shane, he outplayed Tom Brady in the Super Bowl 2 years
One
ago.
fucking game, dude. Tell me where it's been. Tell me where he's proven that he's more than a 4 to a 5 game quarterback.
In 2012, he had a 27-2 touchdown interception ratio.
And where was he the next year, Swanky?
He was starting. He was starting with Philly, and he went 6-2, and then got injured.
And then they traded him.
Why did they trade him?
They traded him for Sam Bradford.
But why though?
What do you mean why?
Why did Chip Kelly trade him? Because Chip Kelly's one of the craziest head coaches in the NFL. He traded for Sam Bradford. Sam Bradford didn't even fit Kelly's system.
So he went to Kansas City, a system that he fit.
He went to St. Louis.
Yes, after St. Louis, after he got traded. Right, he didn't fit in St. Louis. Then he went to Kansas City in a system that he fits.
Mm-hmm. And then he went against the Colts and threw for like 320 yards. Yep.
Okay, and they didn't keep him. Why, Swanky?
You know, that's a really good question. I don't know why they saw something in Alex.
Okay, so that's an L. We'll move on. Then he went to Philly, right?
Hold on.
No, you don't know that. I'm asking you the question. He was so good in Kansas City for one game, so fabulous. They didn't need to bring him back at a bargain basement price. They didn't need to bring him back.
Andy Reid. You have a good point with that, but he didn't do anything to just say, "Oh, well, you know, he's not."
All right, let me ask you this: show me how you can build your team again or with Nick Foles. There's nothing.
See, Shane, I'm not. You would be right. Like I see where you're trying to gear this. That would
not geared. It's history. It's proven.
No. But wait, hold on one sec. You would be right about that if I was trying to debate Nick Foles as a top 10 quarterback. You would be right about that if I was trying to say Nick Foles is an MVP.
You're changing where we're going. We're debating that he's more than a 4 to 5 game guy.
I'm merely going after your statement that he's a 4 to 5 game guy. I mean, he went 4-2 in 2018.
I'm waiting for you to give me something that's even remotely in the realm of making sense.
Okay. In 2017, he goes in and fills in for Carson Wentz. I don't know what his
how many games. How many games?
Not British.
How many
games?
He was
going to come in with a British.
He won 3 playoff games that year, and then he won. He beat the Giants. I think who else did he beat that year?
There was one more. So how many does that add up to, Swanky? 3 + 2. Give it to me.
It's 5.
It's weird, right? It's weird how that works.
No,
you're proving my point.
Going against the smartest man,
right?
No, but you're everything in the value of this game, Shane. For example, you guys were all big on Derek Carr coming to Chicago. And I agree. I would take
a better quarterback than Nick Foles.
How many playoff games has Derek Carr started in?
What is that?
How does he get to the playoffs in a team sport? If you look at
how many playoff games has he won or started? He hasn't started in a playoff game.
How many head coaches has he had?
So do you want
4-2 in the playoffs, and he has the 7th best postseason quarterback rating ever.
Swanky though, James is not arguing his ability to win a game.
No, Swanky's telling me that I'm wrong, and then he's telling me how Nick Foles is great for 3 to 5 games. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I already told you in 2012, 2018, and then the year before.
2012 was 8 years ago.
Well, that's
8 years. 2012 is
so
the
now
only
you're
year
saying,
he played a
now
full
there's a
season.
stature of limitation on this. Is it 2015?
Well, let's talk. We want to talk about Sid Luckman. I mean, Jesus Christ. You're giving me a complete outlier. A complete outlier. Look, you want to talk about numbers? Go look at him. It's a complete outlier.
I
know Carr was in.
Derek Rose's knees were completely healthy the last time Nick Foles played a full season.
No, here's all I'm going to say. I just think it's a little harsh just to, he's a 3 to 4 game guy. He'll be serviceable as a backup.
He said 5 to 6. 5 to 6 game guy.
3 to 5, 5 to 6, whatever. He's.
You don't think do you think he's capable of being an NFL starting quarterback?
Yeah,
he hasn't proven he can
gotta stay healthy.
That's all I'm arguing. I just think when you say
you're not. You said he's more than a guy. That's called the quality backup quarterback.
He hasn't proven he can play a full season, whether that's for health or that the guy next to him is better. One way or the other, he hasn't proven he can play a full season, especially recently. You know,
You
it's
gotta-
not always
yeah.
his fault, but that's life in the NFL.
He can turn that corner like a Jim Plunkett did.
Well, I think
Jim
the
Plunkett.
Eagles made a huge mistake letting him go. I think Carson. In my opinion, Carson Wentz is the most overrated player of my lifetime.
It's it's kind of funny you bring that up because sometimes I'll look into like when a Foles tweet comes out or something, and I'll look in the comment section, and I know this isn't the end all be all, but I'll read Eagles fans' comments. And they're very split on Nick Foles.
Nick is the better quarterback for Philly.
But I think they're very split on Nick. There's some that are Nick Foles disciples, and there's some that hate him, that don't, like when they bring it, people try to say that he's better than Wentz. I'll see Eagles fans going at each other like cats and dogs.
I probably agree. I think Shane's like, I pretty much agree with you, what you're saying, but I think he's capable of being a starter. I think he's capable of playing these 16 games, and I'm just not in the. I'm not going to be. I know he hasn't done it, but he's won. He's also a Super Bowl MVP, so I feel like that still outweighs that, right?
Might have to bring this on as a segment in the off season.
Well, let everybody else here speak on it on the panel. Do you think that Nick? I mean, yeah, of course he's an NFL quarterback with a Super Bowl ring because, and this is one thing that gets completely
That's a really big deal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's got a super. But Swanky, is Nick Foles the only reason that the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl?
I think if they don't have Nick Foles, they don't win. When
the clear-cut MVP of the league got hurt in 2017, Carson Wentz, clear-cut MVP. They wouldn't have won the Super Bowl.
I would give you that. Tom Brady was also in the mix, but yeah, you're right. It was Wentz.
So what the fuck? They were a fucking fantastic team.
Reefer.
Their defense got ridiculously cranked up. Their fucking defense was equally as important as Nick Foles. I'm a guy that's around Philly. I'm around it. Right.
I'm just still
their
shocked
defense
that
got cranked.
Swanky's not British.
I am too. I thought he was British.
I thought he was coming in Brit.
We're not diminishing what he did in those playoffs. The Vikings game in the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl were both outstanding. His
the
first
two greatest performances of all time. So that's why I just feel like to say he's a 45-game guy. It's just like
you're saying, but you're going against historical. You're going against historic.
He's been in the league 8 years. 8 years.
You're not proven. Shane's not saying he's not a good quarterback or that he sucks.
Guy.
He said his history is that, so that's fact. He is a 4 to 5 game guy based on what he's done in the league, but.
The best part about this debate is Swanky's building a thing for Nick Foles while he's wearing a Mitch Trubisky jersey.
Yeah, that's one of our.
And I know this is another point I want to make. I don't care if it's Mitch. I don't care if it's Nick. I just want to win. And
I like Swag's energy. Swank.
I get so caught up in the like I bought this jersey. Going into the 2018 season, and like Shane says, like everyone's jerking everyone off on Mitch. I was jerking Mitch off. I was, and we anoint our players way too soon. And it's all social media and it's all Twitter. Everyone wants to go on Twitter. That's my quarterback. That's my QB1. And I was one of the people that was doing that. So with Mitch Trubisky, I learned a valuable lesson. Just root for the team to win. You want your quarterback to be well. And so I think when Shane was, Shane's always like, everyone's going to jerk Chase Daniel off. That really kind of revolved around how we intend to anoint our quarterbacks.
There was people that were calling for him to be the full-time starter. And
people named their kids
There
after
was there's dumbasses that named children after this guy.
Yeah, see that's crazy, man.
It's true. It's fact.
I think the reason why Nagy looks very happy in
he's retracted his Swanky endorsement. I love Cal.
Hey, I just think he's more than a 4 to 5 game guy.
We gave Swanky. We've given you way over the time.
No, and let me
Aldo's cheated this whole
Swanky because I don't disagree with a lot of what Swanky is saying. I think he is higher on Nick Foles than Shane Marsaw is.
I think he's got talent. I do think he's got talent. Phil and I have talked to.
But
Nick
Shane,
Foles
you gotta admit, I mean, just the prospect of Nick Foles being signed as a backup quarterback to the Chicago Bears made you vomit.
Well, because it wasn't that he was. I never looked at when they acquired him that they signed him as the backup. You know what I'm saying? I always was under the.
He's saying we.
I was under
from
the
a place of
impression that this
competition.
is Matt Nagy, Bill Lazor, John DeFilippo. This is our fucking guy, and they flipped the fucking 4th round pick just for the honor of paying this guy when he's shown nothing in his history beyond being a spot starter, other than 8 years ago.
Good point.
I have to disagree a little bit. I mean, how many games did he win in his what was it, his rookie season when he won 10 games?
That's what I'm saying. 8 years ago.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. He did it. He did it. And so the circumstances evolving around his career.
Well, then why not just build around Mitch, who just won a division 2 years ago?
No,
Under your philosophy, he did it.
Well,
he took us to the playoffs
in spite of
to win the playoff game.
I am not going to make a full endorsement on Nick Foles because I haven't watched him as closely as I have Mitch Trubisky. But I will say this, that what I have seen about Nick Foles is that he is every bit as good as
Totally
Mitch
agree.
Trubisky and could be
There's
tons in this offense.
There's tons of things he's better. He's more accurate on his deep ball. That's going to be a big thing. He can read a defense better.
Seems to me like you're making an endorsement for.
I am, and I get it. He's got the talent. It's never been sustainable for the guy ever. Listen, there's a quarterback.
I don't think Swanky or myself or any Nick Foles endorser, I shouldn't say any, but most Nick Foles endorsers are saying that he is the long-term answer. I mean, just a few minutes ago, I was looking at my notes and saying we have to draft a quarterback at least in day 2 next season. So,
all right, so let me add.
The matter is that he can play. He has proven that he can play. He was Super Bowl MVP.
So
I'm there.
Here's the question then, right here. Here's the end game with this. Your job is on the line. It's Aldo Gandia and Swanky. I want both of you guys to comment on this. If you don't win, I'm going to fire you. I want to know who your starting quarterback is right now.
Nick Foles.
For the start of the 2020 season.
Yeah. He's your starter.
I might start Mitch because
I don't want mites. I want who's your starter.
He already
Does
said
it have to be
Nick
permanent?
Foles, he said.
Does it have to be
starting
permanent? Or can I switch?
Well, yeah, that's the way that the fucking
I think
roster works.
there is a slimmer of hope.
Yeah, I'm just who's your starting quarterback? But you better win. You better win.
I probably feel more comfortable with Nick.
Aldo?
I am starting Mitchell Trubisky because my investment, my heavy-duty investment is in Mitchell. The leash, I wouldn't say it's short, but I don't want to start Mitch and be off to an 0-3 season because the offense isn't running.
But
if the season starts off at 0-2 and it's because Mitchell Trubisky is not completing long pass and not, he's not looking like the quarterback that we need him to look like, then in game 3, I'm starting Nick Foles. And guess what? I'm probably going to go 14-2 for the season because the guy has proven it.
They started the year 3-1. They started the year 3-1 last year, and their offense couldn't have been more pitiful in the first 4 games. So who knows how it's going to shake out? I would obviously pick Mitch, but that's not any breaking news here.
Guys, I just want to also make the point that decisions in the NFL are made a long time before they actually happen. So Mitch Trubisky not getting his option picked up and not getting extended, and that was all decided a long time ago.
Swanky, since I haven't cut off anybody tonight, what do you think about Ted Ginn's comments today hitting the waiver wire?
I just saw them.
Yeah.
That could be Mitch going out and getting him to say that. I don't know. I
35-year-old guy. I don't think he gets.
I don't think he.
We don't know. We don't know, but it was interesting. I heard Allen Robinson as well. It just takes time. It just takes time. And then he's out there recruiting Cam Newton. So, talk is so cheap at this point. Mitch Trubisky, it just doesn't have the instincts for me to be. He just doesn't have the it factor, and I'm just so tired. We always do this in Chicago. Well, he's got
then
the talent.
take that fucking jersey off and do the rest of this interview without a shirt on, Swanky, because you're pissing me off.
Wait, but I got one thing on Ted Ginn that I think is real important, guys. You guys remember that season he had in 2007? I mean, it was fucking sweet. We can't forget that when we're talking about 2020. You guys remember that season he had in 2007?
Sure.
Yeah, it's fucking sweet. So that's a big factor for this year.
But
Shane, man,
I still got my Derrick Rose. I still got my Derrick Rose 2012 jersey. We're hoping to get him back here in Chicago.
But can you honestly say that it was all on Nick Foles that he had that bad season?
No.
Can you honestly say that you knew all the factors surrounding what was happening in Nick Foles' life? I mean, maybe he had gonorrhea, and that's why he played well. We don't fucking know. We don't fucking know.
Right.
What we know is that motherfucker is a Super Bowl MVP. That motherfucker,
It's a big
after
deal.
Carson Wentz got injured, he led that fucking team over a sustained period of time. We know that in his rookie season, that motherfucker was playing goddamn great football under Chip Kelly. There is a lot of evidence to support Nick Foles as a decent quarterback and definitely one who should be the backup to Mitchell Trubisky, so that if the Bears get off to an 0-2 start in 2020, that fucking Nick Foles is a legitimate guy, much better than Chase Daniel to take over the starting quarterback role.
I agree with that 100%. Yeah, he's a infinite upgrade over any number two that the Bears have had. I would say in my lifetime.
Not Todd Collins.
We got the best quarterback room in the NFL, walking around with a swag.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I believe in Nick a lot, and if I ever have a son, I'm going to name him Nick.
Well, let me ask you this, Grant. Shane, another question.
You'd start a limo service?
Grant, Shane.
That was for you, Greg.
Shane, let's say Mitch is the starter.
How long does Swaggy get? I love you, Swanky. But
we got one more.
we have one other guy. I mean, it's late in the night.
Let him finish his last question.
All right. How did you find Bears Barroom?
Let me just nominate
Bears Barroom and then go fuck yourself.
Aldo.
Let me just nominate Swanky as a new chatterbeater. Bye.
I like Swank with the sunglasses on, like McMahon. He came in like Jimmy Mc. There you go.
His fucking Men in Black.
So let me ask Shane this, because I've heard. Well, Mitch isn't the long term answer, and then Nick Foles is a 4 to 5 game guy.
Yeah, well, that's what he's proven over his career. Yeah.
Okay.
4 to 5 or 5 to 7.
So let's say we start off 0-2.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Foles goes in. Nick Foles is just a 4 to 5 game guy. What the fuck do we do next?
I fire you.
So we're all fucked, basically, right?
And how many times have I said that? The Bears have backed themselves into a corner. That's why everybody that was saying, "Oh, you can't draft a quarterback in round 2 this year." Yeah, that's why you have that guy ready to go. So he knows the fucking offense. He's been in the NFL learning shit.
By the way, Ryan Pace has promised to draft a quarterback in every draft.
Yeah,
He's drafted one.
Screw that.
They're not prepared. Tyler Bray's the answer there. Have fun.
Just say.
So who do you like more, Lawrence or Fields, if we draft that high?
Oh, Lawrence to me is the
I mean, I would take Lawrence over Fields.
How about the kid from North Carolina who just shattered Mitch's records? You like him? No.
Shattered Mitch's records? What were his records there in this one
30
season?
touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He just dropped 38 touchdowns as a freshman.
Great in the
he's
ACC.
A freshman, and he's gonna.
Well,
be
I don't know. He might be coming out. I don't know if he can or if he was a retro. I don't know. I just saw he's a name.
No, he's not going to be out. That's why I was.
Yeah,
laughing.
you got the kid from North Dakota that's going to come out, Carson Wentz guy. Carson Wentz is old school.
That kid's
Carson Wentz is overrated. Player. He's overrated.
Phil, did we not talk about this? And I'm not trying to extend Swaggy or his time here, but keep an eye on Carson Wentz. I'm just saying.
They loved Carson Wentz.
He could be a guy that.
I loved Carson Wentz when he was coming out. In fact, the year before he came out, I said
Cutler
Carson
never had a fucking season that's approached Carson Wentz's best in the NFL.
No, that's true. But what I've seen reports on the attitude and the lack of being a good teammate, he's not going to last. There's a reason why they just drafted a developmental quarterback in the second round, and you're going to.
Is there a reason that they gave him a 4-year, over $100 million contract 12 months ago?
Well, they did it for his upside. He got injured again, so you're going to see Hurts is going to go. There's a reason why they did that before. That's
who they do. That's what Philadelphia does, though. They're in the quarterback. They're smart that way. They're in the quarterback game. They always are. They had Nick Foles. They go out. They go.
Second rounder. They need receivers. All these injuries, and they draft the position they just signed long term. That doesn't seem very confident to me. I think I don't know if Hurts is going to be great. All I'm saying is they have legitimate concerns about Wentz.
Yeah, his ability to stay in. They're not worried about his talent. They're worried about his ability to stay.
I totally disagree with Swank about Wentz.
He's a fantastic quarterback. I think I'm not.
I saw him.
I don't know. 1 year.
I saw him prior.
What happened to your whole 1 year thing about Foles?
Go look at this, Swanky. You're talking out of your ass, man. Go look at the stats then, if you want to. You're not even dude. Whatever. Put him on fucking Fantasy Football Goon on that show, and he can talk. I'm just fucking saying, dude. Go look up the fucking stats if you're telling me that Carson Wentz has had 1 year. That's just stupidity. It's stupidity.
Yeah, but if you watch the game, Shane,
I've watched them all, Swanky. I've watched my whole fucking family is Eagles fans. I've watched them all. How many Eagles games have you watched in the last 4 seasons?
Like I don't know, 10. I don't know,
okay.
10, 11.
There's 16 every year.
Well, then why do they draft a quarterback in the second round?
Because they don't think that Carson Wentz can stay healthy. That's been his history.
That is one of the reasons why I think he's overrated.
But what do you mean? Why did they draft a quarterback? You have to draft quarterbacks in a quarterback-driven league.
You're sitting there jerking off Nick
swings
Foles
at the bat.
I'm not unlike
Nick
Ryan
Foles
Pace.
is injured all the time too, Swanky. Nick Foles is injured all the time too.
You're fighting the wrong battle here, Swanky.
You are.
I'm keeping
I
it
don't
100.
know. I don't know. I think Swanky is doing a hell of a job of staying on the air with us.
I don't.
I think he should come on again with Shane.
I'm not jerking him off. I'm just saying
you're defending 1 year that
Fat
he had
Mike and
years
should
ago,
have him as a guest next
and then
week.
you're saying that Carson Wentz has only had 1 year.
I'm defending a Super Bowl MVP. I'm defending the greatest NFC championship performance we've ever seen. I'm defending coming into Chicago and winning. I'm defending going into New Orleans. If Alshon Jeffrey, did you watch
that? They played the fucking Minnesota Vikings. They played the Minnesota Vikings.
Going back to the NFC title game, Shane. You know it.
I agree. I think it's time to get our last question.
Okay,
with this guy.
Let me ask this question. Very tough question for our man Swanky here. We want you to eliminate your least favorite 100 proof people, and let me help you out here.
No.
You're saying I should bring him back?
No, bring him back. And first of all, Shane, I know I love going at it with you guys. And Shane, you know, man, I'm always asking you questions about college players, guys in the league. I love your.
Let me read this. Rookie year, 16 touchdowns, 14 picks. Second year, 33 touchdowns, 7 picks. Third year, 21 touchdowns, 7 picks. Third year, 27 touchdowns, 7 picks. Carson Wentz. Yeah, he sucked, man. It's clear as day. But we're going to jerk off.
I never said that, Shane. I never said he sucks.
You just said Carson Wentz had 1 good year. You just said that, Swanky.
But that doesn't mean I think he sucks. That doesn't mean I think he sucks, Shane. Don't put words in my mouth.
I'll take the dick out of your mouth. You said he's overrated.
He is overrated. He's an overrated quarterback. Let Greg tell you all the Eagles fans. I'd rather have Foles. There's a lot of them, right?
Because
Dane
they
is
want to
very
have
hard.
a fucking meathead. That's why people want Mike Singletary to coach the Bears.
The hate on
No, I
They're
don't
fucking
want Mike
meatheads.
Singletary. He's not a
They're
good coach.
meatheads.
He
They're
coaches with
meatheads.
fear.
I
Bill.
can't.
That guy coaches with fear.
What?
I didn't hear. Singletary?
Mike
you said?
Singletary. He did that
Oh.
in San Francisco. Then he got kicked out of San Francisco because he's not a good coach.
I'm saying meathead. That's why you put "duh" in your fucking podcast.
Keep
It's
that-
stupid
keep
shit
that,
like that. It's
yeah.
meathead.
Then
I
it's
just
just
don't-
gonna be more fucking shit on a pile of fucking dinosaur shit.
Sorry, man. Hey, well, let me ask you this.
No more questions. No. No
Okay,
real
that's
quiz. We love you, Swank.
Okay.
But we got to be fair to the guests that are waiting.
Yeah, we have at least one more person.
Yeah,
Is
we
that
have
right?
one more.
Mr.
Just
Swanky?
One more.
Just one.
One more. Swanky, I got to tell you, you have been a super,
You brought
super
it.
fun guest.
Good
I
job.
wish we had
I
enough
love you
time
guys
to
so
get
much.
into the
Jane, I love you, man.
Who was a better guest, Aldo? Joe Mandel's dentist or Swanky?
Yeah, why didn't we ask each guest? Why didn't we ask each guest what they learned from Dr. Matthew Burton last night?
Look at those teeth on Swanky. Look at those teeth.
He's got some choppers.
He's got some choppers there.
He's got some choppers there. Swanky, you are a hell of a barfly. Thank you very much for being on. And
Good
by
job,
the way,
Swank.
these
You
Nick
win the
Foles
t-shirt.
jerseys are on sale right now. Go buy yourself one. All right, brother. Take care.
We got to
All
get
right.
him a T-shirt, that guy.
That was fun. That was fun.
Was.
I love seeing Shane debate other barflies, and I think as everybody knows that we're going to move into the Patreon stage, and we're thinking about in these brain skull sessions where we're thinking about what can we do to get an extra $1 out of you guys. And I think we just stumbled upon a great thing. Shane debating barflies on certain issues. I mean, that is fucking gold. I would pay $500 fucking a year.
Shane debate.
We'll call it Shane. Either the Shane,
The Shane debate.
or
Yes.
Shane versus stupid.
I'm gonna get Firehouse Subs to sponsor my fucking segment.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Fire. Bring the fire.
I love it. I think even Mike North would approve of that, right? All right.
I love you, Smikey. Not really,
The
but
next
that was fun.
guest that we're having on here, I have been waiting for all evening, and I'm really upset at Greg that she wasn't the first.
I saved the best for last. Although,
You go
and I told her that.
There she is.
Let me.
All right, let's ask her. Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite?
Oh, jeez.
My
Shut everybody off, Aldo.
Shit, you better goodbye, all you. Shane, you're not the favorite. I've won. I'm in.
No, she told me she doesn't really like you, Greg.
Hold on,
Okay.
Lady Bear. Before you say that, hold on.
Oh, jeez. Hold on.
Porn stash.
Oh my god! I'm gonna be honest. If I'm being 100% honest, I have a hard time choosing between Shane and Otto.
Oh,
I mean, not Shane. I'm sorry, Shane and Phil.
Oh,
see,
don't confuse me. I'm back in the game.
You mean to vote them off first, right?
You see her-
No, they're my top. I'm sorry.
Did you see
those
her
two are my
tattoo
top
on her
guys.
arm? It says "Fuck Puerto Rico," Aldo.
It does not. I love my Puerto Rican.
All right. Well, I am greatly disappointed. I am going to go wake up my wife and go make love to her. So I'll leave it up to you guys.
Just get your Emmy award. Bring it over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't.
There it is.
We can't fight that. He's got two.
Are you trying to corner
I'll do
me,
whatever.
Otto?
I'll do whatever is necessary. to win
That's
your
some
affection.
amazing.
I'm not disappointed. I'm pissed.
Oh, go
Oh,
Yeah, the best part is Greg thought he
You know
won.
what, Greg? You know what our beef is.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I know.
He
The
thinks
Chicago
he's from
thing.
Chicago.
I'm from Chicago.
Across state
You're
border.
not.
Listen, the guy made
No.
the bubble. He drew
That-
the bubble.
You selected the area outside of the bubble.
That's where I
even
live.
outweighed.
The inside
No.
the bubble said not from Chicago. Anything
And you
that
were
wasn't
past that.
I'll respectfully disagree.
I know you will. It's okay.
Lady Bear, Cherie.
Yes.
I want to turn the stage over to you. I know you've got some football questions, and Draft Dr. Phil and Shane Marshall are ready to answer them. The stage is yours.
Okay, so this is a controversial question because I'm in the minority on this opinion, but I do want to know you guys' input. With it coming out with like LSU, Texas, all of these colleges having these athletes that are testing positive, do you think that it's worth even though we know we miss sports, do you think it's worth the risk for athletes to play, even with with the numbers still increasing?
It's a great question. I mean, it's as a college kid. I mean, a lot of these guys are, and I know this is probably going to incite the chat room, and I don't want to get into this whole debate. But these college kids, you can get into the likeness debate, and colleges making money off of their names, and then you're going to put this added issue on top of it. Like if it was my son, and if there was any issue whatsoever, I wouldn't want it. I don't know how Phil feels, but if there was any issue, I mean, there's obviously these hot spots that are creeping up, and down south, Florida, stuff like that. And what did they say? Clemson had a bunch of them too, correct?
Yeah.
28.
Yeah, I mean that's scary. And one thing that's not talked about, and I know these big time schools, the testing, and they're talking about once every other day to do these testings. Clemson and Alabama and LSU, these schools can afford to pay for these tests. But what are these Division II schools going to do? What are these high schools going to do? That's something that I haven't heard anybody talk about. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for the testing for these, Division II and Division III football programs to get all the testing, proper testing? It's a great question, Lady Bear. It really is. It's hard because I find, I'm going to be 100% honest, I'm totally selfish. I bought my son's season tickets to Syracuse football this year because they're down the road from where I live, and that's up in the air. And talk to Eel about it. I'm like, my son's 9. Do I even want to put him to take any chances? If there's people there, I know that I'm going to be safe. Is the guy next to me going to be safe? Is the guy in front of me going to be safe? Walking to the dome, is everybody around me going to be safe? It's a great question. I don't even know.
It's a difficult one.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's a proper way to answer it. I'm just going to answer it as a father, and I would always err on the side of caution with something like that. And if my son was good enough to have a future and move on, I'm risking nothing in terms.
That's
and
where
I don't.
There's a selfish side that wants to see football in every.
I'm sorry, I got too heavy for y'all, but I just see a lot of people talking about, I can't wait for us to go back to sports. And I'm like, but you do realize, even if we can't be there, you're asking these players to put themselves at risk for our enjoyment. So that's why I say I feel like I'm in the minority on that opinion. But
I don't think you are. I think it's a question that obviously is something that's a hurdle. An obstacle. It's difficult. Could you hear me? She can't hear me, I guess.
No, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can't hear
Phil?
No, I can't hear Phil.
Oh, okay. I'll jump out and come back in.
Will Hill had a great comment in the chat, Aldo. I don't know if it's the last one that he made there. If you want to highlight it, he said if there's no students on campus, there shouldn't be sports. If the environment isn't good enough to have students there, how are you putting the football players at risk? I mean, let's be honest. Football is a contact sport, and these guys are putting their lives really at risk, their livelihoods at risk, just in terms of the sport. And I mean, we don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm smart enough to know how you can have issues with your lungs from COVID-19. You don't know how that's going to affect you in 5 years. You don't know how it's going to affect you in 10 years down the line. I think it was it Von Miller that said it took him, a lot of weeks, months to get his lungs back to where they even felt a little bit normal. And this is an NFL athlete, a guy that's treating his body like a temple. And there's so many questions out there with this. I don't know how you answer them all. I really don't.
Can you hear me, Sherry?
I can hear you though.
Oh, look at that. The pipe.
It's Cherie, by the way.
Cherie. I always say you and Bob Phelan. I can't ever get his, but I got it right tonight, though.
Let me just say that when I'm making love to my wife, I never get your name wrong.
Oh, Jesus. That was funny, though.
COVID's not sounding so bad, huh, Cherie?
I'm just saying.
COVID. I just
But
want to say.
we are still quarantined.
Yeah. I just want to say just one thing. I mean, in this country, we've seen so many things in the last year. Tough things that we've tackled on the show. Tough things that each and every one of you look internally that you're dealing with. But the virus is something that's an unknown. Unfortunately, we treat race and color and discrimination and bigotry and go on down in ignorance a different way. But there's an unknown here that people, whether they're young, immature, or whatever, have taken it upon themselves to say, I'm Superman. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to go to fucking Myrtle Beach. I'm going to party up with my boys. And now you see what's going on. It's not a joke. It's not a political thing to make people side with Democrats instead. This isn't a presidential thing. It is a health huge concern. And history repeats itself. Here we are having to make choices, to Shane's point, about our children going to elementary school. Is it safe? Are they going to fucking wear a mask? Can they ride the bus? Not can they party or can they have a goddamn slimmer of hope in regards to Greg partying up. Whatever the case may be, there he is.
What's that leaking out there, Brax?
None of your fucking what? You guys are pissing me off about
serious moment.
Stands my ears are smoking.
Oh, he's so fired up. He's smoking.
The smoke's coming out my ears. I'm so pissed off.
I am so sorry, Greg. That was a mistake, and I apologize.
It's past midnight, all right?
Okay, good.
We're in the late night schmooze.
The thing about it is, you could talk about there, and I see some comments in the chat room and stuff, and I lived it with Hila. They said that she didn't have what she dealt with wasn't COVID. Well, I'm not so sure if that's just an easy way to say, yeah, no, it was something else. I mean, she almost died, and I saw what she went through.
Yeah.
While
For
she was
weeks struggling with this guy.
I'm sitting in
keeping us updates. So.
Sitting in a hotel, not hotel room, in a hospital room next to the love of your life, and they can't breathe. The woman's 42 years old. You talk about skating, and you can't see your son. You don't want to bring your son into that environment. It's a scary thing, and I mean, people don't want to say that it's fake. It's not. It's not. I've been there.
I have friends that are doctors and nurses at Yale New Haven Hospital, one of the top hospitals in the country. When they speak, I listen. It's the reality of what's going on. You want to paint this into a political thing? I'm taking family first approach. That's how my wife and I are doing it, and that's really how it is. And Will's talking. What he had to say, football is a different game. It's contact. It's a collision sport. They're traveling. They're all together. They're eating together. It's constantly together. Meetings and this. It's like no other sport. So if there's another thing that no one really talks about is asymptomatic. Someone could be asymptomatic completely look. They're healthy. They're healthy.
Yeah.
They look great. I feel great. But then they're infecting people that can get infected by the virus. And listen, I'm not trying to dissuade you from your beliefs in politics, but please leave the politics out of the health concerns. This isn't a shot at anybody running a country or anything like that. This is the reality of we have to be, as people, smarter, prepared, and be a little bit more conservative in the approach to things. We all want sports, but what's the cost? I mean, what is the cost? It's not as important to me to see Khalil Mack on a football field, and sorry to get graphic here, but than to lose Khalil Mack because he's gotten the virus. I mean, that at the end of the day is really the most important thing for my family, for Shane's, for Aldo's, for you, Lady Bear, and it should be for those players as well.
Right.
Sheree, I got to tell you that I'm glad you asked that question because we're approaching a 5-hour show here. And so, seriously, it's a good thing that we include some serious topics on this. And this is a huge issue for all of us as American citizens, for all of us as sports fans. And my own personal opinion of this is if we end up losing a college and professional football season as a result of trying to keep our country safe and trying to save the lives of thousands of people, then so be it. You know, we will have plenty of things to talk about. We can look back at our past as Bears fans and talk about great games and disappointing games in history. And we can look forward about who we can potentially draft and who we could potentially have on the team. And so there's lots of other things to entertain ourselves with than having to see people really risk their lives.
They already risked their lives now.
Exactly.
This is an even bigger risk.
Exactly. So I
totally agree with you.
I'm glad you asked the question. It's a very, very serious one, and one that I hope that the majority of people who follow football and are Bears fans agree with me on this, that this is important, that we maintain safety as our number one priority.
The right people have to answer that question, Aldo. You know what I mean? You can't, let's be honest. You go to LSU or Alabama or any campus with football, 99% of them are going to say, oh, they're fucking playing. They don't have these kids' best interests at heart.
Exactly.
The people that are the decision makers don't have. I'm not saying all. Most of them don't. I mean, I have some connections to Syracuse. Phil and I have had some pretty open conversations about how things happen behind the scenes that would blow your fucking mind. And where it just, I mean, it's proven that they don't have the student athlete's best interests at heart. I mean, it's sad. So you're going to have these people, and I mean, is there a more toxic organization than the NCAA when you think about it? Really, there's not. And these guys are going to be making decisions, and it's going to be really, really interesting because I mean, you're seeing in baseball, you're seeing, you know, like you brought up, you're seeing some of these team complexes that they're shutting them down again. And it's just, you know, I know there's more testing coming out, so that's going to create more positives, but then there's also just going to be more people that get it because I mean, I have friends, I'm here in New York. I have friends, they'll come right up. They'll see me walking into the grocery store and they'll say, look at that fucking pussy's got his mask on. I'm like, think I care? Exactly. I have a mask. I don't give a shit what you think. I got a mask on.
I wear my mask every day.
Right. My son's got a mask. I sent Phil the masks that people, I probably shouldn't even be saying this, the ones that you can't even get.
Don't say it.
But
don't get yourself in trouble.
Right. But Listen, it's sad.
The way I look at it, Cherie, there'll be more Draft Dr. Phil songs to take up the time. That's the
oh God.
And Cherie, just
I'm
to
looking
clear,
forward to that.
See?
Originals, not parodies.
Yes, originals. I'm gonna do the originals, and You
Lady Bear, you
also
can probably
have
sing.
been.
You can sing a little bit, I
Can
bet,
you
right?
sing on a track? I don't know if she could sing. She
You
says
can do
no.
it.
I mean, I can sing in the shower. I don't know if that's for
Oh.
public.
Well, you can
listening.
record there. You can record the audio in there if you want to. We'll put you on a track.
Where do you think Aguirre is gonna rap?
Yeah, can you
Oh
sing?
my god! Don't give me that visual.
That's why I said it. You are also invited with Will and Miguel because I saw.
Okay, I was wondering where my invite was.
There you go. I saw it pop up, and I got confirmation from Steph. She loves you. We got to
I
meet
love
you.
Steph too.
We got to meet you. Look at Aldo preparing.
Oh my gosh.
You don't want to see what's on the other side of that mask, though.
Oh my gosh. Aldo.
I'm
That's
so
the-
committed to the
Okay.
mask, Aldo. Last night on date night, my wife, I'm thinking we're going Thai, and she wants to sit outside. I said, fish? Let's get some seafood. We call up. Do you have to have your mask to sit outside? Yes. I fucking left my Bears. Alex Acevedo, shout out to you, sent me this Bears mask that I wear, and we went to the CVS. And we paid $35 for one of these stacks of masks. Guess where they're made? In China.
Yeah.
Where's both of them? It was.
I gotta give Phil some credit here. He's so committed to talking to me on the phone. I was on the way home last night. I had to go. I had a little grill fiasco that I had to take care of at Home Depot. So I was on my way home and talking to Phil, and he's like, "Hey, Steph and I are at dinner right now," and I'm like, "Oh shit, man, sorry. We'll talk tomorrow. It's no big." He's like, no. She's in the bathroom. Go ahead. What do you need? So we start talking for a little bit, and then I had to get off. So if you know Phil, if you ever talk to Phil on the phone, I'll take everybody behind the scenes. And you can add Greg back here too, because Greg can double down with me. If you ever talk to Phil Atoshin on the phone, he's talking with you and about 37 other people at the same time.
He will bring you.
True
he'll
story.
Bring you
I have
into
4
a conversation he's already into.
You have 4 kids. When you're at work, you're talking
Before
to 37
Phil,
other
he'll
people.
answer, and then you'll hear him, but then he'll give it a couple minutes before he actually turns his attention to you.
And he is committed to barroom. I've heard him walk on this. He'll walk into a restaurant and get takeout for lunch and be like, "You want to give me a drop for the show? Yeah, can I get some of that roast beef over in the corner?"
You know what, Suri, I these guys kicked me out. Larison must have paid Aldo to have me out of this session for this conversation, but the
Look
soccer.
at the guild.
I was trying to be funny, but I couldn't figure out a good enough joke. It's too late. But honestly, soccer overseas is a good kind of standard right now. I was talking about this last night. You know, I think with what you're seeing with soccer, they're able to get this going. So I expect our major sports leagues to follow suit with these guys. I understand there's things going on in this country, but this is multi-billion-dollar organizations. And we are all dealing with this in different ways, whether you're making a lot of money or a little money, and they should be able to figure it out. The fact that MLB doesn't even have policies in place when guys are coming to spring training facilities is a joke. I expect the NFL to have their shit together, and it sounds like they've had more time to figure it out. These other leagues, had to stop right in the middle of their seasons and stuff. So, NFL has had an opportunity here to really see, what testing needs to be done as you come in and what precautions. As I said, they're going to put a tarp around the first 8 rows in every stadium to keep fans too close from the field. So there's already a lot of different precautionary measures. I'm starting to feel a little more optimistic they are going to be able to play. The biggest question is if the spikes go up so dramatically that they have to shut everything down again like they did in March, and I just don't know if we'll ever reach that again. The biggest problem when we had to shut everything down, my wife's a nurse, as you guys know, the hospitals were getting overworked, and I know there's some areas of concern in Arizona and different Florida. It's starting to look like there may be an issue, but I feel like now we have somewhat of an idea of how it spreads, and I don't think and I'm no medical expert or anything like that. I know everybody's got a different opinion here, but I truly don't think that the hospitals will ever hit the capacity where they're overworked and they don't have the masks like we did initially. There was so much uncertainty when this thing first hit our country. Now, unless we're just going to wait until a vaccine comes out, which could take a very long time. I know optimistic reports say at the start of this next year, but we don't know that for certain. So that mask is ridiculous.
That would be dope, though.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how they got to do it, so be it. But I do believe
yeah.
there's a season played, and maybe that just means no fans in the stands. I think the biggest question would be what if a quarterback room got it? Well,
You're going to have to change the name of your show.
You hear Bill Lazor say, hey, 3 wide receivers might be out in a week. What if all the quarterbacks can't play? Then what do? Are you going to see forfeits? Are you going to see things like that? I mean, that's to me one of the more interesting questions apart from can they finish these seasons, which is
that's a great question, Greg. I never thought about that. Bill Lazor said in his interview, what if 3 wide receivers are out? Well, what if all of the quarterbacks are out? I haven't thought about that. But
they're all in the same
room together.
Sorry.
I know one coach did come out and say, I forget if it was Andy Reid or it might have been Bruce Arians. One of them came out and said that they were gonna do they were thinking about just having their backups not report and just do the virtual training so they can have that backup.
There you go. And one of the things that Nagy and Lazor and some of the other coaches have said is that they've gone through every effing scenario possible to protect themselves against anything that could happen COVID-19 wise. But here is the bottom line. You asked the question at the very top, and the bottom line answer is that every precaution has to be taken for the health and welfare of the fans and the players. That is first and foremost. And we may all be starved for football, but that is far second than protecting our fellow citizens who play the game of football. I got to conclude this interview with Cherie by asking her who her favorite Bears Ballroom candidates are. And I'm going to help her a little bit by eliminating Greg, by eliminating Shane, by eliminating Phil. No, I'm not going to do that to you. You know what? I'm going to make this easy for you. I'm going to eliminate.
There he is. He's gone, Cherie. So you could choose. He's making you choose.
I have to choose between.
He should have put her in the middle. She could have had the Shane and Phil sandwich.
Oh my
God! Bar room after dark. Oh, now it's just us, Teddy Bear. How you doing?
Hey Shane. That's how when I say hey Shane.
Oh, he's trying to get you in the middle. There it goes. See, now you're talking.
See, this is why Aldo ain't in the top because he's messing up.
You don't have
so
to.
So Greg is pretty annoying though, right?
It's okay.
Well, Greg was an easy elimination.
Yeah. Fuck out of here, Greg.
What? Are you kidding me? Easy elimination.
Little region.
That's what she said.
I won the first one. I can't even remember who the fuck picked me as the
Know your
one.
fan. Know your fan.
Right.
Now it's just been a fucking plummet.
You have one fan. His name wasn't it Jeff? Remember he was in the
it
dark.
Was Jeff. The fucking.
I remember.
Well, you got
I
a good
remember
memory.
Everybody. See that?
Know your fan.
I bet he's regretting he's got one fan out there.
Oh my God. Our chat room is, I say we end the show. The chat room's going downhill fast with some asshole.
Oh my God, those guys. But anyway.
Okay, so I don't have to pick.
You do not have to pick.
We'll let you off. I know who you would have picked, Cherie. That's right. She knows. She knows
Thank you guys for having me on.
That was fun, Cherie. We're glad you came on. You were a lot better than Swanky. Just don't tell anybody.
Seriously, Cherie, we
love her.
really appreciate your fandom and everything that you do for 100 Proof. You're one of our biggest supporters, and we truly appreciate everything that you do, and we love you. And whatever you need from us, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay.
I won't. And I do got my shirts coming in Friday, so I'll have more swag.
All right. And by the
There
way,
you go.
you are an immediate Super Barfly. There's no contestant.
Oh, thank you. That's all I wanted to get was my Super Barfly title.
Oh my
It's
god.
like,
We're supposed to have a trivia contest with
Oh,
her.
I'm sorry, but
We can get her a Chatterbaiter title. Probably.
Before you go, real quick.
Real quick.
Now, I met this girl, and I was like at this picnic and stuff, and I'm like, "Do you know Bears Bar?" Oh my god, I know you guys 100%. So can I give you one trivia question to see how good?
Yes.
Okay. Come back, Aldo and Greg. Where did you go? We're ending the show. It's very late. Shane's nervous.
I gotta get up in 4
Do
hours.
you remember how much money Shane spent with his dad's Taco Bell credit card? Do you remember how
It
much
wasn't
money?
it was at Taco Bell, not a Taco Bell credit
Excuse
card.
me. His
Bragg's
father's
jerking out
credit
thinking
card.
about the thought of that. Taco Bell's got a credit card?
fucking
do you
earlier,
remember?
Swanky was like
I don't.
typing.
I'm sorry. I have short-term memory.
Oh, fuck.
I don't.
I thought that was an
No,
easy...
I would suck at the trivia.
Okay. $1,400 would have been the correct answer.
God.
Now you
Yep.
know.
It's a lot of
Craig,
Taco
is
Bell.
that's how much you spend for lunch?
I don't even want to know
Over his
how much
lifetime.
I've spent at Taco Bell in the last year. Honestly, not just lifetime. I would be scared to see.
But I will say I found, like, you ask everybody, I'm going to volunteer the information. I
There
found
you
you
go.
guys when I first got into podcasts. I started off listening to like Spice Adams and their little show, but then I wanted to hear other Bears podcasts. So I listened to a bunch of podcasts. And out of all of the Bears podcasts I listened to, you guys were the best. So I kind of stuck with you all. So that's
Dude,
why when
that's
you
a
met
great
me at the
promo.
barbecue, I had already knew about you.
Nice.
That is how you end a show.
That is.
That
Well,
is a
and I
great
got to
promo.
tell you, and I'm not bragging here, but I tend to attract all the very attractive women to this show. So that's probably why you're here. I don't
That too, Aldo.
I don't understand why you eliminated me first out of these guys. But
I eliminated Greg first, not you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you
she
did.
said Greg had scabies, so he's an easy out.
So he ain't from Chicago.
Scabies in that beard, Greg.
I cannot believe that you would eliminate Chicago's very own.
Love you, Cherie. Take care now.
Love you guys.
Love
Have a
you,
good night.
Yeah, Sheree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're the best.
Although there's more breaking news if we want to, and there's a big swell on Twitter said we skip shout out and just no fucking post show tonight. Just saw this on Twitter.
Hey, I love the idea of skipping shout outs for a week, but that's all up to Draft Dr. Phil because I know no one worked harder at shout outs than Draft Dr. Phil. What do you say?
Shout out your wife and call it a day, Phil.
I'm going to shout out my wife and everyone that tuned into the show, and especially the guys and gals that jumped in on the show to give their voice and their face and letting it be heard here on the best Bears podcast on the planet. It's not even close. You just heard Cherie say it. Lady Bear herself. And that was before we went video. So that is the #1 podcast. Greg's pissed at you, Shane. He's done all this work.
Yep.
So I'm going to give it to Greg real quick.
Working hard over here.
Go,
Got some
Greg.
shout outs that I'm going to get through because I wrote these motherfuckers down. First,
Thank you,
comment.
everybody.
I am all for you doing the shout outs, Greg. Take it away.
First comment was from Grant Sims. He was the first in the chat of the night. That was a long time ago, over 6 hours ago, so we appreciate you, Grant. Evan Wells with a comment. I'm only feeling about 99 proof right now. Time to get a few more drinks in. I like that style, Evan, and it was nice having you on the show as well. Dan Kelly, the first barfly to come on tonight, said, as long as you guys don't have on Bragg's proctologist next week, we'll be fine. Ron Ruppnow said, let's see Doug Plank answer dental questions. That's what I'm talking about, Ron. No, he cannot. Zach Bradley, another barfly that came on the show, said, great addition to the network with Greg Gabriel. The bar room is going up like a damn rocket. You're damn right, Zach Bradley. We ain't stopping there. Chris Gonzalez said, Greg, donate to a good cause. Also, Greg, I will fight a kid. I did make that proclamation in the chat earlier. I saw Riley earlier. He was in the chat talking shit, and I will fight Riley. I have no problem doing it. And then also, donate to a good cause, of course. Make sure, if you can, donate to my little charity giveaway for the Versus Cancer Foundation and have yourself a shot at winning an Allen Robinson signed jersey or some bobbleheads. And we actually have a third prize. Aldo actually offered up, the 100-year book that the Bears gave out last year. A really, really nice leather-bound commemorative book. Really, really nice. That's going to be part of the third round package. We got a few other things. I think I'm going to add in some barroom swag to that as well. So stay tuned.
Pace deserves the blame.
But please, we're trying to get up to $1,000, so I'll shave everything off. And we're very close to hitting that mark. Not going to give away that. And there's the book that Aldo decided to donate. So one of you lucky winners will come away with this. If you don't win the Allen Robinson signed jersey or the bobbleheads, you'll have a chance at winning this book. Really, really nice book. I happen to have one myself. Unopened. So there you go.
There you go.
We appreciate your generosity in donating that to the charity, Aldo. And then Chris Gonzalez, or Jeremy Fourier, I should say. I always get his last name. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. Jeremy Fourier said, the question is, Greg, can you beat up a kid? I guess that is a good question. I will try, though, when Riley comes to Chicago. Just to stick it to Shane one time. EJ Jones said, laying in bed watching 100 Proof like it's a TV show. That's pretty cool. That you're able to do that. Stream it right to your TV. You don't have to even watch other. Yeah, we're a TV show now. It's a beautiful thing. Everybody's loving the video, Phil. Swanky said, Lazor is the Midwest Phil. We're going to figure it out for sure. I like that. That was good. Vicky Valenti said, Lazor told Mitch he's tight with Michael Burton, so they instantly hit it off. Harp4803 said, Braggs, expert commentator with the tape breakdown earlier. Thank you. I'm thinking about, with all these tape never lies, everybody coming. I think I'm going to start my own and just talk about, it'll be the worst breakdown ever, but no one.
This isn't a shout out. This is a statement.
That's true. GSH Jeff said, Greg's tape never lies. Shane. Hugh Heaven said, good thing I wasn't driving listening to Bill Lazor because I would have crashed. He also said, Jeff doing the Queen background. You only saw his head and it was all black behind him. It was kind of like the Queen music video. Ed Loya said, Greg in over his head trying to run this 2-minute drill, working all these different people into the show. Yes, it was very hard. Thank you very much. And writing down all the questions or comments, Shane. It's not easy working over here, Grant Sims said, you work for the government, Phil? Spill the beans. Are aliens real? Oh, you work for... What the fuck? I got muted?
You're still there.
Okay.
Aliens are
Grant
real.
Sims wants to know. Kevin Atoshin said, hey, Philly. And Bears Barroom. I like that. He calls you Philly. I didn't know that was one of your nicknames.
Everyone from New York always puts the E on things. Greggy?
Greg, I have to apologize. It seems like every time I make a mistake, you are the victim of it.
It is.
I'm trying to position you in the middle of the shot, and all of a sudden I make a fucking mistake and it mutes you. I am so sorry. It's not on purpose.
No, you're fine.
Listen, dickhead, I'm going to dinner.
Look at Avon Walker right now. Okay, Greg, wrap it up. He said when he came on that he don't talk. I say you talk shit all the time in chat. He's like, what? Me? What?
He's with Avon.
There
I'm
he
with
is.
Avon. Wrap it up.
Avon Walker. Hey, this is your fault. Avon Walker, you shouldn't have been in a 30-minute argument with Swanky. Avon Walker said, great. Won't let fans buy the field. Another Greg rule. I thought that was funny. Dan Kelly said, Swanky's future's so bright, he's got to wear shades. John Epic Lepic, another great barfly that came on the show tonight, said, well, everyone's wrists would be tired if everyone's jerking everyone off, Shane. And Avon Walker's going to finish it up, and he goes, well, I guess I did get my 5-hour show after all. And yes, you did. And Shane can now go to bed so he can deliver the mail.
Is this the longest? Is this the longest show ever?
Look at this comment on the bottom.
This is priceless.
Who is this idiot?
Not very
I don't know, but I like retro land movies, whatever the fuck his name is. All right, hey Greg, my shout out is to you because not only did you do a great job in wrapping up the chat comments, but you also did a great job in what was a very difficult job of getting people on. This was the first time we did this, and you did a really excellent job. So props to you, my friend. Shane, Marcel, you brought it again, as you always do on this show. God bless you, and God bless your family. I love you and everyone in the Marcel family. And Draft Dr. Phil, God damn it, you are a fucking magnificent human being. Love you with all your fucking flaws. I love you. What a way to finish off the show. I have drank a gallon of Maker's Mark, and I am feeling really, really good. I will sleep for about 16 hours tomorrow. So, Fat Mike, do not call me in the morning.
Me either, Mike.
Exactly.
I love you guys all, and let's pull the plug on this. Remember, if you drink, do not drive, and always bear down.
Good night, y'all.
Night, night. Sleep tight.